their suitcases past security, took a grinning family selfie at gate C14 and blocked me before the plane even pushed back. My name is Sloane Avery. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. What do you call love when it deletes you in real time? I watched my calls blink from ringing to voicemail to message not delivered. The group chat, Family Trip 2025, kept pinging for everyone but me, a chorus I could no longer hear. They had a motto in the caption: "What happens on a family trip stays on a family trip." Translation: erase Sloane. Archive the evidence. Come home to the same doormat, me. I didn't chase the plane. I didn't cry into an airport bathroom sink. I didn't post a response. I opened my email. Because the truth is quiet and practical, I booked the tickets. The confirmation code sat in my inbox like quiet ammunition. The return flight time was stamped across my calendar. Their hotel folio? On my corporate account, the one I'd created to help them earn family memories on points. Funny how memory works, especially when it's itemized. At baggage claim back home, they expected habit. Me, holding a sign with our last name, the car warmed, the route home mapped, the fridge already stocked. Because that's what I do, right? I carry everyone's weight and call it love. I stitch silence into a welcome and call it peace. So I made a list. Not of people, of systems. Airport pickup. Utilities. Subscriptions. The spare key under the planter that I pay for every month. The car insurance that lives on my card because we'll sort it later. The family LLC that doesn't really matter until tax season arrives screaming. I canceled the airport pickup under my name. I rescheduled my own life under my name. And I called someone who only speaks in documents and dates. Round trip, he asked. Just the return, I said. There's a difference between rage and precision. Rage is loud. Precision sounds like a pen clicking open. I spent the week in silent choreography. Phone calls. Emails. 2 in-person appointments where the receptionist offered water and I declined because thirst teaches focus. Their plane would touch down at 6:42 p.m. on a Sunday. Arrivals would buzz. The glass doors would slide open. Everyone would be scanning for me. I won't be there. But someone will be. A man in a navy suit, holding a clipboard and a printed sign that doesn't say our last name. It says a case number. They came through arrivals in matching hoodies, sunburned and satisfied, scanning every face like I was their luggage claim. Automatic, reliable, mine to carry. The man in the navy suit didn't wave. He lifted a small white placard. Case NO. 24, CV, 1187. Not our last name. A number. A boundary. He didn't drive a car. He carried a clipboard. Are you the Averys? He asked. My sister grinned. Finally. Where's the SUV? He clicked his pen. You've been served. For envelopes changed hands, paper soft as fabric, edges neat and cold. A security officer drifted closer, more curious than concerned. People watched without meaning to. That's the thing about quiet consequence, it's magnetic. I arranged this from my desk with 3 phone calls and a retainer. The man who only speaks in documents and dates had a question for me last week. What's the outcome you want on paper? Accuracy, I said. Then distance. Inside the envelopes. Petition to dissolve Avery Family LLC with an accounting due in 10 business days. Demand for reimbursement totaling $19,842.63. Flights, hotel incidentals, ride shares, annual insurance premiums I'd been told to just float. Notice of revocation removing every authorized user from my cards, accounts, and digital keys, effective 6:30 p.m. Phone plan poured out confirmation for 3 lines I paid for, terminating at 6:45 p.m. Arrivals clock read 6:42. My father's laugh evaporated first. My mother's hand went to her neck like she'd misplaced a necklace. My sister, ever brave when the bill arrives late, tried a smile and reached for solutions. Okay, Sloane, she said to the air. Very funny. Just text me. She tapped her screen. The iMessage bubble held its breath, then snapped. Not delivered. She tried calling. The call failed with a soft chime and an uglier truth. SOS only bloomed in the corner of her display. My mother's phone showed it too. So did my father's. They turned to the man with the case number like he might be a concierge. He wasn't. He pointed them to page 1, the clerk's office line, the docket, the calendar. "Ma'am, you've been notified," he said gently, as if he didn't want to startle them. "Please sign to acknowledge service." They signed, each signature smaller than the last. Out on the curb, they reached for what they always reached for, me. A car I warmed, a fridge I stocked, a life I cushioned. All 3 phones blinked to SOS at once. The sky was thick with signals. Theirs had none. And that's when the sliding doors opened again. Not for me, but for a second man in a slate blazer, carrying a small metal box with a tamper seal and an inventory sheet with our address at the top. The box wasn't heavy. It was precise. Inside, every spare key they had ever borrowed, copied, or pretended was theirs. The slate blazer man read from the sheet as if it were a grocery list. 1 garage fob, 3 door duplicates, 1 gate clicker, serial ending in 37B, 1 safe key. Each item slipped into the box with a muted clink. The sound of doors closing forever. My father bristled. "You can't just take our keys." The man's reply was calm, not cruel. They were issued under Ms. Sloane Avery's ownership. The locks were recoded this afternoon. It was true. At 2:15 p.m., a locksmith changed every cylinder, logged every click, updated every passcode. I stood by the doorway watching, steady as the drill word. By 2:40 p.m., the house was mine alone in function, not just name. At the airport, my sister tried to bluff. "Fine. We'll just go home." The slate blazer man corrected her gently. "You'll need to find somewhere else. The utilities have been reassigned. The insurance policy's canceled. Effective immediately." Their shock wasn't loud. It was hollow. 3 faces realizing the air they'd been breathing belonged to me. For years, I funded their comforts, under the guise of family solidarity. I thought love meant footing the bill. I thought silence was cheaper than truth. But silence compounds interest. The lawyer explained it in legalese. Every dollar is traceable. Every signature has a timestamp. Every neglect leaves a ledger. And tonight, the ledger spoke. Outside, taxis lined the curb. My family stood stranded, luggage rolling against their shins, phones blinking SOS, keys sealed away in a box they couldn't open. People passing thought it was just travel fatigue. Only I knew it was years of debt maturing in a single hour. I wasn't there to see their faces, but I didn't need to. Because at that exact moment, my phone, the only one still with service, buzzed with confirmation. Utilities switched. Bank accounts unfrozen. Title documents filed. I pressed save on each notification like one presses petals into a book. This wasn't rage. This was record-keeping. And yet, something in me whispered, "Don't stop at paper." Because justice on paper is neat. But justice in reality is unforgettable. The question was, what came next once they left the airport curb, searching for a home that no longer existed? They dragged their suitcases to the curb, faces pale under fluorescent light. Travelers passed by with reunions, hugs, taxi horns. My family had no one. A yellow cab pulled up. My father waved it down, muscle memory of entitlement. He rattled off our address. The driver shook his head. Card on file declined. Cash only. Cash. They never carried any. Why would they? I'd always been their wallet. The driver pulled away, leaving exhaust and silence. My sister tapped furiously at her phone. Every rideshare app crashed into the same screen. Payment method unavailable. Her voice cracked. Who shuts down an Uber account? I had. At noon. With one password reset. They turned, desperate, toward the glass doors of arrivals. Maybe a shuttle? Maybe a rental car? But the second man in the slate blazer stopped them. He handed over the inventory notice, with one final line highlighted. All shared transportation privileges revoked. My mother's hands trembled. Sloane wouldn't do this, she whispered. But she knew. Of course she knew. Because love leaves fingerprints, and so does betrayal. Mine were all over the systems they never bothered to understand. Meanwhile, at my kitchen table, I sat with the lights dimmed. A cup of tea steamed beside me. My phone vibrated with the next wave of confirmations. Family phone plan terminated. Streaming accounts deactivated. Gym membership auto-drafts canceled. Not out of cruelty. Out of clarity. I remembered my sister's smug toast on the trip before this one, when she clinked glasses and said, "To family perks." Perks. That's all I was to them. But tonight, the perks expired. At 9:03 p.m., my lawyer texted. Documents accepted. Court date set. They'll receive notice by mail. Mail they couldn't open because the keys were sealed in that airport box. I pictured them huddled under the neon glow of the terminal awning, luggage wheels squeaking, phones blink, pride cracking. For the first time, they couldn't look down on me. They had to look around. At strangers. At exits. At consequences. And me? I wasn't watching from a distance anymore. I was already moving into phase 2. Because it's one thing to take away comfort. It's another to replace it with something they'll never escape. A reminder. And I knew exactly where to leave it waiting. The reminder wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It was a letter, printed on crisp white paper, folded once, sealed in an envelope with no return address. By the time they scraped together enough borrowed cash for a motel on the highway, 1 room, 2 double beds, flickering neon that hummed all night, the letter was already waiting at the front desk. Room 214, the clerk said, sliding the envelope across without looking up. My sister tore it open, expecting maybe pity, maybe apology. What she found instead were 4 words in my handwriting. Welcome to your freedom. They read it again and again, trying to twist the meaning into something less cruel, more familiar. But freedom wasn't comfort. It wasn't keys, cars, or plans already made. Freedom was bare. Freedom was the taste of air, without scaffolding. I had freed them from me. At home, I walked through the house they once treated like a shared inheritance. My fingers brushed the door frames they slammed, the cabinets they emptied without asking, the table where they laughed at my silence. It didn't feel empty. It felt finally mine. I sat down and opened the folder the lawyer had couriered. Inside, a ledger of transfers, receipts, signed acknowledgments. Hard proof that I had paid for every family trip, every emergency bill, every "we'll settle later." Each page was a map of my erasure. Now each page was theirs to face. Because the letter at the motel wasn't the only reminder. The real one would arrive in the morning. Certified mail, thick packets stamped in red. Deadlines, numbers, balances due. They'd have to sign at the front desk, pen shaking, just like they did at the airport. And when they opened it, they'd see exactly what I had seen for years. Every cost they ignored. Every debt they pretended didn't exist. It wasn't revenge. It was reflection, their reflection in black and white. That night, in their motel room, the hum of the neon light pressed against the silence. My father stared at the wall. My mother sat with the envelope clutched in her lap. My sister scrolled a dead phone, hoping it would come back to life. They wanted me to chase them, beg for inclusion, wait at the airport like luggage. Instead, they got freedom. But freedom with a ledger. And ledgers don't forgive. By dawn, the second reminder would knock. And this time it would be wearing a badge. The knock came at 7:12 a.m. 3 raps, not urgent, but official. The kind that makes your chest sink before your feet hit the floor. My father pulled the curtain back. A county deputy stood in the parking lot, hat tucked under one arm, clipboard in hand. The motel's neon vacancy sign buzzed overhead, painting his badge in a dull red glow. Delivery for the Averies, he said. No smile. No malice. Just duty. He held out a thick stack of certified envelopes, each one stamped in heavy ink. Notice TO appear. My mother tried to protest. There must be a mistake. The deputy shook his head. No mistake, ma'am. Sign here. They signed, each stroke of the pen a surrender. Inside the envelopes, a detailed demand for repayment, broken down to the cent. Court summons with dates already scheduled. Notices that liens could be filed against property held in their names, property bought with my money. And one more page, slipped at the top. A withdrawal authorization, proving I had revoked their access to the family LLC's accounts. They were standing in a motel room they couldn't afford, staring at papers they couldn't ignore. I wasn't there. I didn't need to be. At that same hour, I was in a different building across town, the bank. I signed my name to finalize the separation of every account. The teller handed me a folder, embossed with gold, that contained documents in my name only. "You're free of co-signers," she said.
Free.
On the motel floor, my sister scattered papers around her like broken glass.
She can't do this.
She won't follow through. But the deadlines were printed in bold. The balances were real. And the system they dismissed as invisible, the system I quietly kept alive, was no longer invisible. It was merciless. My father paced, muttering about lawyers, about fairness, about how family doesn't do this. But family did. They did. And now the truth had an audience. The state, the courts, the banks. They thought betrayal was a game played on vacations and blocked phones. But betrayal leaves receipts. And I had delivered every one. Still, something in me knew this wasn't the ending. Because paper can demand. Paper can punish. But sometimes justice needs a stage. And the perfect stage was already on the calendar. One they'd circled in joy months ago. The family homecoming gala. And I had no intention of skipping it. The family homecoming gala was meant to be their stage. A hall of chandeliers, rented gowns, rented smiles, the annual spectacle where they paraded their unity for neighbors and distant cousins. They had blocked me from the trip, but I was still printed on the gala program. Sloane Avery, Treasurer, Family LLC. My name already inked in gold, months before they tried to erase me. I didn't call the committee to change it. I let it stand. Because nothing is louder than silence until it isn't. When the night came, they arrived late, still bruised from the motel, envelopes shoved into purses like contraband. My mother clutched a shawl tighter. My father adjusted a tie that no longer fit. My sister held her phone like a prop, the screen blank, service dead. The gala pianist played something cheerful. The lights dimmed. The MC tapped the microphone. "Tonight," he said, "we honor the family who built this community, the Averys. Let's welcome their treasurer, Miss Sloane Avery." Their heads whipped around. And there I was. Not in the shadows. Not erased. I stepped onto the stage in a black dress that didn't beg, holding nothing but a slim folder. Applause scattered across the hall, hesitant, confused. My family froze at their table, caught between rage and fear. I opened the folder, clicked the microphone on, and began to read. Not insults. Not bitterness. Just numbers. Line by line, I recited the truth. The $6,200 in airline tickets charged to my card. The $8,400 in hotel charges funneled through my account. The utilities, insurance, streaming services, all tethered to me. The total, $19,842.63, unpaid, unacknowledged, carried by one name, mine. The room went quiet, forks frozen in midair. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. The numbers spoke louder than any betrayal. My father shifted in his chair. My mother's hand gripped her wine glass until it trembled. My sister mouthed something, a plea, a curse, maybe both. I closed the folder. "That," I said softly, "is what family perks look like." And then I thanked the audience, stepped down, and left the stage to silence, so heavy it pressed against the walls. Because revenge isn't always thunder. Sometimes it's bookkeeping under a spotlight. And yet, one act remained. Not a performance. A decision. The gala gave me an ending they never expected. But what waited after the lights dimmed, that was the true finale. When the lights of the gala dimmed, I didn't stay for the awkward applause or the whispers that trailed after me. I slipped out through the side door, heels clicking against marble, cool night air rushing into my lungs like release. They stayed behind, my family, cornered by numbers, shackled by truth, stripped of the illusion they'd worn for years. Guests avoided their table, embarrassed to even meet their eyes. But I wasn't done. Not quite. At dawn the next morning, while they still hid behind blackout curtains and excuses, a courier delivered the last piece of my plan. A single page. Not a demand. Not a summons. A release form. It stated in plain type that I was no longer responsible for their debts, their bills, their games of inheritance. My name was gone from their LLC. My signature had sealed the separation. They wanted freedom from me. Now they had it. Legally, irreversibly, completely. And with it came the cost. The accounts were theirs to settle. The taxes theirs to pay. The reputation theirs to carry, fractured in front of everyone who once admired the illusion of Avery unity. I walked through my own doorway that morning, coffee in hand, sunlight pouring across the living room walls. My keys jingled against the lock, the only keys now. The house felt lighter, not because it was bigger, but because it was mine, finally mine, without the shadow of their entitlement. And somewhere across town, 3 people sat in silence, staring at a release form that felt more like a mirror than a document. Because it showed them what they truly had when I stepped away. Nothing built, nothing earned, nothing theirs. I didn't slam a door behind me. I didn't raise my voice. I just stopped carrying them. And sometimes, that's the sharpest revenge of all, letting someone collapse under the weight they swore didn't exist. Justice wasn't in destroying them. It was in setting them free to face themselves. And as I signed the final line, the ink drying steady under my hand, I whispered the only closure I needed.
8 minutes. That's how long it took them to erase 10 years of my life. I knew something was wrong the moment I saw Curtis and Raina waiting in the small conference room. Curtis, our new COO of exactly 7 weeks, wearing that navy suit he thought made him look authoritative. And Raina, from HR, clutching her tablet like a shield. "Winifred," Curtis said, not bothering to rise. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." I slid into the chair opposite them. The overhead vent blasted cold air directly onto my neck. "We've been analyzing departmental efficiency," he continued, tapping his gold pen against the glass tabletop. "After careful consideration, we've determined your position is redundant." My mind went blank. Redundant? The word tasted strange. "Your position is being eliminated," Raina clarified, her voice soft but rehearsed. "Effective immediately." I felt my shoulders stiffen. "I manage all our critical vendor relationships." "Yes, well," Curtis glanced at his watch. "We've assessed the redundancies. Your responsibilities will be distributed among the team." "The team I built," I said. He didn't respond to that. "Severance details are in this packet," Raina said, sliding a white envelope toward me. 2 weeks for each year of service. 10 years reduced to 20 weeks of pay. My hands remained flat on my lap. "I'll need your badge," she added gently. I unclipped it from my blouse. 10 years of dedicated work dangled from a lanyard. I placed it on the table. Neither of them knew I'd created our entire vendor certification system. From nothing. That I was the only one whose name appeared on the official authorization forms for every testing facility we used. "Is there anything you'd like us to know about immediate vendor concerns?" Curtis asked, already rising from his chair. I met his eyes. "Nothing comes to mind." He nodded, satisfied, too satisfied. As I walked to my desk to collect my personal items, my department watched in stunned silence. My assistant, Penny's eyes were wide with shock. "They can't just," she whispered. "Apparently they can," I said, taking only my framed certification from the wall and my spare sweater. I left everything else behind. That evening, my personal phone lit up with 17 messages. First from Penny, then from 2 account managers, then from the testing coordinator. By midnight, even Curtis had called 3 times, each voicemail more urgent than the last. I silenced my phone and slept dreamlessly for the first time in years. When I woke, sunlight streamed through my bedroom window. I made coffee and checked my messages. 47 now, the most recent from our CEO himself. It seemed they had discovered a problem. Our biggest project, the one worth $40 million, needed immediate certification from 3 testing authorities to meet regulatory deadlines. Authorities that would only recognize the person whose name was on the account, my name. What they hadn't realized, these weren't just corporate accounts you could simply transfer. Each certification required personal credentials. two-factor authentication tied to my devices, and in-person verification that took months to establish. They had eliminated redundancy, all right. They had eliminated the only person who could access the systems they desperately needed. My phone rang again. This time, I answered, Winifred speaking. The voice on the other end belonged to the woman who would change everything. Before we continue this story, I'd love to thank you for reading this far. If you're enjoying this tale of corporate comeuppance, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing for more stories just like this one. Your support helps this channel grow, and I promise the revenge that's coming is worth every second of your time. Now, let's get back to what happens when companies underestimate the wrong person. My name is Winifred Lamar. Not Winnie, not Fred, Winifred. I'd spent my entire life correcting people who tried to shorten it. My grandmother gave me that name, and I honored her by using every syllable. I grew up in a small industrial town where everyone worked at the plant or supported those who did. My father was a quality control specialist who taught me that systems matter more than speeches, that details save lives, and that the person who understands how things actually work holds the real power. After college, I joined the company as an entry-level coordinator, responsible for scheduling equipment inspections. Back then, certification was a chaotic process. Vendors were contacted ad hoc, paperwork got lost, and deadlines were missed constantly. This is unsustainable, I told my first manager after 3 months. That's just how industrial certification works, he said with a shrug. That answer wasn't good enough for me. I started waking at 5 a.m. to call international testing authorities, learning their procedures, building relationships. I created tracking systems, standardized application processes, and eventually constructed an entire certification protocol that became the backbone of our company's regulatory compliance. Over 10 years, I expanded from managing 3 vendors to coordinating with 17 certification authorities across 9 countries. I became the company's official representative, my name and credentials on every application. These weren't casual relationships. They were built on precise technical understanding and personal trust established over years. And now, the voice on the other end of my phone belonged to Talia, CEO of our main competitor. I heard what happened, she said, terribly short-sighted of them. I said nothing, wondering how news had traveled so quickly. We have an industrial filtration system that needs certification next month, she continued. I understand you have unique expertise in that area. My mind raced through possibilities. I do. Would you be interested in consulting? Just for this project initially, but perhaps with potential for something more permanent. I thought about my former employer, now discovering that none of their certification portals would accept new credentials without my in-person verification, a process that took months. I might be, I said carefully. Excellent. My assistant will email terms. In the meantime, her voice lowered. Has your former employer contacted you yet? They've tried, she laughed. I imagine they have. Best of luck with whatever you decide to do about that. After hanging up, I checked my messages. Curtis had called 6 more times, the CEO, twice. Even Raina from HR had left a voicemail, her voice strained with poorly concealed panic. I made another cup of coffee and waited. 10 years they had taken from me. I could take a few hours from them. At precisely 10 a.m., my phone rang again. It was Curtis. Winifred, he said, his voice artificially pleasant. We seem to have a situation with vendor access. How unfortunate, I replied. We need you to transfer your credentials immediately. We'll pay your daily rate plus 50% for consultation until this is resolved. I almost accepted, then remembered how they'd eliminated 3 other long-term employees the same day as me, all women over 40, all replaced by younger, less experienced staff. I'm unavailable for the next 2 weeks, I replied, my voice steady. I'm focusing on job applications. This is urgent, Curtis insisted. The Westboro project has deadlines. I'm aware of the deadlines. I set up the certification schedule last month. Silence. Then, name your price. I'm not available, I repeated. Best of luck, figuring it out. I hung up and turned off my phone. They thought they held the power. They were wrong. They thought their urgency was my emergency. It wasn't. What they didn't know, I'd spent years building not just vendor relationships, but personal friendships with certification authorities worldwide. While the company couldn't transfer my credentials without me, I could absolutely recommend a competitor's representative for expedited processing. I opened my laptop and composed an email to the 3 authorities Curtis needed so desperately. I explained my departure and suggested they consider working with Talia's company, while mine reorganized their certification department. Then I opened Talia's contract offer. The consulting fee was generous, triple what I'd been making. I signed it immediately, packed a small bag, and drove to my parents' cabin by the lake. I'd take that 2 weeks after all, just not for job hunting. My phone remained off as I sat on the weathered dock, watching the sunset paint the water gold. For the first time in a decade, I had no meetings scheduled, no certifications pending, no crises to manage. The company I'd given 10 years to would soon discover exactly what they'd thrown away, and it would cost them far more than they ever imagined. When I returned from the cabin after 2 weeks, I had 17 voicemails, 34 emails, and a certified letter delivered to my home. The desperation escalated with each communication, from professional requests to thinly veiled threats about contractual obligations to finally, outright pleading. I plugged my phone in and listened to the most recent message as I unpacked. Winifred, this is Alexander Portman, the CEO himself, voice tight with strain. Please call me on my personal line anytime, day or night. We need to discuss your return. Immediately. I smiled, slipping off my shoes. There was something deeply satisfying about hearing the man who'd barely acknowledged my existence for years suddenly unable to function without me. The next morning, I dressed carefully in my most professional outfit, not for a job interview, but for a negotiation. I called Alexander's personal number. Winifred, he answered on the first ring. Thank you for calling back. I was away, I said simply. We've been trying to reach you. There's been a misunderstanding regarding your position. I waited, saying nothing. My father taught me the power of silence in negotiations. Alexander cleared his throat. Curtis made an error in judgment. We'd like to correct that situation. By situation, you mean firing me after 10 years with 8 minutes' notice? That decision has been reconsidered, he said, carefully. And the others who were terminated the same day? Has their situation been reconsidered as well? A pause. I'm not familiar with Helena from accounting, Diane from compliance, Janice from customer solutions. All women over 40 with institutional knowledge. All eliminated the same day as me. Another pause, longer this time. I'll look into those cases, but right now, we're focused on resolving the certification crisis. The Westboro deadline is in 10 days. 9, I corrected. And you need signatures from 3 different authorities, each requiring my verified credentials. Exactly, he said, relief in his voice. We're prepared to offer you a consulting contract at triple your previous salary to resolve this situation. I let silence hang between us again. Is that not acceptable? He asked finally. It's not about money, Alexander. Then what do you want? A face-to-face meeting. With you, the board chair, and Curtis. When? Today, 3 o'clock. I'll make it happen. I hung up and called Talia immediately. How goes the corporate warfare? She asked with amusement. I'm meeting with them today. I may need to adjust our timeline. Take all the time you need, she said. The opportunity remains open. Actually, I've been thinking about creating a director position for regulatory compliance. Someone with your expertise could revolutionize our certification processes. I appreciate that, I said. I'll keep you posted. One more thing, she added. I heard the Westboro certification is causing quite a panic over there. You could say that. Interesting coincidence. We just submitted our own certification for a similar project yesterday, with expedited processing. I smiled. Coincidence indeed. At 2:45, I walked into the company headquarters for the first time since my termination. The security guard did a double take. Miss Lamar, they said you'd be coming. Go right up. The elevator ride to the executive floor took exactly 47 seconds, a journey I'd made rarely in my decade with the company. Most days, I'd worked from my office on the 3rd floor, managing global certifications, while executives made decisions without understanding the operational realities. When the doors opened, I was surprised to see Penny waiting. Winifred, she hugged me before remembering herself. Sorry, they told me you were coming and I wanted to. She lowered her voice. Everyone's freaking out. Nothing's been certified since you left. Nothing. How are you doing? I asked. Her expression darkened. They've got me training your replacement. Some kid named Ryan who thinks he can learn your entire job in a PowerPoint presentation. She rolled her eyes. He keeps saying he'll streamline everything. I'm sure he will, I said with a smile that made her eyes widen. Alexander's assistant jumped up when she saw me. They're waiting for you in the boardroom. I checked my watch. 2:57. I'm early. They've been in there since 1, she whispered. I nodded and walked slowly toward the boardroom, feeling strangely calm. Through the glass walls, I could see Alexander pacing, Curtis sitting rigidly, and a woman I recognized as Vivian Chen, the board chair, speaking intensely. I pushed open the door exactly at 3. All 3 heads snapped toward me. Curtis paled visibly. Winifred, Alexander stepped forward, hand extended. Thank you for coming. I shook his hand briefly. Please, sit. Vivian gestured to the chair at the head of the table, Alexander's usual seat. I placed my portfolio on the table and sat down, taking my time to arrange my things while they waited in tense silence. I understand there's an issue with certifications, I said finally. Curtis leaned forward. The system you built is more complex than we realized. It's not complex, I replied. It's relationship-based. Each testing authority has specific requirements, security protocols, and verification processes. They don't deal with companies. They deal with authorized representatives. Representatives like you, Vivian said. Exactly like me. And these relationships take months to establish. Alexander looked pained. Which we don't have. The Westboro deadline will be missed, I finished for him, costing the company approximately $43 million in contract penalties, not counting reputation damage. Curtis swallowed visibly. Unless you help us. Yes, I agreed. Unless I help you. What would that entail exactly? Vivian asked, the only one maintaining her composure. I would need to personally validate new representatives with each authority. That means face-to-face meetings in 3 different locations. I'd need to vouch for whoever you've chosen to replace me. Ryan Keller, Curtis said quickly. I raised an eyebrow. The new hire, with 0 certification experience. Curtis glanced at Alexander, who nodded slightly. We can fast-track someone with more experience, Alexander said. Impossible, I replied. The authorities won't accept someone without a proven track record. They'd require at least 2 years of documented interaction before granting full access privileges. The room went silent as the reality sank in. Then what do you suggest? Vivian asked quietly. I opened my portfolio and removed a document I'd prepared that morning. These are my terms. Alexander reached for it, but I slid it toward Vivian instead. She read it carefully, her expression unchanging. Reinstatement of all recently terminated employees with back pay, she read aloud. Your return as Director of Certification with double your previous salary and direct board reporting, and a formal review of leadership's understanding of core operations. She looked up at me. Bold requests. Reasonable corrections, I countered. You eliminated 4 positions based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how this company actually functions. I'm offering you a way to fix that mistake. Curtis's jaw tightened. This is extortion. This is negotiation, I corrected. I'm simply establishing my market value, something you failed to assess before eliminating my position. And if we refuse? He challenged. I closed my portfolio. Then, I accept the director position I've been offered elsewhere, and you miss the Westboro deadline, along with every other certification deadline for the next fiscal quarter, at minimum. Vivian and Alexander exchanged glances. We'll need to discuss this, Alexander said. You have 24 hours, I replied, standing. After that, I'm accepting the other position permanently. Wait, Vivian said. You mentioned other terminated employees. Why include them in your terms? I looked directly at Curtis. Because eliminating experienced female employees over 40 and replacing them with younger, less qualified men isn't just bad business. It's legally questionable. Curtis's face flushed. We made those decisions based on redundancies. Yes, I remember. I headed for the door. 24 hours. As I waited for the elevator, Penny appeared beside me. What happened? She whispered. They're considering their options. Will you come back? I smiled. That depends on them. The doors opened, and I stepped in. As they closed, I caught a glimpse of Curtis watching me from the boardroom doorway, his expression a mixture of fury and fear. What he didn't know, I had leverage beyond just the certifications. In my decade managing vendor relationships, I'd documented every decision, every shortcut, every time an executive had overridden safety protocols for expediency. I had emails, meeting notes, and verification records showing exactly who had authorized what, when, and why. I hadn't planned to use any of it, but I was prepared to if necessary. That evening, my doorbell rang unexpectedly. When I opened it, Helena from accounting stood there, eyes wide. Winifred? I just got the strangest call from HR, asking if I'd consider returning to my position with a promotion and back pay. She looked bewildered. Did you have something to do with this? I smiled and invited her in for coffee. They called me too, Diane said when I phoned her later. And Janice. We're all being offered our jobs back. Are you taking them? I asked. I'm considering it, she said cautiously, with better terms. But Winifred, what happens when they don't need you anymore? Won't they just do this again? It was the question that had kept me awake at night, the one I'd been turning over in my mind since that 8-minute meeting that erased 10 years. Not if we ensure they understand exactly what they nearly lost, I said. Not if we build safeguards. Not if we build safeguards. But doubt crept in as I lay in bed that night. Could I trust them? Should I simply take Talia's offer and walk away? My phone chimed with an email at 2:37 a.m. It was from Vivian Chen, not Alexander or Curtis. We accept your terms, it read, with one condition. I stared at Vivian's email for a long moment. One condition. These people had fired me with 8 minutes' notice after a decade of service. Now they wanted to negotiate? My finger hovered over the delete button. Then curiosity won. I opened the email. We accept your terms, with one condition. You must commit to training a proper succession team over the next year. The board agrees your department has been undervalued, but we cannot allow the company to remain vulnerable to the departure of any single employee again. I leaned back against my headboard. It was actually reasonable, smart, even. Vivian was acknowledging the mistake while ensuring it couldn't happen again. I typed a brief reply. Accepted, with my own condition. I select the succession team. Her response came within minutes. Agreed. Contract will arrive in the morning. The board expects you tomorrow at 9 a.m. to address the Westboro certifications. I closed my laptop, feeling neither victorious nor defeated. This wasn't the end. It was barely the beginning. The next morning, I arrived at exactly 9 a.m. People stared as I walked through the office. News traveled fast. The woman who'd been escorted out 2 weeks ago was back with a promotion and direct board access. Penny squealed when she saw me, rushing over with a coffee. Is it true? You're the new director? It's true, I confirmed quietly. Her eyes widened. And Ryan? Is being reassigned, I said, accepting the coffee. Where is he now? In the office, trying to make sense of the certification applications. I nodded. And Curtis? Her expression darkened. In the executive conference room with the crisis team. They've been there since 7. I sipped my coffee and headed toward the elevator. Let's not keep them waiting. When I entered the conference room, 8 people turned simultaneously. Alexander rose immediately. Winifred, thank you for coming. He gestured to the chair beside him, a clear signal to everyone about my new status. Curtis sat across the table, his expression carefully neutral. Beside him was Ryan, looking overwhelmed and out of his depth. Let's get straight to business, I said, setting down my bag. The Westboro project needs 3 certifications within 9 days. 8 now, Ryan corrected, then flinched when Curtis shot him a look. 8, I agreed. I've reviewed the situation. 2 of the authorities will work with me directly to expedite new representative credentials. The 3rd requires in-person verification, which means, Alexander asked, I need to fly to Geneva tomorrow to personally introduce and vouch for whoever will manage these relationships going forward. Curtis leaned forward. Ryan can. No, I said flatly. The authorities require representatives with established industry experience. I've already contacted Helena from accounting, who managed vendor relationships before her department was restructured. She can be credentialed quickly because of her history. Curtis's jaw tightened. We terminated her position for efficiency reasons and rehired her yesterday based on operational necessity, Alexander interjected. His tone left no room for discussion. Winifred, what else do you need? Access to all certification records, reinstatement of my security credentials, and a direct line to the board for the next 2 weeks until this crisis is resolved. Done, Alexander said before Curtis could object. The meeting continued with me, outlining exactly what needed to happen. Ryan took frantic notes while Curtis grew increasingly silent. By the end, Everyone understood their role in salvaging the Westboro project. As people filed out, Curtis lingered. Once we were alone, his demeanor changed. "Impressive recovery," he said, almost admiringly. "I underestimated you." "Yes," I agreed. "You did, but this won't last," he continued, his voice softer. "Once the certification crisis is resolved, things will normalize. The board has a short memory." I met his gaze steadily. "Is that a prediction or a threat?" He smiled thinly. "An observation from someone who's survived many corporate cycles. Today's emergency is tomorrow's forgotten incident." "Perhaps," I replied, gathering my things. "Or perhaps this is the beginning of structural change." He laughed quietly. "We'll see." As he walked away, I realized he still believed this was temporary, that once the immediate crisis passed, the power dynamics would reset. He was wrong. The next 3 days were a blur of activity. I flew to Geneva with Helena, secured her credentials with the testing authority, and returned to find Diane and Janice already reinstated and working on their department's transitions. By day 5, we had 2 of the 3 certifications in process. The Westboro deadline still loomed dangerously close, but progress was being made. Then came the setback. I was working late when Ryan knocked on my office door, looking pale. "There's a problem with the GCI certification," he said, referring to the 3rd and most critical authority. "What kind of problem?" "They're saying our application format changed, and they're rejecting it. They need to revalidate our entire submission process. It could take weeks." My stomach dropped. This made no sense. I'd personally designed that application protocol. "Who submitted the updated format?" I asked. Ryan swallowed. "Curtis approved the changes last week, said it would streamline things." Of course he had. I immediately called my contact at GCI, but it was after hours in their time zone. The earliest we could address it would be the next morning, cutting our timeline dangerously close. When I confronted Curtis the next day, he appeared genuinely surprised. "I was trying to help," he insisted. Ryan suggested consolidating the application fields to reduce redundancy. Ryan nodded vigorously beside him. "The old format had duplicate information requirements. Those duplicates were verification checkpoints," I explained, keeping my voice level. "Each one serves a specific regulatory purpose." Curtis spread his hands apologetically. "We didn't realize. Can it be fixed?" "I'm working on it," I said, "but we've lost critical time." As I walked away, I heard Curtis murmur to Ryan, "This is why we need documented processes, not personality-dependent systems." He was building a narrative, one where this failure proved his point about systematizing everything. If the Westboro certification failed, he'd position it as evidence that my approach was flawed. I worked through the night, calling in favors from my contacts at GCI. By morning, I'd secured an emergency review of our submission, but it would still take them 3 days to process. We now had exactly 1 day of buffer before the Westboro deadline. Curtis wasted no time informing Alexander and the board about the unforeseen complication. His message, which I was copied on, subtly emphasized the risks of relationship-based systems without proper documentation. The trap was being set. If we missed the deadline, Curtis would use it to argue for his approach. If we made it, he'd claim it was because of the improvements they'd started implementing. Either way, he was positioning himself to regain control, or so he thought. On the morning of the deadline, I called an emergency meeting with the board, Alexander, and Curtis. Everyone arrived, looking tense. None of them had received confirmation of the final certification. "I've asked you here to discuss the future of our certification processes," I began. Curtis leaned forward. "Shouldn't we first address the Westboro situation?" I smiled. "That's exactly what I'm addressing." I opened my laptop and turned it to face the room. The final certification was approved at 4:17 this morning. The Westboro project will proceed as scheduled. Relief washed over Alexander's face. Several board members exhaled audibly. "Excellent work," Vivian said. "How did you manage it?" "By leveraging the relationships I've built over a decade," I replied. "The same relationships that were dismissed as redundant 2 weeks ago." Curtis's expression remained neutral, but I could see the calculation behind his eyes. The immediate crisis was averted, but he still had a long-term strategy. "Now," I continued, "about the future of our certification processes." I clicked to the next slide, displaying a new organizational chart. "I'm proposing a certification and compliance division, with specialized teams for each regulatory category. Each team would have multiple certified representatives to ensure continuity. Board members nodded approvingly. This addressed their concern about reliance on a single person. Additionally, I continued, I've drafted protocols for regular board oversight of certification processes and compliance risks. Curtis cleared his throat. This is essentially what I began implementing before. No, I interrupted calmly. What you began implementing was the elimination of experienced personnel without understanding their function. What I'm proposing is actual redundancy through depth of expertise, not cost-cutting through ignorance. The room went silent. Which brings me to my final point, I said, clicking to the last slide. While securing the Westboro certification, I discovered something concerning. The screen showed a comparison of certification dates for identical product categories, ours versus our main competitor. Our competitor has been securing certifications an average of 17 days faster than us for the past 6 months. This pattern began shortly after our last reorganization. I looked directly at Curtis. When we streamlined the certification department by reducing headcount, board members leaned forward, studying the data. The increased certification timelines have cost us approximately $27 million in delayed product launches, I continued, and created an opening for our competition to secure market advantage. Alexander looked stricken. Is this verifiable? Entirely, I confirmed. I've provided the full analysis to Vivian. Vivian nodded grimly. I've reviewed it. The findings are concerning. Curtis's face had gone pale. This is selective interpretation of... Additionally, I pressed on. During my absence, I consulted briefly with our competitor on their certification processes. Their approach, investing in relationship managers rather than reducing them, has yielded significant competitive advantage. The implication hung in the air. While Curtis had been eliminating expertise, our competitor had been capitalizing on exactly what made our company valuable. I believe, Vivian said into the silence, we need to reevaluate our recent organizational changes more broadly. She looked pointedly at Curtis. This will require leadership willing to prioritize operational excellence over short-term cost metrics. And there it was. Not a dramatic firing, not a public humiliation, but something far more devastating to an ambitious executive. The clear withdrawal of institutional support. Curtis knew it immediately. His career trajectory at this company had just flatlined. As the meeting concluded, board members clustered around me, asking questions about the new division structure. Curtis slipped out silently. 3 weeks later, the company announced a strategic realignment. Curtis was transferring to a subsidiary in another state, a lateral move that everyone recognized as a demotion. I didn't attend his farewell gathering. Instead, I was in a planning session with my new team. Helena, Diane, Janice, and 6 other experienced professionals we'd brought back or promoted. Together, we weren't just managing certifications. We were rebuilding the company's operational backbone with the full support of the board. The revenge wasn't in getting my job back. It wasn't even in Curtis's demotion. It was in creating a system where expertise was valued, where experience couldn't be casually discarded, and where no one could ever again mistake institutional knowledge for redundancy. If this story resonated with you, please hit that like button and consider subscribing for more tales of workplace justice. Remember, your worth isn't measured by those who undervalue you, it's proven when they realize what they've lost. Share in the comments any experiences you've had with companies learning hard lessons about what redundancy really costs. Until next time, know your value and never let anyone convince you otherwise. You're worthless, a complete waste of company resources. The words sliced across the festive atmosphere of the holiday party. My manager, Everett, stood in front of me, his face contorted with rage, spittle flying from his mouth as he continued his verbal assault. The string lights blurred through my tears as 50 colleagues fell silent around us, watching this public execution of my dignity. My crime? Suggesting improvements to our failing marketing campaign, improvements he'd rejected for months. I stood perfectly still, champagne flute steady in my hand while he continued his tirade about my incompetence. 3 years of this treatment flashed through my mind, my ideas dismissed, then mysteriously reappearing as his, my overtime unacknowledged, my achievements attributed to everyone but me. His wife Naomi touched his arm, clearly embarrassed. Honey, maybe. No, I interrupted softly. That's not what the board told me when they made me your new boss yesterday. He dropped his glass. Champagne splashed across his expensive shoes as whispers erupted around us. Naomi gasped, eyes widening in recognition. She'd been at the same yoga studio last week when I'd received the call confirming my promotion, a detail I hadn't connected until this moment. Everett's face drained of color as he stared at me. This is ridiculous, he sputtered, looking around for support. There must be a mistake. The mistake, I replied, my voice steady despite my racing heart, was thinking nobody would notice. Before I tell you what happened next, let me ask you something. Have you ever had that moment when everything inside you screams to run away, to hide from confrontation, but instead, you find yourself standing your ground? If you've ever faced someone who tried to diminish you, this story might resonate with you. Stay with me until the end, because what unfolded changed not just my career but my entire understanding of power. My name is Andy Mercer. I'm 32, analytical to a fault, and until recently, I was known as the quiet problem solver in our marketing department, the one who worked weekends to rescue failing campaigns but somehow never appeared in the success stories. I was raised by a single mom who taught me that hard work eventually pays off. For 3 years at Thompson Media Consultancy, I kept believing that. I joined the company with a master's degree and boundless enthusiasm. Everett became my direct supervisor 6 months later. He was charismatic, confident, the kind of person who dominated rooms without trying. His reputation as a marketing genius preceded him. The first time he took credit for my work, I told myself it was a misunderstanding. The second time, I wondered if I'd somehow failed to communicate my contributions clearly. By the third time, I recognized the pattern but convinced myself that speaking up would only label me as difficult. I watched as Everett systematically harvested ideas from every woman on our team. Lucia's client engagement strategy became Everett's revolutionary approach. Tessa's digital innovation framework appeared in his presentation to the executive team with his name on every slide. "It's just how things work," whispered Tessa when I questioned it. "You get used to it or you leave." But I couldn't accept that. Not when our team was genuinely brilliant. Not when I saw the resignation in the eyes of women who'd once been passionate about their work. 6 months before that holiday party, I started documenting everything. Not in a vindictive way, initially. It was just to validate my own sanity. I created a spreadsheet tracking project outcomes, noting which ideas came from which team members, and how credit was ultimately assigned. The data told a startling story. Projects conceptualized primarily by women outperformed others by 34%, despite receiving fewer resources and less executive support. The pattern was unmistakable. I might have kept this information to myself indefinitely if not for Vivienne Torres, a board member who visited our floor for a routine department tour. She stopped by my desk, noticed the color-coded efficiency charts on my screen, and asked what I was working on. "Just some personal analysis," I replied automatically. She tilted her head. "That doesn't look like personal analysis. That looks like business intelligence we should be reviewing at the board level." Something in her tone gave me courage. "Would you have time for coffee sometime? There's something I think the board should know." 2 days later, in a quiet corner of a cafe 3 blocks from the office, I showed Vivienne my complete analysis. Her expression remained neutral until I finished speaking. "The board has been concerned about our female employee retention rates," she finally said. "Now I understand why we're losing so much talent." She closed my laptop gently. "Keep documenting, keep excelling, and don't tell anyone we've had this conversation." For months, nothing seemed to change. I continued working, continued documenting, continued watching Everett take credit for others' brilliance. Then came the email inviting me to a confidential meeting with the board. I arrived 15 minutes early, heart pounding. The boardroom felt cavernous with just me sitting there, waiting. When the door opened, I expected Vivienne. Instead, the entire board filed in. "Ms. Mercer," began the chairperson, "we've been reviewing your analysis alongside our company performance metrics. We've come to a decision about the future of the marketing department." My stomach tightened. Had I overstepped? Was I about to be terminated for collecting this data? We'd like to offer you the position of marketing director, effective immediately. I blinked, certain I'd misheard. I'm sorry, what? Everett will report to you starting tomorrow. We've already drafted the announcement. But he has 10 years more experience than I do. The chairperson leaned forward. Experience isn't just measured in years, Miss Mercer. It's measured in results. Your hidden contributions have kept this department afloat while being attributed to others. Imagine what you could accomplish when you're actually acknowledged as the leader. I hadn't told anyone about the promotion. I wanted to process it myself first, to prepare for the inevitable backlash. I certainly hadn't planned to announce it at the holiday party in front of everyone, but Everett's public humiliation of me forced my hand. Now, standing amid the shocked silence following my revelation, I realized the real challenge was just beginning. Everett's expression had morphed from shock to something darker, more calculated. We should discuss this privately, he said through clenched teeth, grabbing my elbow. I gently removed his hand. We can meet in my new office tomorrow morning at 9, I said, loud enough for nearby colleagues to hear. I'll be reviewing the department structure. As I walked away, conversations erupted behind me. I could feel Everett's eyes burning into my back, but I didn't turn around. Instead, I found Lucia and Tessa huddled near the dessert table, watching me with wide eyes. Is it true? Lucia whispered. I nodded. He'll make your life hell, Tessa warned. Probably, I agreed, but he'll have to do it as my subordinate. For the first time in years, I slept deeply that night, waking refreshed despite the challenges I knew awaited me. I arrived at the office an hour early to find my belongings already moved to the director's office, a glass-walled space 3 times larger than my former cubicle. On the desk sat a single yellow sticky note. Enjoy it while it lasts. I was reviewing department files when Everett appeared in my doorway precisely at 9, wearing a smile that suggested our confrontation had never happened. Andy, congratulations on the promotion. I think there's been some confusion about reporting structure, but I'm sure we can sort that out. I gestured to the chair across from me. No confusion, Everett. The board was quite clear. His smile tightened. Look, I've been running this department for 7 years. The clients know me. The team respects me. This arrangement won't work. It already is working, I replied, sliding a folder across the desk. These are the new department guidelines. The board approved them yesterday. He flipped through the pages, his face darkening. A complete restructuring, team rotation, mandatory documentation, of idea origination. He threw the folder down. This is micromanagement. This is transparency. I finished for him. Every idea will be attributed to its creator. Every team member will receive credit for their contributions. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a threatening whisper. You think you've won something here? I built relationships with every client we have. One word from me, and they'll walk. I'd anticipated this. The board has already informed our top 10 clients about the leadership change. They've expressed enthusiasm about the new direction. This is about yesterday, isn't it? His voice rose again. You couldn't take a little constructive criticism, so you went crying to the board with some sob story. This is about 3 years of systematic appropriation of others' work. This is about creating an environment where innovation is rewarded regardless of who generates it. Everett stood abruptly. You've made an enemy today, Andy, and I'm not someone you want as an enemy. As he stormed out, I noticed Lucia standing just outside the glass wall, having witnessed the entire exchange. She gave me a small, hopeful smile. That smile was worth whatever battle was coming. The following weeks brought exactly the challenges I'd expected. Everett accidentally excluded me from critical client communications. Meeting invitations mysteriously disappeared from my calendar. Documents I needed for presentations went missing until just minutes before I was scheduled to speak. But I'd prepared for this. I'd created redundant communication channels, set up automatic backups, and most importantly, I'd started meeting individually with team members, particularly those who'd been silenced before. Your content strategy for the Harrington account is brilliant, I told Tessa during one such meeting. I'd like you to present it directly to the client next week. Her eyes widened. Me? But Everett always handles the Harrington presentations. Not anymore, I said. It's your idea. You should present it. One by one, I gave team members ownership of their ideas. The results were immediate and stunning. People who had been going through the motions suddenly came alive with creativity. Projects improved dramatically when their true architects were allowed to guide them. Everett's desperate attempts to undermine me grew more obvious as his influence waned. Whispers about how I'd slept my way to the top began circulating, whispers that mysteriously originated near Everett's new workspace. I never confronted these rumors directly. Instead, I let my work speak for itself. I implemented a weekly innovation showcase where team members presented their current projects and received public recognition. Notably absent from these showcases was any original contribution from Everett. When his turn came to present, he'd offer vague strategy platitudes or recycle concepts from industry publications, sometimes word for word. The defining moment came 3 months after my promotion. Our biggest client, Harrington Industries, was considering expanding their contract to include our international division, a deal worth millions. I assigned the proposal development to a diverse team that included Lucia, Tessa, and 3 other previously overlooked employees. The night before the presentation, I left their completed presentation materials in a labeled folder on my desk, planning to review them one final time in the morning. When I arrived at 7 a.m., the folder was gone. The building security logs showed only one other person had entered our floor since the cleaning crew left at midnight: Everett, who had badged in at 5:43 a.m. and out again at 6:12 a.m. At 8:30, I received an email from him. Andy, I took the initiative to handle the Harrington presentation myself today. As the person with the longest client relationship, it makes sense for me to lead this. I'll let you know how it goes. End. I checked the conference room booking system. He'd moved the meeting to an off-site location, a restaurant 15 minutes away. The meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m. I had minutes to act. I grabbed my phone and called Vivienne Torres. Andy, is everything all right? Her voice was calm, professional. Everett stole the Harrington presentation and moved the meeting off-site. I need help. Her response was immediate. Text me the address. I'll handle it. I had no idea what "I'll handle it" meant, but I trusted her. I sent the restaurant address, then gathered every backup copy of the presentation materials I could find. This was exactly why I'd implemented our new triple backup system. When I arrived at the restaurant, breathless and clutching my materials, I froze at the entrance. Through the window, I could see Everett already seated with the Harrington team, 5 executives in business attire listening intently as he gestured emphatically. Before I could push through the door, a sleek black car pulled up, and Vivienne stepped out, followed by 2 other board members and, most surprisingly, Eleanor Harrington herself, the founder and CEO of Harrington Industries. Perfect timing, Vivienne said, straightening her blazer. Eleanor and I were having breakfast when your text came through. She was quite interested to hear about our new transparency initiative. Eleanor Harrington, a commanding woman in her 60s with sharp eyes that miss nothing, nodded briefly. Vivienne tells me you've been revolutionizing how credit is assigned for creative work. As someone who spent decades watching men take credit for my innovations, I'm intrigued. Together, we walked into the restaurant. The look on Everett's face when he saw our group was a masterpiece of dawning horror. Everett, Eleanor said warmly, I didn't realize you'd be presenting today. The schedule my office received listed Andy Mercer and her team. Everett recovered quickly, flashing his practiced charm. Last-minute change, Eleanor. Given my history with Harrington, I thought it best I handle this personally. How thoughtful, Eleanor replied, her smile never reaching her eyes. But since Andy is here with the board members, why don't we let her proceed as planned? Actually, I interjected. The presentation was developed by a team that isn't here. Lucia, Tessa, and 3 other colleagues created this proposal. I'm just delivering their work. Eleanor's eyebrows rose with interest. Giving credit to the actual creators? How novel. She shot a pointed look at Everett. I'd very much like to hear what your team has developed, Andy. As I set up the presentation, Everett leaned close to whisper, This changes nothing. You're still out of your depth. I proceeded to present the team's international marketing strategy, carefully attributing each section to its creator. When I finished, Eleanor and her executives were nodding appreciatively. "This is precisely the innovative thinking we've been looking for," Eleanor said. "Particularly the Asia-Pacific approach Lucia developed. Is there any reason we can't meet these team members directly?" "They're available now," I said, pulling out my phone. "I can have them join us via video call in 5 minutes." Eleanor smiled. "Perfect." What followed was a 45-minute discussion where my team members, appearing on my tablet screen propped at the center of the table, directly answered questions about their components of the strategy. Their expertise shone through, their passion undeniable. Everett sat silent, growing increasingly rigid, as it became clear he couldn't answer the technical questions the Harrington team posed. He didn't understand the strategy well enough to claim it as his own. When the meeting concluded, Eleanor walked me to the door. "Vivienne mentioned your analysis of performance metrics correlated with idea attribution. I'd like to see that data sometime." "I'd be happy to share it," I replied. "Good. And Andy?" She lowered her voice. "I recognize what you're doing here. 20 years ago, I wish someone had done the same for me." She handed me her business card with a personal number written on the back. "Call me directly if you need anything." In the weeks that followed, Everett's position became increasingly precarious. The Harrington contract was finalized, our largest deal ever, with explicit language requiring the original strategy creators to remain involved throughout implementation. Other clients began requesting similar transparency. Our new attribution system wasn't just an internal policy anymore. It was becoming our market differentiator. Everett's attempts to undermine me grew desperate. He began copying me on emails at 3 a.m., then scheduling 7 a.m. meetings to discuss them. He questioned every decision in public forums, trying to make me appear indecisive. He planted seeds of doubt with longtime clients, suggesting the company was becoming too focused on feelings instead of results. None of it worked. The department's performance metrics were undeniable. Projects moved faster. Client satisfaction scores rose. Employee retention improved dramatically. Meanwhile, Everett's individual contributions remained non-existent. Under our new system, he couldn't generate any measurable value. In 3 months, he hadn't originated a single implemented idea. I knew he was searching for other jobs. Our IT monitoring system flagged his resume uploads from company devices, but his lack of demonstrable personal achievements made finding comparable positions difficult. I could have fired him. The board would have supported that decision. But termination would have allowed him to play the victim, to create a narrative where I was the villain who'd pushed out a longtime leader over a personal grudge. No, I needed something more definitive, more transparent. The opportunity came during our quarterly department review. We had introduced a new evaluation system where team members assessed each other's contributions anonymously. The aggregated scores created a clear picture of who was driving value and who wasn't. Everett's scores were abysmal. Not because people disliked him. Our system specifically separated personal popularity from professional contribution, but because he genuinely added nothing of substance to any project. After reviewing the results with the board, we implemented a department restructuring. Everyone received new role definitions aligned with their demonstrated strengths. Every person except Everett, who was placed in a newly created position, documentation compliance specialist. His job? Ensuring all work was properly attributed to its original creators. Monitoring for instances where credit was misappropriated. Maintaining the integrity of our creative ownership system. The very system designed to prevent what he had done for years. The irony was exquisite. To succeed in this role, he would have to actively identify and prevent the behavior that had built his entire career. And every success in his new position would further validate the system that had exposed his inadequacy. I called him into my office to discuss the transition. "This is constructive dismissal," he said immediately. "You're trying to force me to quit." "Not at all," I replied. "This is a critical role in our new structure. The board specifically requested someone with your attention to detail. You're demoting me to a glorified clerk. I'm reassigning you to a position aligned with your demonstrated capabilities." I smiled. "You'll maintain your salary and title as associate director. Your office remains the same." This is about revenge, isn't it? For all those times I pushed you to be better? I leaned forward. This is about transparency, Everett. Something you've never valued. I could sue for harassment. You could, I agreed. But discovery works both ways. All those emails would become public record. All those meeting recordings. All those documented instances where you took credit for others' work. Is that the legacy you want? He had no answer. The following morning, his office was empty. Not cleared out, just unoccupied. I assumed he'd taken a personal day to consider his options. But he appeared just before lunch, carrying a box of personal items, his expression unreadable. Moving offices? I asked, genuinely confused. Moving on, he replied. I've accepted a position with another company. I felt a momentary pang of disappointment. Had he escaped the consequences so easily? That was quick. Which company? A flash of discomfort crossed his face. It's more of a lateral move, a chance to build something new. 2 weeks later, I discovered where he'd landed. A former colleague sent me a social media screenshot. Everett beaming alongside a small group in a cramped office space, announcing his new role as marketing strategist at a startup I'd never heard of. The company had 3 employees, including him. I felt no satisfaction seeing his reduced circumstances. That wasn't the point of what I'd done. The real victory came 3 months later, during our semi-annual employee engagement survey. Participation, 100%. Satisfaction, up 42%. Trust in leadership, up 57%. Would recommend as a workplace, up 61%. And most tellingly, in the comments section, one anonymous response stood out. For the first time in my career, I feel safe bringing my ideas forward. I no longer fear my contributions will be stolen. I no longer have to choose between advancing my career and maintaining my integrity. That was the real revenge, not destroying Everett, but creating an environment where people like him couldn't thrive, where the behaviors he represented became relics of an outdated workplace culture. 6 months after Everett's departure, Eleanor Harrington invited me to speak at a women's leadership conference. My topic? Transparency as transformation, how attribution drives innovation. As I prepared my presentation, I received an unexpected email from Naomi, Everett's wife, or rather, his ex-wife. The subject line read simply, "Thank you." The message was brief. "Andy, I don't know if you remember me from that holiday party. I'm writing to thank you. What you did at your company inspired me to look more closely at my own marriage." I realized I'd been allowing Everett to take credit for my contributions for years, not just professionally, but personally. The day after he started his new job, I filed for divorce. I've since launched my own interior design firm. For the first time in 15 years, my name stands alone on my work. I thought you should know the ripple effects of your courage, Naomi. I sat back, reading her words again. My actions hadn't just changed our workplace. They'd created waves I never anticipated. The night of the leadership conference, I stood before a room of 500 women and a few men to share what we'd built. Not just a new department structure, but a new paradigm where transparency served as both shield and spotlight, protecting the vulnerable while illuminating the truly innovative. The most powerful thing about transparency, I concluded, is that it doesn't require confrontation. It doesn't demand that you fight back against those who would diminish you. It simply illuminates the truth, allowing everyone to see clearly who contributes what. In that light, those who add value shine naturally, and those who don't. I paused, thinking of Everett in his cramped startup office. Those who don't must either change or fade away. The applause was thunderous. As people lined up afterward to speak with me, I noticed a familiar face waiting patiently at the edge of the crowd. Vivienne Torres. When the last attendee had gone, she approached, smiling. Impressive speech. Thank you for giving me the chance to have something worth speaking about. She shook her head. I gave you nothing but an opportunity. You built everything that followed. She handed me an envelope. The board asked me to deliver this personally. Inside was a letter confirming my promotion to Senior Vice President of Creative Strategy, a new position overseeing innovation across all departments. We're implementing your transparency framework company-wide, Vivian explained. Every department, every team. The board believes you're the right person to lead that transformation. I thought of that holiday party, just 1 year earlier. How I'd stood frozen as Everett publicly humiliated me. How close I'd come to walking away, to becoming another talented woman who left rather than fought. How differently everything might have unfolded if I'd stayed silent. I'd be honored, I said. Later that night, as I sat in my hotel room reviewing the conference materials, my phone pinged with a notification. A business news alert. The startup Everett had joined had ceased operations after failing to secure second-round funding. I felt no joy at his failure, no vindictive pleasure. My revenge had never been about destroying him. It had been about creating a system where people like him couldn't survive unless they changed fundamentally. Some would call that mercy. I call it justice. 1 year after that humiliating holiday party, our company hosted another celebration. This time, I stood at the center, raising a glass to toast the highest performing year in company history. To transparency, I said. As 50 colleagues, many of them women who had nearly left before our transformation, raised their glasses in response. To transparency, they echoed. Somewhere across the city, Everett was likely updating his resume, preparing to charm his way into another position where he could take credit for others' work. But he would find fewer and fewer such opportunities. Our transparency framework had spread to other companies in our industry. Former team members had taken it with them to new positions. The ripples were becoming waves. In the end, my revenge wasn't firing Everett. It wasn't humiliating him publicly or destroying his career. My revenge was changing the game entirely, creating a world where the Everetts couldn't win anymore. And that was sweeter than any momentary triumph could ever be. If this story resonated with you, you've probably experienced someone taking credit for your work or ideas. Maybe you're still finding your voice, still gathering courage to stand up for yourself. Remember that transformation doesn't always require confrontation. Sometimes it just requires illuminating the truth in ways that can't be ignored. If you found value in Andy's journey, please like and subscribe to hear more stories of quiet revolution and justified revenge. And share your own experiences in the comments, because when we speak our truths collectively, we create spaces where the Everetts of the world can no longer thrive.
My name is Beverly. I'm 34 years old. 3 days ago, on my daughter Hazel's 8th birthday, my mother gave her a lavender iPad wrapped in holographic ribbon. They filmed everything. Hazel opened it, smiled, then froze. She scrolled up and read what my own mother and 17 other family members had been writing about us for 3 straight years in a secret group chat called Real Ashland Kids. They called me a pathetic failure who couldn't keep a man. They called my daughter an awkward little thing who inherited her mother's weak genes. They laughed about how Hazel would finally see the truth about her worthless mother on her own birthday. Hazel looked up at me, voice shaking, and asked, "Mommy, did Grandma really write this?" I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I smiled, cut her another slice of cake, and said, "Let's finish your party, sweetheart." What my mother didn't know was that I had been quietly collecting every single receipt for years, and they had just handed me the perfect weapon. That was the night everything turned. Before I go on, if this story speaks to you, take a moment to like and subscribe. But only if you genuinely want to hear how one mother turned their own poison against them. And while you're here, drop a comment. Where are you listening from right now? And what time is it there? Let me go back 6 days and start where the story really began. It was Tuesday morning, April 28th, 2026. Hazel woke up in her lavender pajamas because everything she owned that April had to be lavender. She was turning 8. She had picked the color, the frosting, the balloons, the paper plates. I made blueberry pancakes and sang a slightly off-key version of Happy Birthday while she stood on the kitchen chair to reach the batter. I had hand-painted an 8 balloon myself the night before. It hung from the light fixture, sagging one side, because I am not a professional balloon painter. Hazel looked up at it while she chewed her first bite and said, "That's the best 8 anyone's ever made." That morning, at 8:52, my mother sent me a text. It read, "Big surprise coming for our girl. Have Hazel wear something photogenic." Grandma drove all the way for this. I opened the Notes app on my phone. I had been keeping a file for exactly 3 years and 1 month. I opened it the day my divorce was finalized. I called the file Little Things. That morning, I added entry 128. April 28th, 2026, 8:52 a.m. Text from Mom. Have Hazel wear something photogenic. Note: she has never once used that word about my child in 8 years. She uses it about herself. I didn't know what I was documenting. I only knew I was documenting something. That was the point of Little Things. It wasn't evidence yet. It was a woman trying not to gaslight herself. I put Hazel in a soft pink dress with a Peter Pan collar. Not photogenic. Just her. The party was small. Just 5 guests. My parents, driving up from Wichita. My mother in cream cashmere. My father silent in a corduroy jacket he only ever wore to things he did not want to attend. Miriam Vaughn, my mother's neighbor of 30 years, had driven up separately the day before and was staying at the Marriott off College Boulevard. I didn't yet know why. My cousin Rosie, who lived 15 minutes away in Leawood with her 9-year-old daughter Poppy, arrived first with a Copic marker set and a hug that lasted a second too long. At 2:45, my mother rang the bell. She was carrying a box wrapped in holographic silver ribbon that caught the afternoon light in the entryway. My father followed her holding a bouquet of tulips he never handed to anyone. My mother hugged Hazel before she hugged me. She always did. She sat down on the sofa and did something I noticed immediately. She reached into her purse, took out her iPhone in its navy blue case, and propped it against the ceramic candle holder on the coffee table. The lens angled straight at Hazel, who was already reaching for the smallest gift on the pile. "Just want to catch the moment for the family album, honey," my mother said, in the sweet, floaty voice she used when she was calibrating something. The red recording light came on. I saw it. Miriam, sitting in the armchair by the window, saw it too. Rosie was watching my mother's hands. We opened the small gifts first. Miriam's bracelet, Rosie's markers, a soft plush unicorn from a family friend who couldn't make it. Hazel was polite and delighted and 8 years old. Then my mother slid the big box forward with both hands. "Save the best for last, sweetheart," she said. "Grandma drove all the way from Wichita to see you open this one." The box was heavier than I expected. Hazel unwrapped it slowly, the way she unwrapped everything. One seam of tape at a time. Inside was an Apple box, a lavender iPad mini. The whole room made the sound rooms make when a child sees a screen. Soft, admiring, complicit. I noticed the Apple seal on the box was already broken. I noticed my mother's phone was still recording. I noticed my father was looking at his shoes. Hazel opened the box. The iPad was already awake. It had already been set up. And in the top right corner of the screen, a small green icon sat waiting with a notification badge. The number in the badge was 1. Hazel tapped the notification because she knew that icon from Rosie's tablet. WhatsApp opened. A group chat opened. It was called Real Ashland Kids. The little icon showed a photo. A family photo I recognized from the 4th of July 2 summers earlier. Everyone was there. Everyone except me. My face had been cropped into a neat rectangle and cut out. 18 participants. Hazel didn't understand yet. Her thumb, still soft with cake frosting, scrolled up. Once. Twice. On the third motion, she stopped moving. I was 3 steps away from her. I could see the back of her neck. I saw the small muscles there go still in a way that muscles that small should never have to go still. She had read a message from the day before. I could see it over her shoulder as I walked closer. It was from my brother Chandler, sent at 8:14 the night before her birthday. Beverly's kid finally has some manners tonight. Miracles do happen. Her thumb kept moving on its own. Another message came into view. This one was from 3:11 that same afternoon, from my mother. Wait till she reads this at her party. Hazel looked up at me. Her eyes were the size of quarters. Her lower lip trembled once and then locked. She held the iPad out to me with both hands. "Mommy," she said. Her voice was smaller than her voice had ever been. Did Grandma really write this? The whole room was watching me. My mother's face had rearranged itself into shock. Practiced, delicate shock, the kind you develop over decades in junior league committees. My father was still looking at his shoes. Rosie had gone very still. Miriam had not moved her eyes from my mother. I did not shout. I did not cry. I looked at the reflection of my own face in the aluminum mirror hanging behind the kitchen counter. I watched myself smile at my daughter. "Sweetheart," I said, "sometimes grandmas leave silly texts open, grown-up things. Let's not read them. Let's cut you another slice of cake and blow out your candles again. For luck." I took the iPad gently from her small hands. I turned it face down on the granite counter. I did not lock it. The red recording light on my mother's phone was still on. The whole room exhaled. My mother reached for her wine glass. My father reached for nothing. Miriam pushed herself out of the armchair and said she needed some air. She walked past me, and as she passed, she tapped her wristwatch twice with one finger. She did not look at me. She did not stop. I did not understand the gesture then. I would understand it the next day. I cut Hazel another slice. She ate it. She lit the candles. She blew them out. She smiled the smile that 8-year-olds smile when they know something has gone wrong, but the grown-ups won't say what. My mother's phone kept recording. At 5 o'clock, I walked my parents to the driveway. My mother squeezed my shoulder in a way our neighbors could see. "So proud of you, honey," she said, loud enough to travel 2 houses down. "So proud of everything you've built. Don't be a stranger. Family should always talk." The recording light on her phone, now clipped in her hand, was still red. My father said nothing. He looked at his shoes and got in the car. I closed the front door. I turned around. Hazel was sitting on the 3rd step of the staircase, holding the iPad in her lap with both palms flat against it, like it was something you had to keep from getting up and walking away. She looked at me. She said, "Mommy, they don't like me, do they?" I sat down beside her. I did not lie. "Some grown-ups are broken, honey," I said. "That doesn't mean you are." She nodded. Slow. Grave. 8 years old. I put the iPad in a Ziploc sandwich bag and slid it onto the top of the coat closet. I put Hazel to bed. I read her 3 chapters of a book about a girl who talks to horses. I turned out her light. I went downstairs. I stood at the kitchen sink for a long time. Then I picked up my phone and typed one message. "Rosie, please call me. I need to know what's in the chat." Her reply came in 30 seconds. "I've been waiting for this call for 2 years. Rosie asked if we could meet in person. She said tonight was too much. She said she needed to bring things. I said tomorrow. She said okay. She said, 'Sleep if you can.'" I did not sleep. I sat at the kitchen counter and I let 30 years line themselves up in the dark. I grew up in Wichita in a house where my mother was the sun and my father was the porch light. My brother Chandler is 4 years younger than I am. From the day he could walk, he was the one who did not need to be told twice. I was the one who asked why. That was my crime. I asked why. Chandler did not. And Chandler got the head of the table at Thanksgiving and the last spoon of my grandmother's peach cobbler and the story that everyone still tells at Christmas. When I was 11, my mother told a room full of relatives that I was difficult because I read too much. My mother's neighbor Miriam was in that room. She did not laugh. She reached across the couch and quietly patted my knee. That was in 2002. I did not remember it that night, sitting at my counter. I remembered it later. I married Ryan Merrick in September of 2016. I was 25. He was gentle and steady and did not know how to fight for anything he could not measure, which is a lovely quality in a man until you need him to fight for you. I had Hazel in April of 2018. Ryan lost his job in 2020. He got another one, in San Diego, in the spring of 2022. He asked me to move. I said no. My life was here, and Hazel's life was here, and my mother's grip on both of us was here. I could not leave, and he could not stay, and we made the calmest divorce two adults have ever made. He calls Hazel on Sundays. He sends her postcards from surf breaks. He did not do this to us. My mother did. At Christmas of 2022, my mother printed her holiday card. The photo was my parents and Chandler's new wife. The caption underneath read, "The Ashlyns and cousin Beverly." I did not cry. I logged it in a notes file on my phone. I called the file Little Things. I opened it a week after the divorce paperwork was final. That night at Christmas, I added the third entry. Over the next 2 years, I added 124 more. Small things, absurd things. My mother introducing me to her neighbor as Chandler's older sister. Hazel getting a $20 bill in a birthday envelope for 15 months in a row, always with a card signed, "Love, Grandma and Grandpa," though my father had never once picked up a pen. My mother taking Hazel's photograph out of a Christmas card mock-up in front of me at a printing kiosk and saying, "It's just too crowded, honey." I did not know I was building anything. I only knew I was refusing to gaslight myself. Then came Christmas of 2024. Hazel was 6 years old. She wore a blue velvet dress. I drove her the 200 miles from Overland Park to Wichita on Highway 35 with a car seat behind me and cinnamon-scented cocoa in the cup holder. Dinner was fine, warm, 9 relatives around the table. My mother had made her cranberry salad. My father had lit the fire. At 8 o'clock, my mother sent Hazel upstairs to bed in the guest room. I stayed downstairs to help with dishes. I did not help with dishes. I walked out of the kitchen and into the living room, and the 9 relatives were arranged in a semicircle. My mother was standing in the middle in front of the fireplace, hands folded. Chandler was on her right. My father was in the leather chair by the window looking at the rug. They told me I was not doing well. They told me Hazel was getting weird. They told me I was choosing my ego over my family. They told me I needed help, and they were the ones who loved me enough to say so. They said it warmly. They said it for 40 minutes. Nobody defended me. At 11:45 that night, I carried a sleeping Hazel to my car and drove home. I arrived in Overland Park at 2:42 in the morning. I unbuckled her from the car seat and carried her into the house. She said, half asleep, "Mommy, why does Grandma's house feel loud?" I said, "It just does, sweetheart. It just does." The next morning, at 2 in the morning again, I could not sleep. I sat at this same kitchen counter and wrote the longest entry Little Things had ever held. I drew a diagram of the semicircle. I named every person. I wrote the words my mother had used. Warm words, cruel words, words that did not raise their voice once. I did not know what I was preparing. I do now. I did not open the chat until after Hazel was asleep on the night of her birthday. Not until after I texted Rosie. Not until after I stood at the sink for a long time. Then I opened the coat closet, took the Ziploc bag down, and sat on the kitchen floor with the iPad in my lap. I scrolled to the top of the chat. May 14th, 2023, 10:04 at night. My mother's message, time-stamped as the first, new family space, just for the real Ashlands. Beverly doesn't need to know. The counter in the corner read 2,684 messages. I read for 2 hours. On the kitchen floor with a mug of cold tea beside me and Hazel, breathing softly on the baby monitor upstairs. I took screenshots as I went. Thumb and volume down button, the way Hazel had taught me 2 years earlier because I could not remember which corner of the phone to use. The chat had a rhythm. My mother was the choir director. Chandler was the loudest voice. My Aunt Meredith was the harmonizer. My Aunt Louise was quiet. My father had been added in May of 2024 and had, as far as I could see, never once typed anything. He was there. He was silent. They wrote about Hazel's face at Thanksgiving. They wrote about my ex-husband's decision to move to California. They wrote about my freelance work like it was a joke that would not stop being funny. In August of 2023, 3 months after Ryan left for San Diego, my mother wrote, "And I am not going to soften this. She is a pathetic failure who couldn't keep a man, and she is raising my grandchild to be exactly the same." I read that sentence 3 times. In December of 2023, after a family Christmas card exchange in which Hazel had been photographed briefly at my Aunt Meredith's house, Chandler wrote, "Am I the only one who thinks Hazel is an awkward little thing who inherited her mother's weak genes? Just look at her posture." My mother replied with 3 laughing emojis and the words, "Chandler, you naughty boy." I read those 2 exchanges 3 times too, and then I scrolled to December of 2024, and I found the reason I had never fully remembered that Christmas dinner. There were 89 messages, dated between December 12th and December 24th, all under a single pinned title, Christmas Plan. Chandler had started the thread. Christmas is the perfect audience. My mother had written the strategy. I want it warm, not aggressive. She needs to feel guilty, not attacked. My Aunt Meredith had written, one time only, "What about Hazel? She's 6. My mother had replied, "Perfect age. She'll remember Mommy losing it in Grandma's living room. That's how you plant a lifelong doubt." There was one message in that thread that did not fit the tone of the others. A single message from Rosie, my cousin, 3 days before the dinner. She had written, "This is disgusting. She's a child." 8 minutes later, the system had logged. Rosalind Beckett has been removed. I sat very still on the kitchen floor. Then I opened my messages to Rosie and asked her one thing. "How many screenshots do you have?" She answered at 11:52 at night, wide awake, expecting me. 912. 2.5 years worth. I never left by choice. I was removed. I've been saving them because I knew someday you would need them. I just didn't know how to give them to you without breaking your heart. I did not answer. Not immediately. Instead, I opened the Notes app on my phone. I opened Little Things. I scrolled through 3 years of small entries. $20 bills, Cousin Beverly, photo excisions, semicircle diagrams, 128 entries. A single woman documenting her own suspicion so she would not have to ask if she was crazy. I sent Rosie one line back. "Send me the folder." She replied, "Check your email. It's called Ashland Chat Archive, 2023 to 2025. And Beverly. There's something worse in there. About the iPad. I saw it flash by a few weeks ago and I didn't want to believe it. Please open March of 2026. I opened her Google Drive. I opened her Excel index. I filtered by month. I clicked March 2026. I scrolled down to a message my mother had posted at 9:22 in the evening on the 13th of March. "Just place the Amazon order. The iPad is the plan. Nature will do the rest." I read that message once. Then I read it a second time. Then I read the message she had posted directly after it. 16 minutes later at 9:38, which the room had liked with 3 heart emojis. By her own birthday, my granddaughter will finally see the truth about her worthless mother. I stood up from the kitchen floor. I closed the coat closet. I opened my laptop. I opened a new folder and I named it Hazel_project. I slept for 3 hours. At 6:15 the next morning, I made pancakes again, because pancakes are what Hazel eats when she doesn't want to know if anything is wrong. I dropped her at Blue Valley Elementary at 7:50, and I drove the 15 minutes to Leawood. Rosie opened her door with 2 mugs of coffee already poured. She is 40. She is a school psychologist for the Blue Valley District, which means she is professionally trained to notice what people are trying not to say. Her hair was still wet from the shower. She had been up since 5. She led me to her kitchen counter. On it was a Seagate 2 terabyte external hard drive and a printed Excel spreadsheet with 912 rows. "I made you an index," Rosie said. "It's what psychologists do. We categorize things, so you don't have to sit inside them longer than you have to." The index had 4 columns: date, sender, category, screenshot number. The 4 categories were Beverly, Hazel, Ryan, and plans. Rosie sat down across from me. She did not touch her coffee. She said, "I need to tell you why I really got kicked out. It wasn't just the message you saw. On September 17th of 2025, I called my mother. I told her, 'If this doesn't stop, I'm warning Beverly.' My mother called your mother 6 minutes later." I was removed from the chat the next morning at 8:15. I had 500 screenshots by then. After that, I got another cousin to forward things quietly. I got to 912. I've been sitting on this ever since, every night for 8 months. She stopped. She looked out the window. Her voice did not shake, but her hand did, just once, when she reached for the coffee she was not going to drink. "I made the mistake of trusting a sister," she said. "I won't make it again." I took my phone out of my pocket. I opened the Notes app. I opened Little Things. I turned the phone around and slid it across the counter to her. Rosie read. She scrolled slowly, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Then she put the phone down and covered her face with both hands and said, into her palms, "You already knew. You just didn't have proof. I have the proof." We sat like that for a full minute. Then she said, "There's a woman you need to talk to. She lives at 1382 Cedar Bend Lane in Wichita. She has been your mother's next-door neighbor for 30 years. Her name is Miriam Vaughn. She was at the party yesterday, and I don't think that was an accident. She reached out to me in January. She's been recording her Wednesday coffees with your mom for 4 months." I already had my phone in my hand. I texted Miriam. She replied in 1 minute. She said she had a package for me. She said she had driven up from Wichita 2 days before the party. She said she was staying at the Marriott off College Boulevard. She said she could meet at 2. I met her at the roastery at 2 o'clock. Miriam is 68. She was a librarian at a Sedgwick County branch for 31 years before she retired. She has hands that do not shake and eyes that do not look away, and she was carrying a manila folder that looked exactly the way manila folders look in movies about women who have finally decided. She slid the folder across the table. Inside were 3 printed transcripts, 4 to 6 pages each. Plain Times New Roman. No letterhead. She had labeled them at the top, in blue pen, January 7th, February 4th, March 4th, 2026. "I have been watching your mother for 30 years, Beverly," she said. "I know when she is grieving and when she is bored and when she is building something. This time, she was building it on your daughter." She reached into her purse and took out a small silver device, a Sony pen recorder. "My son gave it to me last Christmas," she said. "He works at Best Buy. He said it was for safety." She tapped the second transcript. Page 4, bottom paragraph. "Read it and then tell me if you would like the audio." I read. On March 4th, over coffee, in my mother's own kitchen, my mother had said, out loud to the woman she had believed was her closest friend of 30 years, I have to be smart about this. If Hazel sees it herself, really sees it, Beverly won't be able to spin it. Hazel will start asking questions. Kids ask their mothers everything. Beverly will crack. She always cracks. And then Hazel comes to us. I read it a second time. A third. I looked up. Miriam looked at me the way certain older women in the Midwest look at younger women when they have been quietly holding a door open for years. I have all 3 files on this USB, she said. It's yours. I made a copy for myself. I hid it under the 3rd row of my father-in-law's old cookbooks. Nobody in that house has read a cookbook since 1994. She held out the USB stick. I took it. It was warm from her pocket. I don't want to be a witness in a courtroom, Beverly, she said. I would prefer never to enter one. But I will come with you anywhere, to any table, to any Wednesday coffee morning. Just tell me when. I said thank you, she said. Don't thank me. Use it. I drove home. Hazel was at Rosie's until 7. I sat in my car in my own driveway for 11 minutes without turning off the engine. Then I went inside, and I opened my laptop, and I created a folder on my desktop, and I did not name it Evidence. I named it Hazel_project, because everything I was about to do was for her. If you have ever had someone in your own family tell you it was all in your head, drop one word in the comments for me right now. Documented. I want to see how many of us there are out there tonight. The next morning, my mother sent me 4 texts in one day. How's Hazel? Everything okay, honey? Just checking in. You know we're here. I did not answer. That afternoon, at 11:12 in the morning, she posted a 320-word letter to a private Facebook group called Prairie Grandmas. Prairie Grandmas is what it sounds like. It is a Facebook group for women over 55 in central Kansas who are grandmothers and who have opinions about grandchildren. My mother was one of 3 moderators. She had been posting in that group for 6 years. She had 1,200 followers there. Her post did not use my name. It didn't have to. She wrote about her estranged daughter, about how single motherhood does something to a woman if you let it, about how she was praying for her precious granddaughter Hazel, who was caught in the middle of something she did not deserve. She closed with, Sisters, some daughters just cannot accept help. Please pray for our family. The post received 84 sympathetic comments in 12 hours. Rosie screenshotted it and forwarded it to me on Signal at 11:28. She said, It's happening. I did not respond publicly. I did not respond to my mother. I did not tell anyone yet what I was building. I did, however, respond in the only way that mattered. I opened Adobe InDesign. Somewhere in Wichita at that same hour, my mother had been yelling at my father from the kitchen. Bruce, do something. That is what my father told me later. That is what he heard through the door. She had told him, Talk to your daughter, she's shutting me out. He did not talk to me. He went into the garage. He sat down on the wooden bench he had made in 1998, the one with his initials carved into the underside, BA 1998, the one my mother had made him move out of the living room in 2002 because it did not match the sofa. He took his phone out. He opened WhatsApp. He had been added to Real Ashland Kids in May of 2024. In 2 years, he had never opened it once. Not because he did not know how, because he did not want to know. He opened it that afternoon. He read for 5 hours. He did not tell me any of this until 3 days later. On the 1st of May, at 3:18 in the afternoon, my brother Chandler called me. His voice was soft, practiced. He said, Sis, whatever Mom did, she means well. She's not sleeping. Dad's not talking. Let's get on a call. All of us. Family. Please. I said, "I'll call you back after the weekend, Chandler." He said, "Bev, please, we're family." I said the same thing again. I hung up. 6 minutes later, Rosie forwarded me a message from the chat. Chandler had written, at 3:24, "Bev is playing hard to get. Give me the weekend, I'll bring her back." Aunt Meredith had replied 12 seconds later, "Chandler, if this backfires, we're all going down." I read Meredith's message and something shifted in me. It was not anger. It was clarity. Meredith was scared. Meredith knew this could break, which meant it could break, which meant there was a shape to it, which meant I could pull that shape all the way apart. I finished my coffee. I opened the second cabinet in the kitchen. I took down a legal pad and a black Uniball pen. I sat at the counter. I wrote a title at the top of the first page, Distribution. Then I wrote 61 names by hand. I did not type them. I did not paste them. I did not automate any of it. I wrote every name. Because if I was going to send an email that would end a woman's public life at 61, I wanted to remember every choice I had made. I wanted to remember whose grief this would land in. I wanted to remember that I was still the daughter of the woman I was about to expose, and that mattered, even if the mattering did not stop me. I crossed out one name. My father's youngest sister was 2 months into chemotherapy. She had lost 22 pounds. She could not carry this today, I would tell her later, in person, on a bench, slowly. That left 60. I capped the pen. I opened Adobe InDesign on my laptop. The folder called Hazel_project was empty. I started the first page. I worked for 4 days. Hazel went to school in the mornings. She went to Rosie's after school. I did not eat much. Rosie brought me a real meal on the third day and stood in my kitchen until I ate all of it. I categorized the 912 screenshots into 4 buckets. First, insults directed at Hazel. Second, insults directed at me. Third, the 89 messages surrounding the Christmas of 2024 intervention. Fourth, the 17 messages in March of 2026 surrounding the iPad. I designed a gray overlay in Illustrator that I could paste across every face and name of a minor. Pantone Cool Gray 5C, not black. Black looks like redaction, and redaction looks like drama. Gray looks like protection. Every child in the archive under the age of 18 was anonymized. Every cousin under 12. Every school photo. Every mention of a niece by name. I told Miriam on the phone, on the second day, "I'm only going after adults. Kids stay out of it." Miriam said, "That's how you'll win." I built a 312-page PDF, cover letter first, table of contents second, chronological timeline of the chat third, then 89 pages of chat evidence about me and about Hazel, then 86 pages on the Christmas 2024 planning thread, with Chandler's opening line, "Christmas is the perfect audience," bolded in the margin. Then 71 pages of Miriam's transcripts, verbatim, with page 4 of March 4th flagged in yellow. Then 44 pages on the iPad plan, including my mother's message from 9:22 on March 13th, and her follow-up message 16 minutes later, and Chandler's April 28th text at 6:12 in the evening, the text he had sent from my own living room on my own daughter's birthday, while my mother filmed her. Look at her face at 3:14 mark. "Mom, this is gold." That message told me what I already knew. My mother had filmed my child. She had sent that video to my brother. My brother had described my daughter's expression as gold. I put that page at the very front of the iPad section. I saved the master file at 2:11 in the morning on May 5th. The file name was The Ashland Family Archive 2023 to 2026, prepared by Beverly Merrick. I sat back. I let myself cry for exactly 10 seconds. I timed it because I did not trust myself not to disappear into it. When the 10 seconds were over, I stopped. I did not go to bed. I made another pot of coffee. I opened mail. I wrote the email. The email was 796 words. I revised it 4 times. I did not name anyone I was not prepared to name. I named my mother. I named my father. I named my brother. I named myself. I did not name Rosie because Rosie had already paid her price. I did not name Miriam because Miriam's testimony was inside the PDF and the PDF spoke for her. The subject line was, "About the iPad you helped my mother give my daughter." The body of the email held 8 bullet points. Each bullet was one sentence. Each bullet was a fact. Each fact was in the attached PDF, cross-referenced by page number. Bullet 2 was the one that opens quietly. It read, "In August of 2023, 4 months after my ex-husband moved to San Diego for a job, my mother referred to me in this chat as, quote, a pathetic failure who couldn't keep a man." 57 relatives read that sentence. Nobody objected. Bullet 4 read, "In December of 2023, my brother Chandler referred to my daughter Hazel, then 5 years old, as, quote, an awkward little thing who inherited her mother's weak genes." My mother replied with 3 laughing emojis. Bullet 6 read, "On the 13th of March, 2026, 6 weeks before my daughter's 8th birthday, my mother wrote in this chat, quote, the iPad is the plan. Nature will do the rest." And 16 minutes later, quote, "By her own birthday, my granddaughter will finally see the truth about her worthless mother." She then ordered the iPad from Amazon that same evening. Bullet 7 read, "On the evening of April 28th, my mother recorded my 8-year-old daughter's face on video and forwarded that video to my brother, who described her expression as, quote, gold. I did not consent to that recording, neither did she." I closed the email with 2 lines. The first, "You do not have to reply. I do not want an apology. I want you to know." The second, "Beverly Merrick, Hazel's mother. That is the only title I need." I copied the 60 addresses into the BCC field, one at a time, from the legal pad. I attached the PDF. At 6:03 in the evening on May 5, 2026, I pressed send. The mail app played no sound because I had turned the sound off years ago. I stood up. I got a glass of water. I walked to the window. Hazel and Poppy were drawing hopscotch on my front walk in blue chalk. Hazel had drawn a star inside the box for the number 8. My phone buzzed at 6:07. 4 minutes. That was all it took. The first message was from Rosie. It read, "It's out. Meredith just called me screaming." The second was from my Aunt Louise, 62 years old, widowed, 2 grown sons. She had not called me on the phone in 6 years. Her text said only, "Beverly, I am so sorry. I did not know it went this far. Please call me when you can. Please." The third was a voicemail from my Uncle Ted. He is 71. He is a retired Methodist minister. He had officiated my wedding to Ryan in 2016. He had not been in the chat, but he was in the extended email list because he was family and because he had a right to know. His voicemail was 1 minute and 11 seconds long. His voice was quiet. He said, "Beverly, I have made a big mistake staying quiet. I have read 40 pages. I need to sit with this. I am ashamed of my sister. Please give me a day. I will call you tonight." The fourth was from Chandler. 2 words in all caps. "What did you do?" I screenshotted my own home screen at 6:31, 12 notifications overlapping in a stack that I still have. At 7:34 in the evening, my mother sent a reply all to the entire distribution list. She wrote 3 paragraphs. I will only quote the second one, because it is the only one that mattered. "This is a mental health crisis. My daughter has been unwell for a long time, Please do not respond to her until we have all had a chance to speak together with a family therapist. She spelled the word therapist without the A therapist. She was tired and furious and had never before typed the word in her entire life. Rosie screenshotted the misspelling and, by morning, family therapist was a whispered joke in half of Wichita. My mother's oldest friends passed it around like a small hot coin. At 7:41, 7 minutes after my mother's reply all, my Aunt Meredith, my mother's own sister, Rosie's mother, the woman who had betrayed Rosie to my mother in September of 2025, sent her own reply all. She wrote 4 sentences. Patricia, stop. I was there. I helped. And it was wrong. I owe Beverly and Hazel an apology. I owe every one of you the truth. This ends tonight. 60 inboxes read it in 3 minutes. I did not reply. I did not need to. At 8:02 that night, the members of Real Ashland Kids began leaving the chat one by one. Meredith was first, then Louise, then 2 cousins in Topeka, then my father, silently, without a word, at 8:56. By midnight, the chat had 9 members left. By morning, it had 5. By evening, on May 6th, my mother had deleted the group herself. At 10:14 in the morning on May 6th, Chandler drove 3 hours from Wichita and rang my doorbell. He had not shaved. He was wearing Sperry loafers with no socks. He had rehearsed something in the car. I opened the door halfway. I did not step out. I did not let him in. He said, "Bev, please, take it back. Please. This is destroying Mom." I said, "Chandler, look at me." He looked at me. He was 30 years old, and in that moment he looked 11, the way he used to look when I would not share the last Pop-Tart with him, and he would go tell our mother it was because I hated him. I said, "Grow up, Chandler." I closed the door. He stood on my porch for a long minute. Then he walked back to his car and drove away. I leaned my forehead against the closed door. Hazel came down the stairs. She said, "Was that Uncle Chandler?" I said, "It was." She said, "Is he coming back?" I said, "No, sweetheart, not today." She nodded. She did not ask again. That same morning in Wichita, Miriam went to her Wednesday coffee at the neighborhood clubhouse. 8 women, every Wednesday for 11 years. My mother had missed it. My mother was, at that hour, sitting at her kitchen table in a bathrobe, alone. Miriam did not sit down. She took the folder out of her handbag. She opened it to page 4 of the March 4th transcript. She read 3 paragraphs aloud in her steady librarian voice, and then she set the folder down on the coffee table and said, "I have kept this to myself for far too long. Read it or don't. I will be next door." She walked home. She left the coffee untouched. 6 of the 8 women texted me by nightfall. 6 of them, women I had known since I was a child, who had brought casseroles to my grandmother's funeral, who had watched me climb the crabapple tree in my mother's yard when I was 7. 6 of them wrote to me. Every message said some version of the same sentence. "I am so sorry. We didn't know. We should have known." Late that night, at 8:52, my father called me. He did not say hello. He said, "Bev, I don't want to text this. I need to look at you. Can I drive up in the morning?" I said, "Yes, Dad." He said, "Thank you." He hung up. I lit the number 8 candle from Hazel's birthday cake, the one I had saved without knowing why, and I let it burn all the way down alone in the kitchen while she slept upstairs. I whispered into the empty room, "One more day." My father arrived at 11 o'clock in the morning on May 7th. He was wearing a plaid button-down shirt that I recognized before I recognized his face, deep green and navy. He had worn that shirt to my wedding to Ryan in September of 2016. It was folded and pressed and did not quite fit him anymore. He sat at my kitchen table. Hazel was at school. He did not touch the coffee I poured him. He put a manila envelope on the table between us and said, "Bev, I brought something you should see." Inside the envelope were 22 letters. Every one of them was written on my mother's personal stationery. Cream cardstock with the monogram PJA in navy blue at the top, from a set she had bought at the Junior League gift shop in 2019. Every letter was addressed to my father. Every letter was dated. My father had kept them in a wooden drawer under his workbench in the garage since November of 2022. He handed me one letter and told me it was the one that mattered. It was dated November 11th, 2024, 6 weeks before the Christmas dinner. My mother had written, in her steady looping cursive, "Bruce, I need to break Beverly this Christmas. Otherwise, Hazel will grow up thinking freelance work and single motherhood are normal. She will become like her mother. I refuse to lose another Ashland woman to mediocrity. Do not talk her out of it this year. Please." She had underlined the word, "please." I read it twice. My father was watching my face, and when I looked up at him, he was crying without a sound. He was 63 years old, and his hands were folded in front of him on the table like a schoolboy, and tears were running down his jaw into the collar of a shirt that had been to my wedding. "I saw those words," he said. "I read that letter the night she wrote it. I folded it. I put it in the drawer. I told myself she was just processing. I told myself that for 3 years, Bev. That is on me. I was a coward. I have been a coward for 30 years. I did not say it's okay. I did not say I understand. Because I did not know if I did. I said, 'Dad, why are you here now?' He nodded slowly. He said, 'Because on Sunday I opened the chat for the first time. I sat in the garage for 5 hours. And then, on Monday, I did something I should have done a long time ago.' He took out his phone. He opened his photos. He turned the phone to face me and he began to scroll. He had photographed 34 pages of a notebook. A leather-bound Smithson notebook. Dark brown, embossed on the front with the letters PJA and the dates 2024 to 2026. My mother had kept it in the top left drawer of her writing desk in the front room for 2 years. He had photographed the pages on Monday morning, while she was at church, and put it back before she came home for lunch. I scrolled. I read her cost projections. I read her strategy notes. I read the guest list she had built for the Christmas of 2024 dinner, with a small circled asterisk next to the names she considered reliable, and a small dash next to the names she considered risks. I saw my Aunt Meredith's name with a circled asterisk. I saw my Aunt Louise's name with a dash. I read her plans for the summer of 2025, which had involved a healing weekend she was going to invite me to that would in fact be a second, smaller intervention, canceled because Rosie was calling too many people. I got to page 41. Page 41 was written on the 9th of March, 2026. In my mother's handwriting, in blue ballpoint pen, in her neat listing format, was this: iPad plan, accepted risk, Beverly cuts contact, accepted reward, Hazel questions Beverly's competence, long-term goal, Hazel prefers grandma. I stopped scrolling. I closed my eyes. My father did not speak for a long time. I opened my eyes. I looked at him. I said, "Dad, I'm not going to publish this." His face did something I did not know his face could do. He said, "What?" I said, "The chat is enough. The audio is enough. What I have already sent is enough. This is a woman writing down her cost-benefit assessment of hurting an 8-year-old. If I put this in front of the world, Hazel will hear about it someday. Even if I anonymize her name, someone will tell her. Someone will forward her a photograph of that page when she is 16. And she will spend the rest of her life knowing her grandmother sat down at a desk and calculated it on paper. I will not give her that. She has already survived enough." My father exhaled a breath that sounded like it had been held for a decade. He said, "So what do you want me to do with the notebook, Bev?" I said, "Take it back. Put it exactly where you found it. If she ever asks, you don't know. Let her wonder. Let her live with not knowing whether we saw it." He said, "That is worse for her than showing it." I said, "I know." He drove back to Wichita that night. He put the notebook back in the top left drawer of my mother's desk at 11:20 in the evening. His Timex, the one he bought at a jewelry counter in Wichita in 1998, showed exactly that time when he told me later. He sat in the garage for the rest of the night. He did not sleep. He watched the door to the kitchen through the window in the garage door. He did not once look at his phone. He told me later that when the first light came into the yard at 5:25 in the morning, he stood up, walked into the kitchen, made a pot of coffee, and sat at the table. At 6:09, my mother came downstairs in her robe. She said, "Is everything okay, Bruce?" For the first time in 40 years of marriage, my father looked at her and said the true thing. He said, "Nothing you would understand yet. Somewhere in every story like this, there is a moment where you have to choose what to protect, not what to punish. If you are anywhere near that moment right now, in your own life, I hope you protect the smallest voice in the room. Stay with me. We are almost home." 3 days passed. My Aunt Meredith drove up from Wichita on the morning of May 10th and asked to meet me on neutral ground. We met at the roastery. She sat across from me and did not order coffee. She told me that in September of 2025, she had called my mother and told her about Rosie's threat because she had been afraid of her sister since they were both children. She said that fear did not excuse her. She said she was going to spend the rest of her life sitting in that. She said she did not expect me to forgive her. I did not forgive her. I did not refuse to. I said, "Thank you for driving up." She said, "I will keep driving up, as long as you let me." My Aunt Louise sent a handwritten card on cream papyrus cardstock. The card was written in Waterman fountain pen ink, and it said, "I am 62, and I was still afraid of my sister. That is my shame, not yours. Forgive me for the years I did not speak." My Uncle Ted, the retired minister, called and offered to host a family reconciliation ceremony at his church in the fall. He did not push. He said, "Only if and when, and only if Hazel wants to." I told him I would think about it. He said, "Take your time, take a year, take 5. My father moved into the guest bedroom of my parents' house in Wichita on the morning of May 9th. He did not tell my mother he was leaving. He just did not come back to the master bedroom. My mother did not ask why. She had stopped speaking above a certain volume. The Prairie Grandma's Facebook group posted a new rule pinned to the top of the page. This group is not to be used for family disputes. Any post that violates this rule will result in removal. My mother was quietly removed from moderator status the same day. Her name was replaced in the admin panel by another woman she had known for 2 decades. Chandler stopped calling. That afternoon, Rosie picked up Hazel from school and drove her to Deanna Rose Children's Farmstead 10 minutes away in Overland Park. Hazel fed a small black and white goat named Muffin because of the white splash on its forehead. She laughed for the first time since her birthday. Rosie sat beside me on a green bench while the girls ran to the sheep pen, and Rosie said, "You gave the family a mirror. Not everyone can look in one, but some did." On the drive home, Hazel was quiet for a long time. I watched her in the rearview mirror. She was looking out the window at the sunset through the passenger side glass. Just outside our neighborhood, she said, "Mommy, can I ask you something?" I said, "Anything." She said, "Was I in the group chat? Like, really in it?" I said, "You were invited by Grandma. You did not ask to be, and you don't have to stay in anything you don't want to be in. Ever." She was quiet for a long time. We got into the driveway. I turned off the car. She unbuckled her booster seat by herself. She sat with her hand on the door handle. She did not open the door. She said, "Mommy, I want to give the iPad back." I did not ask why. I said, "Okay." She said, "This weekend." I said, "Okay." She said, "Can I write something? In the box?" I said, "Yes, sweetheart. You can write whatever you want." She opened the door and got out of the car. That night after dinner, Miriam called. She said my mother had not come to Wednesday coffee for 2 weeks. She had stopped answering her doorbell. Miriam offered to be at Wichita when the package arrived. I thanked her, but I said no. This part was Hazel's. Then my father called. He said, "I want to be at the house when it comes." I said, "Yes, Dad." He said, "I want to see her face when the package arrives." I said, "Come home first. Come here. Come see Hazel before you go back." He said, "I will." I put Hazel to bed. She fell asleep before I got to the end of the second chapter. On the way out of her room, I saw the paper crown from her birthday party on her nightstand. Pink construction paper with silver glitter glue flaking off the edges. She had made it in her art class 2 days before her 8th birthday. She had written the word Mom across the front in marker. I turned off the light. The Ziploc bag was still on top of the coat closet. I would take it down in the morning. Saturday came, May 16th. It was warm, and the light was very yellow. I took the Ziploc bag off the top of the coat closet. I opened it. I took the lavender iPad out and I placed it in a brown paper box that Hazel had wrapped the night before by herself. She had used blue twine and no return address because we would send it through my P.O. box and not from our home. Inside the box, on top of the iPad, she had placed a single piece of loose-leaf notebook paper, torn from the back of her 3rd-grade writing notebook. On the paper, in careful, wobbly cursive, in the letters she had learned to make in class only 3 months earlier, she had written one sentence: "I don't want anything that lied to me." She held the paper up before we sealed the box. She said, "Is my writing okay, Mommy?" I said, "It's perfect." We walked to the USPS drop box on the corner of our street. Hazel carried the box in both hands the way she had carried the iPad on her birthday. She reached up on her toes and dropped the box into the slot. It made a small, final sound. We walked home. I made lemonade. Hazel went upstairs and came back down with the paper crown from her nightstand. She placed it on my head, very carefully, and stepped back to look at me. She said, "For being my mommy, which is the only kind of grown-up I need." I did not cry. I sat at the kitchen table with a paper crown made of construction paper on my head, and I let her look at me. My phone buzzed on the counter. It was my father. The message said only, "The package arrived." She saw the note. She read it aloud on the driveway. She cried, "I am still here. I am not going anywhere." I closed the phone. I did not read it to Hazel. I did not need to. I said, "How about we bake?" Her whole face lit up. "Cupcakes?" I said, "Cupcakes." We got the flour and the sugar and the vanilla out of the pantry. The kitchen filled with warm yellow light from the west window, and the smell of butter, and the small clatter of a whisk hitting a bowl in the hands of a girl who had learned to make her own frosting the year before. While the cupcakes were in the oven, I went to hang up my sweater in the coat closet. On the floor, exactly where the Ziploc bag had been for the last 2.5 weeks, Hazel had left a folded piece of paper. I picked it up. I opened it. It was a drawing. 2 figures held hands on a thin black horizon line. One figure was taller. One figure was smaller. There was no grandmother at the edge of the frame. No cousins. No aunts. No uncle. No brother. No father. Nothing else on the page. At the top of the drawing, in Hazel's newest cursive, was one word: us. I left the drawing exactly where she had put it. It belonged where it was. I went back into the kitchen. The oven timer had 1 minute left. Hazel was standing on the kitchen chair, watching through the little window in the oven door. She said, "Mommy, can we make cupcakes tomorrow too?" I said, We can make cupcakes every day, honey. She smiled. The paper crown was still on my head. The sunlight was still on the counter. The drawing was still on the closet floor. And for the first time in 3 years, for the first time in a very long time, I was home.
My son-in-law made a joke about me in Arabic during a family dinner. I just smiled politely. Then I responded, in perfect Arabic. His family went silent. The invitation to dinner had come from my daughter Sarah 3 days earlier. Her voice on the phone carried that breathless quality it had maintained since she met Zane 6 months ago. A mixture of excitement and anxiety that reminded me of her childhood anticipation before Christmas mornings. Mom, it's time you properly meet Zane's parents. They're joining us via video call from Amman, she explained. Emily will be there too. I know it's last minute, but they're eager to meet you before the wedding. The wedding. 2 simple words that had been causing me sleepless nights since Sarah announced her engagement after knowing Zane for only 4 months. At 65, I had seen enough of the world to know when something felt rushed, when pieces didn't quite fit together. But I had also learned when to voice concerns and when to observe silently. This situation called for the latter approach. Of course, darling. I'd be delighted, I replied, keeping my tone neutral. Should I bring anything? Just yourself. Zane is making traditional Jordanian food. Isn't that sweet? Sweet wasn't the word I would have chosen. Calculated, perhaps, but I kept that thought to myself. I arrived at Sarah's apartment precisely at 6:30 p.m., dressed in a simple but elegant navy dress, a habit from my executive days that never quite left me. The decade I spent in Dubai as a senior executive for Gulfstream Petroleum had taught me the importance of subtle presentation. Not flashy enough to draw undue attention, but polished enough to command respect. If you're watching, subscribe and tell me in the comments what time you're listening. Emily, my younger daughter, opened the door before I could knock, her face a mixture of relief and tension. Thank God you're here, she whispered, embracing me. This whole thing feels like a stage production. I squeezed her hand reassuringly. Emily had always been the pragmatic one, the attorney who could spot inconsistencies in a contract from a mile away. That she shared my unease about this relationship was both comforting and concerning. The apartment was filled with fragrant aromas, undeniably authentic Middle Eastern cuisine. I recognized the distinct scent of sumac and cardamom, familiar companions during my years in Dubai. For a moment, I was transported back to business dinners in luxurious restaurants overlooking the Persian Gulf. Sarah rushed forward to greet me, her face flushed with either cooking heat or nervous energy. Perhaps both. Behind her stood Zane, tall and undeniably handsome, with an easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Maureen, welcome, he said, stepping forward to kiss my cheek. I hope you're hungry. I've prepared some traditional dishes from home. I noted the slight emphasis on I've prepared, wondering if he really expected me to believe he'd cooked this elaborate spread himself. During my time in the Middle East, I'd learned that many traditional dishes required days of preparation and generations of knowledge. The perfectly formed kibbeh on the counter told me this meal had come from professional hands. It smells wonderful, I replied truthfully. Reminds me of a wonderful restaurant near my apartment in Jumeirah. A flicker of surprise crossed Zane's face, quickly masked. Ah, yes, you mentioned you spent some time in Dubai. A year or two, wasn't it? I smiled, not correcting his deliberate diminishment of my decade abroad. Something like that. The laptop was already set up at the end of the dining table, positioned so that everyone could be seen. On screen, a handsome middle-aged couple waited, the backdrop of their home suggesting faded elegance. I recognized quality furnishings chosen long ago, now slightly worn around the edges. Mama, Baba, this is Sarah's mother, Maureen. Zane introduced me in English, gesturing toward the screen. Khalid and Amira Hakim nodded politely, both offering greetings in heavily accented English. Such pleasure to meet mother of beautiful Sarah, Amira said, her practiced smile revealing expensive dental work. We very happy for wedding soon. The pleasure is mine, I responded. I've been looking forward to meeting you both. As we settled around the table, I observed the dynamic quietly. Zane positioned himself as the bridge between our families, translating comments back and forth while controlling the flow of conversation. Sarah beamed at him adoringly each time he translated something, apparently impressed by his cultural dexterity. My parents say they're impressed by Sarah's academic achievements, he translated after a rapid exchange in Arabic. What his father had actually said was closer to, "At least she has some status at her university to compensate for her plain looks." I maintained my pleasant expression, watching, waiting. Throughout the appetizers, I noted how Zane carefully curated every exchange, ensuring that Sarah heard only compliments and enthusiasm from his parents. Emily, ever observant, kept shooting me glances that confirmed she sensed something was off, though she couldn't pinpoint what. When Sarah mentioned her late father's technology patents that had secured our family's financial comfort, I watched Khalid's eyes sharpen with interest on screen. What followed was a rapid exchange in Arabic between father and son that Zane translated as, "My father is impressed by your father's innovation. He was an inventor himself." The actual exchange had been, "She inherited directly? How much?" "Millions. The mother controls some of it, but Sarah has her own trust." Excellent. This is even better than we hoped. The dinner progressed, and with each passing course, I catalogued the discrepancies between what was actually said and what was translated for my daughters. I noted the subtle signs of Zane's deception, the slight tells I'd learned to recognize during high-stakes oil negotiations with men who assumed I couldn't possibly understand their sidebar conversations in Arabic. When Sarah and Emily left to bring dessert from the kitchen, Zane relaxed visibly, switching fully to Arabic with his parents. 2 more months until the wedding. Just before my visa expires, he said, loosening his tie slightly. Perfect timing. "And you're sure about this one?" his father asked, glancing toward the kitchen. "What about the senator's daughter you mentioned? Melissa? She's still an option if something goes wrong here. But Sarah is better, more money, easier to handle. Plus, her father is dead, and her mother is just a typical clueless American woman." Sarah never mentioned that her mother spent any significant time in Dubai, probably just a vacation she likes to brag about. His mother leaned forward, her voice lowered despite the digital connection. "Remember, you only need to stay married long enough to secure permanent residency. Then you can bring us over, and we can rebuild what your father lost." I took a sip of water, maintaining my pleasant, slightly vacant expression of someone who couldn't possibly follow the conversation. Inside, however, I was calculating my next move with the precision that had made me successful in a male-dominated industry for decades. Sarah and Emily returned with a tray of baklava, store-bought, though Zane had claimed it was his grandmother's recipe. As my daughter set the plates down, beaming with pride at this cultural fusion of our families, I knew it was time to protect her from what I'd discovered. I just needed the perfect moment. The perfect moment arrived with the coffee. Sarah had prepared it the American way, in a drip machine, rather than the thick Arabic brew that would have been traditional. I noticed Zane's slight grimace as she served it, though he quickly masked his disdain with a compliment about its aroma. His parents, visible on the laptop screen, exchanged knowing glances. "I apologize for the coffee," Sarah said, her eagerness to please evident in her voice. "I know it's not prepared the traditional way." "It's perfect, Habibi," Zane assured her, his hand resting possessively on her shoulder. "My parents don't mind." He turned to the screen and spoke in Arabic. "Americans have no idea how to make proper coffee. Just another thing I'll have to tolerate until I get what I need." His parents laughed, and his father responded in Arabic. "Just 2 more months of pretending, son. Think of the green card and the money. Remember your cousin Farid? Divorced his American wife just 6 months after getting his papers." "Yes, but he didn't marry into money," Zane replied with a smirk. "I'm being much more strategic." Emily, always perceptive, sensed the disconnect between the laughter on screen and what Zane claimed to be translating. "What did they say that was so funny?" she asked. "Oh, just that in Jordan we drink coffee so strong you could stand a spoon in it," Zane improvised smoothly. "Cultural differences, you know." I took a deliberate sip of my coffee, noting its inadequacy with genuine regret. A proper Arabic coffee would have been the perfect accompaniment to what I was about to do. "Sarah, why don't you bring out those beautiful demi-tasse cups your grandmother left you?" I suggested. "We can at least serve the coffee properly, even if it's not prepared traditionally." Eager to make a good impression, Sarah nodded and headed back to the kitchen, with Emily following to help. The moment my daughters left the room, Zane turned back to his parents, rolling his eyes. "She's trying so hard, it's almost too easy." "Has she mentioned anything about changing her will or adding you to her accounts?" his father asked, his voice taking on a business-like tone. "You should start working on that before the wedding." Already ahead of you, Zayn replied. I mentioned how in our culture, couples fully merge their finances as a sign of trust and commitment. She loved that romantic notion. Good boy, his mother purred. And what about the old woman? Will she cause problems? Zayn glanced in my direction, meeting my placid smile with a dismissive assessment. Maureen? No, she's harmless. Probably spent her life as a housewife. Mentioned Dubai once? Probably a weekend stopover on a cruise or something. She has no idea what's happening. I set my coffee cup down carefully on its saucer, the gentle clink drawing their attention. Then, in perfect Arabic, with the distinct Gulf dialect I had acquired during my years in Dubai, I responded. 10 years as a senior petroleum executive, negotiating multi-million-dollar contracts with sheikhs and ministers, taught me to recognize a con when I see one, Mr. Hakim. And right now, I'm looking at a family of con artists targeting my daughter. The effect was instantaneous and magnificent. Zayn's coffee cup froze halfway to his lips, dark liquid sloshing over the rim and onto his crisp white shirt. On the screen, his father's mouth dropped open in undignified shock, while his mother clutched at her elaborately embroidered collar as if suddenly short of breath. You speak Arabic? Zayn finally managed, his voice barely above a whisper. With considerable fluency, I confirmed, still in Arabic. Enough to understand every word you've said about my daughter, about the senator's daughter Melissa, about your expired visa situation, and your plans to access Sarah's inheritance. The color had drained from Zayn's face. His father recovered first, switching to rapid damage control mode. Madam, you've misunderstood. This is a cultural misunderstanding. In our way of speaking, I cut him off with a gesture I'd perfected in boardrooms filled with men who thought they could talk over me. Mr. Hakim, I spent a decade negotiating with some of the most skillful businessmen in the Middle East. I understand perfectly the difference between cultural nuance and outright deception. The sound of cupboard doors closing in the kitchen signaled my daughter's imminent return. Zayn's eyes darted toward the hallway, calculating his options. You have exactly 10 seconds to decide how we proceed, I informed him, switching to English. Either you tell Sarah the truth, or I will. And my version will include every detail I've just heard. You would break your daughter's heart? He challenged, recovering some of his composure. To save her future? Without hesitation, I replied. The question is whether you'll allow her to hear it from you, with whatever spin you can manage, or from me, with the unvarnished truth. Sarah and Emily returned, carrying a tray of delicate porcelain cups, their grandmother's pride. Sarah's face was alight with the pleasure of sharing this family heirloom. These were Grandma's special occasion cups, she explained to the screen. She brought them from England when she immigrated. The contrast between her genuine openness and what had just transpired made my heart ache. Emily, ever attuned to atmospheres, immediately sensed the tension. Did we miss something? She asked, her lawyer's instincts activated. Zayn looked from me to his parents on the screen, then to Sarah's hopeful face. I saw the calculation in his eyes, the desperate scramble for a narrative that could salvage his plan. Actually, he began, his voice strained, there's something I need to explain. His mother interrupted in Arabic, her voice sharp with warning. Zayn, don't throw everything away. She's bluffing. She can't prove anything. I responded in the same language, my tone mild, but my meaning unmistakable. I recorded every word on my phone from the moment I sat down. A habit from my business days when dealing with untrustworthy partners. This wasn't strictly true. I hadn't actually recorded anything. But the bluff hit its mark. Amira Hakim fell silent, her expression thunderous. Mom, what's going on? Sarah asked, confusion, and the first hints of alarm clouding her features. Are you speaking Arabic? Yes, dear, I am, I confirmed, not taking my eyes off Zayn. It seems your fiancé and I have discovered we share a language, though perhaps not the same values. Emily set down the cups with deliberate care, her posture shifting subtly into what I recognized as her courtroom stance. I think, she said with quiet authority, someone needs to start explaining. Now. Zayn looked trapped, cornered between my knowledge, his parents' panicked signals, and my daughter's growing suspicion. The carefully constructed facade was crumbling, and he knew it. Sarah, he began, his voice catching. There are some things about me, about us, that I haven't been completely honest about. And so it began. The unraveling of 6 months of lies, constructed with such care and now collapsing in the space of a single evening. As I watched my daughter's expression shift from confusion to disbelief to dawning horror, I felt no triumph, only a mother's sorrow for necessary pain and a quiet determination that had carried me through far more daunting challenges than exposing one calculating young man's deception. Some lessons came at a terrible cost, but as I had learned during my years abroad, sometimes the most valuable negotiations were the ones you walked away from. Zane's confession emerged in fragments, each admission dragged out under the weight of my steady gaze and Emily's incisive questioning. Like a skilled attorney performing a cross-examination, my younger daughter dismantled his defenses methodically. "So your student visa expires in 8 weeks?" Emily clarified, her voice controlled despite the anger I could see in the tightness around her eyes. "Yes, and the wedding is scheduled for 6 weeks from now?" "That's just a coincidence," Zane insisted, though his credibility was evaporating with each exchange. On the screen, his parents had shifted from shock to damage control, interjecting in both Arabic and broken English. "Cultural misunderstanding," his father kept repeating. "In our country, practical matters and love go together." I maintained my silence, allowing Emily to lead this phase of the confrontation. Sarah sat beside her sister, her hands clasped so tightly that her knuckles had turned white. The joy that had animated her face throughout dinner had drained away, replaced by a stillness I recognized from when she was a child and had just learned some difficult truth about the world. "And Melissa?" Emily pressed, referencing the name I'd revealed. "The senator's daughter?" Zane's attempt at denial crumbled when I simply raised an eyebrow. He exhaled sharply, running a hand through his carefully styled hair. "Melissa is just a friend," he tried. "A friend you're also romantically involved with as a backup plan," I interjected, breaking my silence. "Your words, not mine." "You have no proof of that," he challenged, a flash of the real Zane showing through the charming facade. I pulled out my phone, the same bluff that had worked on his parents now deployed against him. "Would you like me to play back the recording where you and your father discussed your options?" Sarah finally spoke, her voice small but surprisingly steady. "You don't need to play anything, Mom. I believe you." She turned to Zane, and I saw something harden in her expression. "What I don't understand is why. Was any of it real? Any of it at all?" The raw vulnerability in her question pierced the tension in the room. For a moment, even Zane seemed affected, a flicker of genuine emotion crossing his face before his survival instincts reasserted themselves. "Of course it was real," he insisted, reaching for her hand. She pulled away. "Sarah, yes, I needed the visa situation solved, but I chose you because I felt something special. You chose me because my father's patents left me financially comfortable," she corrected him, her academic's precision with words, now a weapon. "You just admitted it to your parents." On the screen, Amira Hakan intervened, her accented English more polished than she'd previously let on. "Sarah, darling, you must understand. In our culture, marriage is a practical arrangement between families. Love grows from security, from stability. Zane cares for you, but also wishes to secure his future. Is that so wrong?" Emily answered before Sarah could. "It's wrong when it's built on lies, Mrs. Hakim. When it involves hiding relationships with other women. When it includes plans to access someone's inheritance under false pretenses." "You've misunderstood," Khalid began, but I cut him off, switching to Arabic. "I understood perfectly when you asked if Zayn had convinced Sarah to change her will yet. When you referenced your cousin Farid, who divorced his American wife 6 months after getting his green card. When you called my daughter plain, but said her money compensated for it." I maintained eye contact through the screen. "I understood every word, Mr. Hakim, because I negotiated oil contracts worth billions with men who, like you, assumed I couldn't possibly understand their sidebar conversations." The stunned silence that followed gave Sarah time to process. I watched emotions cascade across her face, betrayal, humiliation, anger, before settling into something I recognized from looking in the mirror during my hardest days in Dubai: dignity under fire. "I think you should leave," she said to Zayn, her voice quiet but firm. "Sarah, please." "Now." The word held no room for negotiation. "At least let me explain properly," he pleaded, casting a venomous glance my way. "Your mother has turned this into something ugly. We could have worked through this." Sarah stood, physically creating distance between them. "My mother simply revealed the truth you were hiding. That's not ugly, Zane. It's clarifying. Think about what you're throwing away, he tried, desperation edging into his tone. We had plans, a future. You had plans, she corrected. For my money, for your visa, for how long you needed to stay married before bringing your family over and accessing everything you could. Those weren't our plans. Those were yours. Emily had silently moved to stand beside her sister, a united front. I remained seated, allowing my daughters their moment of solidarity. On screen, the Hakims continued their attempts at damage control, now speaking rapidly among themselves in Arabic. They're discussing whether there's any way to salvage this, I translated for my daughters. His father is suggesting he apologize, say he developed real feelings over time. His mother thinks you might still be convinced if he emphasizes cultural differences in how marriages are approached. Zane shot me a look of pure hatred, all pretense abandoned. You had no right to interfere. I had every right, I replied calmly. I'm her mother, a meddling old woman who couldn't bear to see her daughter happy with someone from a different culture. He spat, his charm replaced by ugliness. No, I corrected him. A woman who learned to recognize predators during decades in business. Your cultural background is irrelevant to your character, Zane. I've known honorable men from Jordan, dishonest men from America, and every combination in between. You're not a representative of Arab culture. You're simply a con artist who chose the wrong mark. Sarah walked to the laptop and addressed her almost in-laws with remarkable composure. Mr. and Mrs. Hakim, I'm sorry we won't be meeting in person after all. I'm ending my engagement to your son effective immediately. Please don't contact me again. Without waiting for a response, she closed the laptop, cutting off their protests mid-sentence. Turning to Zane, she removed the diamond engagement ring from her finger and placed it on the table between them. I believe this belongs to you, or perhaps to Melissa, if she's still an option for your strategic future. The coldness in her voice made me ache for her. This controlled anger would eventually give way to pain, and I knew from experience that the crash would be devastating. But for now, her dignity was intact, and I felt a surge of pride beneath my concern. Zane made one final attempt, his tone shifting to threatening. You have no idea what you're doing. I have texts, emails where you promised to help with my visa situation. I could make things very difficult. That sounds remarkably like attempted blackmail, Emily interrupted, the attorney in her fully present, which, as I'm sure you know, is a federal offense. Would you like to continue that sentence? I'm recording for clarity. She held up her phone, and this time it wasn't a bluff. Defeated, Zane gathered his jacket. At the door, he turned back, his expression bitter. You'll regret this, Sarah. We could have had something real. The only thing I regret, she replied, is not listening to my instincts 6 months ago. Goodbye, Zane. After the door closed behind him, the apartment fell into silence. The elaborate dinner sat half-eaten on the table. The celebratory atmosphere entirely evaporated. Sarah remained standing, her posture rigid as if the slightest movement might shatter her composure. Sit down, darling, I said gently. I'll make us some proper coffee. As I moved to the kitchen, I heard the first sob break free, followed by Emily's murmured comfort. The sounds of my daughter's heartbreak followed me, each one a blade. But beneath the pain of witnessing her suffering was the certainty that tonight's revelations, however painful, had saved her from something far worse. Some wounds were necessary to prevent greater injury. I knew this from experience, both personal and professional. The healing would come later. For now, I would make Arabic coffee the way I had learned in Dubai, strong and sweet, a small comfort against the bitterness of disillusionment. The three Wilson women sat in Sarah's living room until nearly midnight, the remnants of the abandoned dinner still on the table behind us. I had made coffee the proper way, Arabic style, boiled 3 times with cardamom, served in small cups without handles. The familiar ritual had calmed me, and the strong, sweet brew seemed to ground Sarah as she processed the evening's revelations. I feel so stupid, she said, for perhaps the 5th time, cradling her cup. How did I not see it? All the signs were there. Because he was very good at what he did, I replied. Con artists are effective precisely because they're believable. Emily, who had kicked off her heels and tucked her feet beneath her on the sofa, nodded in agreement. You're not the first smart woman to be deceived by a charming man, and you won't be the last. She reached over to squeeze her sister's hand. Besides, it's not like he came with warning labels. Maybe not, but the rush to get engaged after only 4 months should have been my first clue. Sarah's academic mind was now reasserting itself, analyzing her experience with the same critical rigor she applied to literature. And the way he kept pushing for a wedding date right before his visa expired, God, it's so obvious in retrospect. Hindsight has perfect vision, I offered. What matters is that you know the truth now, before legal entanglements are worse. Sarah looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. How did you know, Mom? I mean, aside from understanding Arabic, which, by the way, we are definitely discussing later. But even before tonight, you seemed reserved about him. What did you see that I missed? I considered my answer carefully. This wasn't the moment for, I told you so, or parental superiority. My daughter needed understanding, not judgment. Small inconsistencies, I finally said. The way his stories about his family's background shifted slightly each time he told them. How he claimed to have attended prestigious schools but seemed unfamiliar with details a genuine alumnus would know. The fact that he never introduced you to any personal friends, only professional colleagues. I sipped my coffee before continuing. In Dubai, I learned to watch for disconnects between what people said and the evidence before me. When you're negotiating deals worth millions, you develop an eye for deception. Millions? Emily raised an eyebrow. I knew you were an executive, but you've never really talked about the scale of your work there. I smiled slightly. There's a lot I haven't shared about those years. It never seemed relevant once I returned to America. Well, it's relevant now, Sarah said, a hint of her usual spirit returning. Apparently my mother is some kind of international woman of mystery with hidden language skills and a background in corporate espionage. Hardly espionage, I corrected, though I was encouraged by her attempt at humor. Just business conducted in a part of the world where being underestimated was sometimes an advantage. Men spoke freely around the American woman they assumed couldn't understand them. I learned to use that. Emily leaned forward. Lawyer's curiosity piqued. So for 10 years, you were essentially living a double life, pretending not to understand when you actually caught everything? Not always, I clarified. In formal meetings, I used translators to maintain the official record. But yes, there were many situations where allowing people to believe I was linguistically ignorant gave me an edge. Like tonight, Sarah said quietly. Like tonight, I agreed. A contemplative silence fell between us, broken only when Emily stood to clear the coffee cups. I still can't believe he was juggling you and the senator's daughter simultaneously. The sheer audacity. I wonder if she knows, Sarah mused, her academic's curiosity momentarily overriding her personal hurt. If she's another victim, or if she's in on it somehow. That's not your problem, Emily said firmly, ever the pragmatist. Your only job right now is to take care of yourself and legally extricate from this mess, starting with changing your locks first thing tomorrow. Sarah nodded, then turned to me with fresh tears forming. How do I tell people? The department already planned an engagement party. My students know. It's so humiliating. I moved to sit beside her, putting my arm around shoulders that suddenly seemed too fragile to bear this weight. You tell them the truth, simply and without shame. The engagement has been called off due to irreconcilable differences. Anyone who needs more detail than that isn't a true friend. Your mother's right, Emily added, returning from the kitchen. And anyone who judges you for being deceived isn't worth your time. Sarah leaned her head against my shoulder in a gesture so reminiscent of her childhood that my heart contracted. I just keep thinking about what might have happened if Mom hadn't understood Arabic, if the wedding had gone forward. But it didn't, I reminded her gently. And it won't, thanks to Wonder Woman here, Emily said, gesturing toward me with a half smile. Seriously, Mom, you were terrifying tonight. I've never seen you like that. I hadn't accessed that part of myself in years. The executive who could silence a room full of argumentative men with a precisely worded observation. The negotiator who could detect a bluff across cultural and linguistic divides. That version of Maureen Wilson had been packed away with my corporate wardrobe when I returned to America after John's death, retired alongside the career that had shaped half my adult life. I'm still the same person, I said with a slight shrug, just with dimensions you haven't needed to see before. Well, I'm seeing them now, Sarah said, straightening up and wiping her eyes. And I have about 1,000 questions about your life in Dubai that you've apparently been keeping secret all these years. Not secret, I corrected, just compartmentalized. Your father knew everything, of course, But after he died and I moved back, it seemed simpler to focus on the present rather than dwell on the past. Emily returned to her seat, tucking her legs beneath her again. I think we've established that simple isn't always better. I want to know everything now, starting with how you learned Arabic well enough to completely derail a con man's plans in real time. Despite the emotional exhaustion of the evening, I found myself smiling at my daughter's renewed curiosity about my life. Perhaps some good might come from tonight's pain after all, a new openness between us, a recognition that we still had much to learn about one another even after decades of family life. It's a long story, I warned them, and it's getting late. I'm not sleeping anyway, Sarah said with a hollow laugh. Might as well hear about Mom's secret double life as an international oil executive. Complete with language skills and intimidation tactics, Emily added, her expression lighter than it had been all evening. I settled back against the cushions, considering where to begin, how to unpack a decade of experiences I had kept neatly contained since my return to American life. The corporate battles, the cultural adaptations, the friendships and rivalries, the mistakes and triumphs that had shaped me into someone who could recognize a man like Zayn for exactly what he was. It began with a 3-month assignment that turned into 10 years, I started. I was 48. Your father had just received his first major patent payout, and Gulfstream Petroleum offered me a position that seemed too good to refuse. As I spoke, I watched something shift in my daughter's expressions, a new awareness dawning as they began to see their mother not just as a parent, but as a woman with a life and identity entirely separate from her maternal role. It was, I realized, a gift that had emerged from the evening's devastation. This opportunity for genuine recognition across the generational divide. Tomorrow would bring practical concerns, changing locks, canceling wedding arrangements, managing the social fallout of a broken engagement. But tonight, as Sarah's tears gradually gave way to genuine interest in my story, I glimpsed the resilience that would eventually help her heal. She was, after all, my daughter, stronger than even she knew. 2 days after the disastrous dinner, I was at Sarah's apartment helping her sort through the numerous wedding gifts that needed to be returned. Emily had taken the day off work to join us, armed with a spreadsheet and shipping labels. The practical task of dismantling what should have been a joyous occasion felt both necessary and cruel. I still can't believe Mrs. Abernathy from your department gave you a hand-embroidered tablecloth, Emily remarked, carefully rewrapping the delicate item. Do people even use these anymore? Sarah managed a weak smile. She spent 6 months making it, said she's done one for every faculty bride since 1985. Well, that makes the awkward conversation you need to have with her slightly more difficult, Emily said, updating her spreadsheet. I was about to suggest a particular wording for the inevitable explanations when Sarah's doorbell rang. The three of us froze, exchanging glances. Are you expecting anyone? I asked. Sarah shook her head, tension returning to her shoulders. It might be Zayn. He's called 17 times since the other night. I've blocked his number, but he might have decided to show up in person. I'll handle it, Emily said, her tone shifting to what I recognized as her courtroom voice. She strode to the door with confident purpose, peering through the peephole. The transformation in her posture was immediate and alarming. It's not Zayn, she said, turning back to us with widened eyes. It's his parents. Sarah paled visibly. What? Why would they? We don't have to find out, I interjected, moving to stand beside Emily. We don't owe them any conversation. The doorbell rang again, followed by a woman's voice calling Sarah's name with practiced politeness. I want to hear what they have to say, Sarah decided, her academic curiosity apparently overriding her emotional self-preservation. Maybe they're here to apologize. Emily and I exchanged skeptical glances, but stepped aside as Sarah moved to open the door. There stood Khalid and Amira Hakim, impeccably dressed as if for a business meeting rather than a transatlantic social call. Amira clutched an expensive-looking handbag, while Khalid held a small gift box tied with ribbon. Sarah, darling, Amira began, her accent noticeably less pronounced than during our video call. We had to come in person. May we please come in for just a few minutes? Sarah hesitated, then stepped back to allow them entry. I noted how their eyes swept the apartment, taking in details they hadn't been able to see through the limited frame of a video call. Their gazes lingered briefly on the pile of wedding gifts before returning to Sarah with practiced smiles. We were so distressed by the unfortunate misunderstanding, Khalid began, once we had all moved to the living room. No one sat. This would not be a comfortable, extended visit. We flew in immediately to clear things up. Misunderstanding? Emily echoed incredulously. I think the situation was perfectly clear. Amira turned to me, her expression a masterpiece of dignified appeal. Mrs. Wilson, as one mature woman to another, surely you understand how cultural differences can create confusion. In our tradition, marriages have always involved practical considerations alongside emotional ones. I understand cultural differences quite well, Mrs. Hakim, I replied evenly. I also understand the difference between cultural practices and deliberate deception. Your son was engaged to my daughter while simultaneously pursuing another woman, all while planning to use marriage primarily as an immigration strategy. That transcends cultural differences. Khalid cleared his throat, shifting tactics. We want to assure you that despite what you may have overheard, Zain's feelings for Sarah are genuine. Yes, there were practical considerations about his visa, but that doesn't negate his affection. If his feelings were genuine, why was he involved with Melissa simultaneously? Sarah asked, her voice remarkably steady. Why did he lie about so many aspects of his life and your family circumstances? The Hakims exchanged a quick glance that told me they hadn't expected such direct questioning from Sarah, whom they had clearly underestimated. Young men make mistakes, Amira offered, her tone shifting to maternal understanding. This Melissa, she pursued him aggressively. Zain was confused, but he chose you, Sarah. Actually, I interjected, according to your conversation the other night, he was keeping his options open in case things went wrong with Sarah. That's not confusion, that's calculation. Khalid's expression hardened slightly, the affable facade cracking. He turned to address Sarah directly, ignoring Emily and me. We understand you're hurt, but consider what you're throwing away. Zain is educated, from a good family. This marriage would join our families across cultures, a beautiful thing in these divided times. A beautiful thing built on lies, Sarah responded, gaining confidence with each exchange. I'm curious, why did you fly all the way here? What do you hope to achieve? Another telling glance between the Hakims. Then Khalid produced the small box he had been holding. A peace offering, he said, extending it toward Sarah. A family heirloom that was to be your wedding gift. We still want you to have it, as a symbol of our sincere wish to move forward from this misunderstanding. Sarah didn't reach for the box. Move forward how exactly? Amira stepped in smoothly. Perhaps you and Zain could begin again. A longer engagement this time, with complete transparency. He is truly devastated by what happened. I'm sure he is, Emily muttered. Is Zain's visa situation still a concern? I asked directly, watching their expressions carefully. That's a separate matter that can be addressed through proper channels, Khalid replied too quickly. This is about two young people who care for each other. The pieces suddenly aligned in my mind with the clarity I'd once applied to complex business negotiation. You're not here to apologize, I said, the realization crystallizing. You're here because without this marriage, your son has no path to remain in the United States legally. And without access to Sarah's inheritance, whatever financial problems your family is facing remain unsolved. Amira's smile tightened. Mrs. Wilson, you're being unnecessarily harsh. We're simply trying to heal a rift between a con artist and his intended victim, I completed for her. The answer is no. Sarah will not be reconnecting with Zain, restarting your son's green card process, or providing financial support to your family. That chapter is closed. Sarah is an adult who can make her own decisions, Khalid responded, an edge entering his voice as he turned back to my daughter. This gift was my grandmother's. In our culture, family treasures carry deep meaning. Please at least accept this as a gesture of our sincerity. He extended the box again, and for a moment I feared Sarah might take it out of ingrained politeness. Instead, she straightened her shoulders and spoke with remarkable composure. Mr. and Mrs. Hakim, I appreciate that you traveled a long way, but this conversation is pointless. I will not be reconciling with Zain. I will not be accepting gifts from your family, and I would appreciate it if all of you would respect my wishes and stop contacting me. Khalid's pleasant mask slipped entirely then, revealing the desperation beneath. You don't understand what's at stake. Our family's situation is not Sarah's responsibility, Emily interrupted firmly. I think it's time for you to leave. This isn't over, Amira said, her refined demeanor giving way to something harder as she switched to Arabic. That foolish boy has ruined everything with his carelessness. We needed this marriage. Then perhaps, I replied in the same language, you should have raised a son who understood that lasting relationships require honesty rather than manipulation. The shock on their faces at my continued demonstration of Arabic fluency might have been comical in other circumstances. Without another word, they turned and left, the gift box still clutched in Khalid's hand. When the door closed behind them, Sarah let out a long, shaky breath. Do you think they'll be back? Not if they're smart, Emily said grimly. But I'll file for a restraining order tomorrow just to be safe. I put my arm around Sarah's shoulders, feeling both fierce pride in her strength and lingering concern for her vulnerability. You handled that beautifully. She leaned against me, the composed front beginning to crumble. I almost took that box, out of habit, out of politeness, even after everything. But you didn't, I reminded her. You stood your ground, like mother, like daughter, Emily observed with a small smile. Apparently the Wilson women are made of stronger stuff than the Hakims anticipated. A week after the Hakim's unwelcome visit, Sarah received a text message from an unknown number. She was at my house for our newly established Sunday dinner tradition, a practice we'd begun as a way to maintain close contact during her recovery from Zane's deception. Emily was running late, caught in traffic after visiting her boyfriend in Connecticut. Sarah stared at her phone, her expression shifting from surprise to concern. What is it? I asked, setting down the salad bowl I'd been preparing. It's from someone named Melissa Crawford, Sarah said, looking up with wide eyes. She says she needs to talk to me about Zane. She says it's important. Melissa? The senator's daughter? I moved to read over Sarah's shoulder. The message was brief but urgent. Sarah, my name is Melissa Crawford. I believe we have a mutual problem named Zane Hakim. I just found out about you and think we should talk. There are things you need to know that may affect your safety. Can we meet? It could be a trap, I cautioned, years of business negotiations having taught me to look for hidden angles. The Hakims might be trying another approach. Sarah nodded thoughtfully. I considered that. But if she really is Senator Crawford's daughter, that's easy enough to verify. Her fingers flew across her phone screen. Look, this is her LinkedIn profile. She's legitimate, works at her father's nonprofit foundation. Harvard graduate, impressive resume. Still doesn't mean her intentions are honest, I pointed out. What if Zane put her up to this? Some kind of reconciliation ploy? Only one way to find out, Sarah replied with newfound determination. She had been growing stronger each day since the broken engagement, her academics' analytical mind helping her process the betrayal. I'll suggest meeting in a public place. Before I could respond, the doorbell rang. That must be Emily, I said, moving to answer it. But when I opened the door, I found myself facing a young woman I had never seen before. Tall, elegantly dressed, with an air of confidence that spoke of privilege and education. Mrs. Wilson, she asked, I'm Melissa Crawford. I apologize for showing up unannounced, but I think we need to talk about Zane Hakim. I studied her carefully, noting details that suggested she was indeed who she claimed to be. The quality of her clothing, the subtle security presence in the form of a man waiting discreetly by a black SUV at the curb. Senators' daughters didn't typically travel without some form of protection. You have remarkable timing, Miss Crawford, I said, stepping aside to let her in. Sarah just received your text. Melissa's eyes widened slightly. I sent that less than 5 minutes ago. You're already together? Sunday family dinner, I explained, leading her to the kitchen where Sarah stood frozen in surprise. Sarah, it appears Melissa has decided a text message wasn't sufficient. The two women regarded each other with the careful assessment of rivals unexpectedly forced to cooperate. They were physical opposites. Sarah with her father's dark hair and academic bearing, Melissa blonde and polished in a way that spoke of finishing schools and society pages. Thank you for seeing me, Melissa said, her poise impressive despite the awkwardness of the situation. I know this must be strange. Very, Sarah agreed. I'm not sure what we have to discuss, though. My engagement to Zane is over. I know. That's partly why I'm here. Melissa glanced at me, then back to Sarah. I only found out about you 2 days ago. Zane and I have been dating for nearly 8 months. The timeline hung in the air between us. 8 months, which meant their relationship had begun before Sarah even met him. I see, Sarah said, her voice carefully neutral. Please, sit down. As we settled at my kitchen table, I offered Melissa coffee, which she accepted with practiced graciousness. The social niceties seemed absurd given the circumstances, yet we clung to them like a familiar script in an otherwise unprecedented situation. "How did you find out about me?" Sarah asked once we were all seated. "Pure chance," Melissa replied. "I was at a fundraiser for my father's re-election campaign when I overheard two men from the Jordanian embassy discussing Zayn's immigration problem. And they mentioned his engagement had fallen through and joked about how he'd need to accelerate things with me instead." Her composure cracked slightly. "I confronted Zayn afterward and he admitted everything." "I'm sorry," Sarah said, and I could tell she meant it. Whatever initial comparison or competition might have existed between them had dissolved in the face of their shared deception. "Don't be," Melissa replied with unexpected firmness. "I'm not here for sympathy or to compare notes on what an extraordinary liar Zayn is. I'm here because I'm concerned about what he might do next." "What do you mean?" I asked, all my internal alarms activating. Melissa looked directly at me. "After I confronted him, Zayn became different. The charm disappeared. He was angry, desperate, said he'd lost everything because of your family." She turned back to Sarah. "He blamed your mother specifically, said she'd turned you against him with lies." "Not lies," Sarah corrected automatically. "My mother simply revealed the truth." "I know that now," Melissa agreed. "But Zayn doesn't see it that way, and a desperate man with an expiring visa and failed plans can be dangerous." I felt a cold certainty settle in my stomach. I'd seen that transformation before, the moment when a negotiation failed and desperation replaced calculation. It rarely ended well. "Has he threatened you?" I asked. "Not explicitly," Melissa said, her training in political nuance evident in her precise language. "But he's become erratic. Shows up at my apartment unannounced, calls at all hours, alternates between begging me to marry him before his visa expires and making veiled comments about making everyone pay for his situation." "Have you reported this to the police?" Sarah asked, her concern now visibly shifting from her own hurt to this broader threat. Melissa gave a small, humorless laugh. "My father's a senator in a re-election year. The last thing his campaign needs is a scandal involving his daughter and a foreign national in an immigration scheme. My family's preference is to handle this quietly." "Which means," I prompted, "my father has connections at immigration. Zayn's visa violation will be flagged, and he'll likely be deported within the week." She looked between us. "I wanted to warn you because he knows where you both live. He's mentioned your addresses in his less controlled moments." The implication hung heavily in the room. Zayn, cornered and desperate, might lash out before his impending deportation. "Thank you for coming," I said, respecting her directness. "We appreciate the warning." "It's the least I could do," Melissa replied, a flash of vulnerability breaking through her polished exterior. "We were both targeted by someone who saw us as means to an end. That creates a certain bond, doesn't it?" Sarah nodded, reaching across the table to briefly touch the other woman's hand in a gesture of solidarity that transcended their differences. "Yes, it does." As Melissa prepared to leave, she hesitated at the door. "There's one more thing you should know. Zayn's family situation isn't what he claimed. They're not wealthy industrialists facing temporary setbacks. His father was involved in a financial scandal in Jordan, embezzlement from government contracts. Most of their assets were seized years ago. This new piece of information completed the puzzle of the Hakim's desperate maneuvers, their visit, their insistence on reconciliation, all of it driven by a need more profound than just securing Zayn's immigration status. "How did you learn this?" I asked. Melissa's smile was slight, but genuine. "Senator's daughter, remember? Background checks are standard procedure when I date someone." Her expression sobered. "I just wish I'd looked more closely at the results." After she left, Sarah and I stood in silence, processing this unexpected development. The doorbell rang again, and this time it was Emily, apologizing for her lateness and completely unaware of the visitor who had just departed. "You missed quite a lot," Sarah told her sister as we moved back to the kitchen, "including meeting the other woman who turned out to be remarkably decent." "Wait, what?" Emily's expression shifted from confusion to alarm as we filled her in on Melissa's warning. "So now we have a potentially vindictive ex-fiancé with nothing to lose? Great, just great." I watched my daughters discussing security measures and police contacts, noting how Sarah's academic passivity had been replaced by pragmatic alertness. Painful as this ordeal had been, it had awakened something in her, a recognition of her own strength and resilience that might never have emerged without this crucible. "We'll handle this," I assured them both, the certainty in my voice stemming from decades of managing crises far from home. Together. 3 days after Melissa's visit, I was at my home office reviewing investment documents when my phone chimed with a text from Sarah. "Someone's been in my apartment. Things moved, not missing. Called police. They're on their way. Can you come?" My heart lurched as I grabbed my car keys, leaving the documents scattered across my desk. The drive to Sarah's apartment typically took 20 minutes. I made it in 14, my hands gripping the steering wheel with the same controlled tension I'd once applied to high-stakes negotiations. 2 police cruisers were parked outside her building when I arrived. The doorman, who knew me by sight, waved me through with a concerned expression. "They're upstairs, Mrs. Wilson. Officers got here about 10 minutes ago." I thanked him and hurried to the elevator, my mind cycling through possibilities. A break-in with nothing stolen suggested something more disturbing than simple theft. Intimidation, perhaps, or someone searching for something specific. Given Melissa's warning, Zane seemed the obvious suspect. Sarah's door was ajar when I reached it. Inside, she sat on the sofa, speaking with a female police officer, while a male officer examined the locks on her balcony door. Emily was already there, standing with arms crossed, her lawyer's demeanor in full effect as she questioned a third officer about security camera access. "Mom," Sarah said, relief evident in her voice as she rose to hug me. "Thank you for coming so quickly." "Of course," I replied, keeping an arm around her as I nodded to the officer. "I'm Maureen Wilson, Sarah's mother." The officer introduced herself as Detective Rivera. "Your daughter was explaining that she has concerns about who might have entered her apartment. A former fiancé?" "Yes," I confirmed. "Their engagement ended recently under difficult circumstances. He's facing visa expiration and potential deportation." Detective Rivera made a note. "Any specific threats made?" "Not directly to Sarah," I explained, "but we received information that he's been exhibiting concerning behavior and has mentioned making everyone pay for his situation." Sarah guided me through the apartment, pointing out subtle disturbances that only a resident would notice. Books rearranged on shelves, cushions not quite as she'd left them. Her laptop moved from desk to coffee table. "The strangest thing," she said, leading me to her bedroom, "is this." On her pillow lay a small jewelry box, tied with the same ribbon as the gift Khalid Hakim had tried to present during their visit. Inside was an ornate gold necklace with Arabic calligraphy pendant. "It says, 'Remember,'" I translated, examining the piece carefully without touching it. "This wasn't here when you left?" "Definitely not," Sarah confirmed. "I was at the university all day giving final exams, came home around 4 and immediately noticed things felt off." Detective Rivera appeared in the doorway. "We'll need to take that as evidence," she said, nodding toward the necklace. "My colleague is checking if there's security footage from your building's hallway or elevator. In the meantime, is there somewhere you can stay tonight? I wouldn't recommend remaining here until we determine how the intruder gained access." "She'll stay with me," I said firmly, meeting Sarah's eyes for confirmation. She nodded gratefully. Emily joined us, her expression grim. "I've already spoken to a colleague about an emergency restraining order. We can file first thing tomorrow morning." As Sarah packed an overnight bag, I stepped onto the balcony with Detective Rivera to discuss security options. Her apartment was on the 8th floor, not easily accessible from outside, but not impossible either. "The locks seem intact," the detective noted. "No signs of forced entry anywhere. Either someone has a key, or Zane charmed his way in through the building staff," I completed the thought. "He can be very persuasive when he wants something." We were interrupted by a commotion from the hallway. A male voice was arguing with one of the officers stationed at the apartment door, a voice I recognized immediately. "I need to see Sarah. I just heard someone broke into her apartment. Is she all right?" "Zane." Sarah froze in the bedroom doorway, overnight bag clutched in her hands. Emily moved protectively to stand between her sister and the entrance. Detective Rivera stepped quickly back inside, hand moving to her weapon as she assessed the situation. Before any of us could react further, Zane pushed past the officer at the door, stopping short when he saw all of us gathered in the living room. His appearance was disheveled, a far cry from the polished academic who had so charmed my daughter. His eyes were bloodshot, his normally immaculate clothing wrinkled, as if he'd been wearing the same outfit for days. "Sarah," he said, his voice cracking slightly. Thank God you're all right. I came as soon as I heard. Heard from whom? Emily demanded. How did you even know about this? Zane's eyes darted between us, the calculation visible even through his agitated state. I was in the neighborhood, saw the police cars, asked the doorman what happened. Sir, I need you to step back outside, Detective Rivera said firmly, positioning herself between Zane and the rest of us. This is an active crime scene. Crime scene? Zane repeated, his expression shifting to practiced concern. What happened? Was something taken? Nothing was taken, I said evenly, watching his reactions closely. But something was left behind. A necklace, on Sarah's pillow. The momentary flicker in his eyes was all the confirmation I needed. The male officer who had been examining the balcony moved to flank Detective Rivera, both now focused intently on Zane. I don't know anything about a necklace, he said, but the denial lacked conviction. It's the same one your father tried to give me last week, Sarah said, finding her voice. Her hands trembled slightly, but her gaze was steady. The family heirloom, remember? Zane swallowed visibly. What a strange coincidence. Perhaps my parents sent it as a peace offering? They were very upset about our misunderstanding. There was no misunderstanding, Emily interjected sharply. And breaking into someone's apartment to leave gifts is stalking, not a peace offering. Breaking in? I would never... Zane's indignation seemed genuine, but I had seen him perform convincingly before. Sarah, you can't possibly think I would do something like that. Sir, Detective Rivera cut in, her tone leaving no room for argument. I need to see some identification, please. As Zane reluctantly produced his wallet, I moved closer to Sarah, placing a protective hand on her back. She was holding up remarkably well, but I could feel the tension radiating from her body. Zane Hakim, the detective read from his ID. And your current immigration status, sir? The question hit its mark. Zane's facade cracked further, desperation seeping through. My student visa is valid until next week. I'm exploring options to extend my stay, such as breaking into your ex-fiancé's apartment to leave threatening messages, Emily suggested coldly. It wasn't threatening, Zane protested, his composure fully evaporating now. It was a gift, a reminder of what we had, what we could still have if she would just listen to reason instead of her interfering mother. The venom with which he spat the last words, directed at me, revealed the true feelings beneath his charming exterior. Detective Rivera and her colleague exchanged glances, clearly reassessing the situation from a potential misunderstanding to something more sinister. Mr. Hakim, Detective Rivera said, I'd like you to come down to the station to answer some questions about your whereabouts today. Am I being arrested? He demanded, panic rising in his voice. On what charges? I haven't done anything wrong. You can't. This will affect my immigration status. At this point, sir, we're just asking you to assist with our investigation, the detective replied diplomatically, though her meaning was clear in the firm grip she maintained on his elbow. As the officers escorted Zane from the apartment, he looked back once, his eyes locking with mine. The hatred there was undisguised now, the sophisticated veneer completely stripped away. This is all your fault, he said in Arabic, his voice low and intense. If you had stayed out of it, everyone would have been happy. I responded in the same language, my tone even but resolute. No, Zane, my daughter would not have been happy in a marriage built on lies, and neither would you, living constantly in fear of discovery. The shock on his face at this final reminder of my linguistic abilities might have been satisfying under different circumstances. As it was, I felt only a weary relief as the door closed behind him and the officers. Sarah sank onto the sofa, the strain of maintaining her composure finally taking its toll. Do you think they'll keep him in custody? They'll certainly try, Emily said, her legal knowledge kicking in. Breaking and entering at minimum, possibly stalking and intimidation. And if his visa situation is as precarious as we believe, ICE might put a hold on him. I sat beside Sarah, taking her trembling hands in mine. This will be over soon, I promised, hoping it was true. I should never have let him into my life, she whispered. Into our lives. I'm so sorry. Don't apologize for his actions, I told her firmly. You did nothing wrong except trust someone who didn't deserve it. We've all done that at some point. As we gathered Sarah's things to leave, I found myself reflecting on the irony of the situation. Zane had targeted Sarah in part because he believed her mother was a simple American widow who would pose no obstacle to his plans. His miscalculation couldn't have been more complete. In trying to exploit what he perceived as our weakness, he had instead awakened a strength in both of us. My protective instincts honed through years of international business, and Sarah's resilience, which grew more evident with each challenge she faced. The necklace's message had been, "Remember." But what Zane failed to understand was exactly what we would remember from this ordeal. Not his manipulation, but our own capacity to overcome it. The weekend after Zane's arrest passed in a blur of police statements, visits to the district attorney's office, and quiet evenings with Sarah in my guest bedroom. She slept fitfully, the betrayal and intrusion still fresh wounds, but each morning she arose with greater resolve. I recognized the pattern from my own life's challenges, the gradual transition from victim to survivor. On Monday morning, Emily arrived at my house before her office hours, bearing case files and determination. "I've got news," she announced, accepting the coffee I offered. "Multiple developments, actually." Sarah joined us at the kitchen table, wrapped in the oversized cardigan that had become her comfort garment. "Good news or bad news?" "Mixed," Emily replied, with the measured tone she used for legal matters. "First, Zane is still in custody. The breaking and entering charges might not stick since there's no evidence of forced entry, but they found items from your apartment in his possession." "What items?" I asked, immediately concerned. "Nothing significant. A book from your shelf, a refrigerator magnet, a hair clip. Trophy items," Emily explained. "Common in stocking cases. He was building a collection." Sarah shuddered visibly. "That's disturbing." "It is," Emily agreed, "but it helps our case for the restraining order, which has been granted, by the way. More importantly, ICE has placed a hold on him due to visa fraud concerns." "Visa fraud?" I questioned. Emily nodded, a hint of satisfaction in her expression. "Apparently, he misrepresented information on his last visa extension. His academic credentials weren't quite what he claimed. The university has also launched an investigation into his doctoral research, which seems to contain significant plagiarism. His entire life was a fabrication," Sarah said quietly. "I wonder if anything he told me was true." "One thing certainly wasn't," Emily continued, opening one of her files. "Remember how he claimed his family had temporary financial troubles? I had a colleague with international connections look into the Hakims. She passed a document across the table. Their financial problems aren't temporary. Khalid Hakim was involved in a major embezzlement scandal 5 years ago. Most of their assets were seized. Melissa mentioned something similar, I recalled. So their desperation for Zane to secure a green card and access to Sarah's inheritance makes more sense now. Sarah skimmed the document, her academic training evident in how quickly she absorbed the information. This explains why they were so persistent even after I broke the engagement. They weren't just saving Zane's immigration status, they were trying to salvage their family's financial future. "At your expense," Emily added pointedly. A knock at my front door interrupted our discussion. Through the window, I glimpsed a black SUV parked at the curb, similar to the one that had accompanied Melissa Crawford during her visit. But when I opened the door, it wasn't Melissa who stood on my porch. "Mrs. Wilson, I'm Senator James Crawford." The distinguished man extended his hand with the practiced ease of a career politician. "I apologize for arriving unannounced, but I was hoping to speak with you and your daughter about a sensitive matter." I assessed him quickly. Impeccable suit, security detail waiting discreetly by the vehicle, the confident bearing of someone accustomed to power. Every instinct from my business days activated, preparing for an unexpected negotiation. "Please come in, Senator," I replied, matching his professional courtesy. We were just discussing recent developments. Sarah and Emily stood as we entered the kitchen, both clearly recognizing our visitor from news coverage and political advertisements. The senator greeted them with the smooth charm that had likely won him multiple elections before turning back to me. "I'll be direct, Mrs. Wilson. This situation with Zane Hakim has potential to become complicated for everyone involved. I'd like to discuss how we might resolve it with minimal public attention." "You mean how to keep your daughter's name out of a potential scandal?" Emily interpreted, her lawyer's directness cutting through the diplomatic language. The senator didn't flinch. "Partly, yes. Melissa's involvement with this young man was unfortunate, and I'd prefer it not become fodder for my political opponents. But I'm also here out of genuine concern for your daughter, Ms. Wilson." He turned to Sarah. "Melissa has told me about your ordeal. I'm truly sorry for what you've experienced." "Thank you," Sarah replied cautiously. "But I'm not sure what you're proposing, Senator." I have certain influence with immigration authorities, he explained, settling into the chair I offered. I believe the most expedient resolution would be Mr. Hakim's prompt deportation. He faces the charges here, but then is removed from the country before this becomes a protracted legal battle that draws unwanted attention to all parties. You want to make him disappear? Emily summarized, her tone making clear her professional assessment of this approach. I want to ensure he can't harm your sister or my daughter further, the senator corrected smoothly. I believe our interests align in this matter. I studied him carefully, recognizing the tactical approach. During my years in Dubai, I dealt with many powerful men who presented self-interest as mutual benefit. But in this case, he wasn't entirely wrong. What exactly are you offering, Senator? I asked directly. My office can ensure that ICE prioritizes his case. He'll be processed quickly, deported within the week, and banned from returning to the United States. The stalking and breaking and entering charges would remain on record, but would be handled administratively rather than through public court proceedings. And in exchange, Emily pressed, ever the thorough attorney. Discretion, he replied simply. This remains a private matter, not a public spectacle. No press, no social media, no interviews about foreign nationals targeting American women for immigration advantages. The subtext was clear. His daughter's name, and by extension his political reputation, would remain untarnished by association with Zane's schemes. I glanced at Sarah, wanting her to make this decision. I have no interest in publicity, she said after a moment. I just want this to be over, and to feel safe in my own home again. The senator nodded, seemingly satisfied. I'll make the necessary calls today. You should receive updates from the district attorney's office by tomorrow. As our unexpected visitor prepared to leave, he paused, his political persona briefly giving way to something more genuine. My daughter speaks highly of you both. She said you treated her with remarkable grace considering the circumstances. He cleared his throat, perhaps uncomfortable with the personal nature of this admission. Melissa has always had everything money can buy, but genuine connection isn't something I can purchase for her. Your kindness meant a great deal. After the senator departed, the three of us sat in thoughtful silence, processing this new development. Well, Emily said finally, I guess that's what happens when you have a United States senator in your corner. Problems just disappear. Is it wrong that I'm relieved? Sarah asked, a hint of guilt in her voice. I know the justice system should run its course, but the thought of a prolonged legal battle, of having to face Zane in court, it's not wrong, I assured her. Justice takes many forms. If this resolution gives you peace and ensures your safety, that's what matters most. Besides, Emily added practically, he's still facing consequences. Deportation and a permanent ban from the U.S. aren't exactly getting away scot-free. Sarah nodded, then turned to me with sudden curiosity. Mom, you didn't seem surprised or intimidated by the senator at all. Most people would be at least a little flustered having a powerful politician show up at their door. I smiled, memories of far more intimidating negotiations rising unbidden. After negotiating oil contracts with Saudi ministers and Emirates sheikhs, a U.S. senator seems relatively straightforward by comparison. There it is again, this whole other life you led that we know almost nothing about, Emily said, leaning forward. I think it's time you told us everything, not just the highlights you've shared since this all began, but the full story. Everything? I echoed, considering the decade of experiences I had compartmentalized since returning to America. That would take more than a morning conversation. We have time, Sarah said, a new determination in her voice. I want to understand who you really are, Mom, beyond just being my mother. I want to know about the woman who faced down oil ministers and learned Arabic and apparently can hold her own with U.S. senators without breaking a sweat. Looking at my daughters, Emily with her analytical mind and protective instincts, Sarah with her emerging resilience, I realized how much they had changed through this ordeal. How much we all had changed. The masks we wore, the roles we played for each other, had been stripped away by crisis, revealing deeper truths about who we truly were. All right, I agreed, settling more comfortably in my chair. It began with what was supposed to be a 3-month assignment in Dubai. True to the senator's promise, the district attorney called the next morning to inform us that Zane would be deported within 72 hours. The breaking and entering charges were being processed administratively, and the restraining order remained in effect until his removal from the country. By week's end, the immediate threat that had disrupted our lives would be gone. Sarah's relief was palpable, but tinged with a complexity of emotions that only those who have experienced betrayal can fully understand. "I should feel closure," she confessed as we shared tea in my sunroom, morning light filtering through the curtains. "Instead, I don't even know how to describe it. Unfinished," I supplied, recognizing the sensation from my own experiences, as if a chapter ended abruptly, without proper resolution. She nodded, wrapping her hands around the warm mug. "Exactly. 6 months of my life, all those emotions and plans, and now it just evaporates, with nothing real to show for it." "Not nothing," I corrected gently. "Experience is never nothing, Sarah. Even painful experience shapes us." "Like your years in Dubai shaped you?" she asked, our conversations increasingly circling back to my international career as she processed her own transformation. I smiled, acknowledging the parallel. "In some ways, yes. Though my challenges were different, the principle is the same. We emerge from difficult periods either diminished or strengthened, and that choice is largely our own." Sarah considered this, the academic in her naturally drawn to analyzing patterns. "You know what strikes me most about your Dubai stories? How you learned to use being underestimated as an advantage. All those men who assumed the American woman couldn't possibly understand their sidebar conversations in Arabic. A lesson that served us well with Zayn," I noted. "Yes, but it's more than that." Sarah set down her mug, leaning forward earnestly. "You never corrected people's assumptions about you, even after you returned to America. You let everyone, including your own daughters, see only the surface: widow, mother, comfortable retiree. The woman who could silence a room of Middle Eastern oil executives with a single precisely worded observation in fluent Arabic was hidden away, like a secret identity. Her insight caught me off guard. I had never viewed my compartmentalization as a form of hiding, merely as a practical separation between chapters of my life. Yet Sarah's assessment carried an uncomfortable ring of truth. "Perhaps I did," I acknowledged. "When I returned after your father's death, it seemed simpler to step fully into the role everyone here expected of me. The international business executive didn't seem relevant to my life as a widow and mother in suburban Connecticut." "But she was always there," Sarah pressed. "That version of you didn't disappear. She was just waiting for a moment of need. Like when your daughter brought home a charming con artist who assumed you were exactly what you appeared to be." I laughed softly at her framing. "I suppose that's true, though I never anticipated needing those particular skills in my retirement years." Our conversation paused as Emily arrived, letting herself in with her key and joining us with the brisk energy she brought to everything. "Good news," she announced without preamble. "The university has officially rescinded Zayn's doctoral candidacy. Turns out his research was even more fraudulent than initially suspected. They're sending formal notifications to his previous academic institutions." "Academic death penalty," Sarah murmured, the phrase common in university circles for the ultimate professional disgrace. "He won't easily recover from that." "Nor should he," Emily replied pragmatically, helping herself to tea. "Actions have consequences. Speaking of which, I ran into Detective Rivera at the courthouse this morning. She mentioned they found something interesting in Zayn's apartment during the investigation." I raised an eyebrow, concerned about what new revelation might emerge. "What kind of something?" "A dossier on our family," Emily said, her expression grim. "Apparently, he'd been researching us extensively. Financial records, property holdings, even Mom's employment history. But here's the interesting part. The dossier had significant gaps and inaccuracies, particularly regarding Mom's time in Dubai." "What kind of inaccuracies?" Sarah asked. "According to Rivera, his notes described Mom as having spent some time as a secretary or assistant in Dubai and being financially dependent on Dad's patents. He drastically underestimated both Mom's professional stature and her financial independence. I couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. That explains a lot. He thought he was dealing with a helpless widow who wouldn't recognize his scheme. Instead, he got a former international executive who could understand his every word and see through his every move," Sarah completed, a hint of pride in her voice. "The ultimate miscalculation." The three of us shared a moment of satisfaction at this final confirmation of Zayn's fundamental error. He had assessed our family based on superficial assumptions and stereotypes, never bothering to look deeper. His failure to see me accurately had been his undoing. "You know," Emily said thoughtfully, This whole ordeal has made me realize how little I actually knew about Mom's professional life. I mean, I knew you worked in oil and lived in Dubai, but I had no concept of your seniority or the scope of your responsibilities. That's partly my fault, I admitted. I never spoke much about that decade, especially after returning home. It seemed separate from our family life here. But it wasn't separate, Sarah pointed out. It was fundamental to who you are, your skills, your perspectives, your ability to read people and situations. We just never saw that side of you in action until Zane forced it into the open. Well, I'm seeing it now, Emily said firmly. And frankly, it's a little intimidating to realize your mother could probably have been running a Fortune 500 company instead of attending your piano recitals. I reached over to squeeze her hand. I was exactly where I wanted to be, doing exactly what I chose to do at each phase of my life. The executive career was fulfilling, but so was being present for you both after your father died. A comfortable silence settled between us, the morning sun strengthening as it rose higher. So much had changed in the weeks since Sarah's ill-fated dinner with Zane and his parents. Not just the external circumstances, the broken engagement, the legal proceedings, the impending deportation, but something more fundamental in how we related to each other. I'm going back to my apartment tomorrow, Sarah announced suddenly. Emily helped me arrange for new locks and a security system, and I need to reclaim my space. I can't let what happened make me afraid of my own home. I studied her face, looking for signs of premature bravado, but found genuine determination instead. Are you sure you're ready? I think so, she replied. I've spent nearly a month processing everything, the betrayal, the manipulation, the invasion of privacy. Staying away any longer feels like letting Zane maintain power over my choices. That's remarkably healthy, Emily observed with slight surprise. I expected this recovery to take much longer. Sarah smiled, a genuine expression I had seen more frequently in recent days. I had good role models for resilience. She glanced meaningfully in my direction. Besides, I'm not the same person I was before this happened. None of us are. She was right, of course. Crisis has a way of stripping pretense, revealing our true nature beneath social masks and comfortable roles. In exposing Zane's deception, we had inadvertently exposed truths about ourselves as well. My hidden strengths, Sarah's emerging resilience, Emily's fierce protective instincts. We had each stepped more fully into ourselves. I've been thinking, I said, making a spontaneous decision. Perhaps it's time I used my experience more actively. One of my former colleagues has been asking me to consult on international negotiations for women-owned businesses entering Middle Eastern markets. I've always declined, but maybe it's time to reconsider. My daughters exchanged surprised glances. Mom, that sounds perfect for you, Emily encouraged. Your experience would be invaluable. Are you sure you want to step back into that world? Sarah asked, more cautious. It's been years since you were actively involved in international business. I smiled, feeling a familiar energy I hadn't accessed in too long. Some skills never leave you. Besides, I think recent events have proven that my retirement might have been premature. I still have contributions to make. Looking at my daughters, both now seeing me clearly, perhaps for the first time, I realized that Zane's attempt to deceive us had inadvertently given us an unexpected gift, authenticity. In revealing who he truly was, he had compelled us to reveal our true selves to each other as well. To new beginnings, Emily proposed, raising her teacup in an impromptu toast. And to seeing clearly, Sarah added meaningfully. I raised my cup to join theirs. To truth in all its languages. 6 months after Zane's deportation, life had settled into new patterns for all of us. Sarah had reclaimed her apartment and her academic career, throwing herself into research with renewed focus. Emily had been promoted to senior partner at her law firm, her handling of Sarah's case having impressed the firm's leadership. And I had surprised myself by embracing a part-time consulting role that allowed me to use my international experience in meaningful ways. It was a crisp autumn evening when Sarah invited us to a faculty dinner at her university. The department is hosting visiting scholars from the Middle East Studies program, she had explained. I thought you might enjoy the conversations, Mom, given your background. I accepted readily, pleased by how confidently Sarah had returned to professional and social engagements. The shadow of Zane's betrayal had faded significantly, though occasional moments of caution still surfaced in her interactions with new people. Emily joined us, arriving directly from court in an elegant suit that projected the authority she had grown increasingly comfortable claiming. As we entered the university's faculty club, the three Wilson women made a striking trio, different generations and professions, united by an unmistakable family resemblance and shared resilience. The dinner was pleasant, with interesting discussions flowing around the table. I found myself engaged in conversation with a distinguished Jordanian professor about the economic development initiatives in the Gulf region, easily slipping back into the analytical mindset that had served me well during my executive years. Your insights into the region's business culture are remarkably nuanced, he commented. Most Americans have a far more superficial understanding. I lived in Dubai for a decade, I explained, senior executive for Gulfstream Petroleum. Recognition flickered in his eyes. Ah, now I place you. Maureen Wilson. You negotiated the joint venture agreement with Saudi Aramco in 2012. Quite the coup for an American company at that time, especially with a woman leading the team. I smiled, pleasantly surprised to be remembered in professional circles after so many years. You have an excellent memory, Professor. The business community in the region is smaller than it appears, he replied. Your reputation was quite notable. Many were surprised when you left so suddenly. Family circumstances, I said simply, not elaborating on John's illness that had prompted my return to America. Life takes unexpected turns. As dinner concluded and guests mingled over coffee, Sarah appeared at my elbow with a strange expression, part amusement, part discomfort. Mom, there's someone you should meet, she said, her voice carefully neutral. Professor Al-Faisal from the University of Jordan. He's just arrived and is asking about you specifically. Curious, I followed Sarah to where a distinguished man in his 60s stood conversing with the department chair. When he turned to greet me, recognition was immediate and mutual. Mrs. Wilson, he said in Arabic, his tone reflecting genuine surprise. What an unexpected pleasure. Ambassador Al-Faisal, I replied in the same language, hiding my own surprise behind years of diplomatic practice. I didn't realize you had moved into academia. Sarah glanced between us, clearly sensing the undercurrent. You two know each other? Indeed, I confirmed, switching to English. His Excellency and I met during my time in Dubai. He was Jordan's ambassador to the UAE then, a position that allowed me to observe Mrs. Wilson's remarkable negotiating skills firsthand, he added smoothly. Though I believe the last time we spoke was under rather contentious circumstances. The diplomatic understatement nearly made me smile. Our final interaction had involved his attempt to pressure Gulfstream into accepting unfavorable terms on a pipeline project, countered by my presentation of evidence that certain Jordanian officials were receiving improper incentives from our competitors. Not exactly a pleasant conclusion to our professional relationship. Business is often contentious, Professor, I replied evenly. But that was many years ago. A flicker of something, respect perhaps, crossed his face. Indeed, much has changed. He hesitated, then added, including, unfortunately, my country's handling of certain disgraceful individuals. The specific wording caught my attention immediately. Oh, I understand a former doctoral candidate from our university caused some difficulty for your family recently, he said, his tone carefully measured. A young man named Hakim. Sarah tensed beside me, but maintained her composure. You're familiar with Zain? With his family primarily, Al-Faisal clarified. The Hakims were once respected in Jordan before Khalid's financial indiscretions. I was disturbed to learn their son had continued the family tradition of ethical flexibility here in America. The diplomatic phrasing couldn't disguise his evident disapproval. I studied him carefully, wondering about the purpose behind this seemingly casual conversation. I assure you, he continued, addressing Sarah directly, his behavior reflects poorly on him, not on Jordan or its people. We value honesty and hospitality as core cultural principles. Of course, Sarah replied graciously. I never assumed one individual represented an entire culture. Al-Faisal nodded, appearing satisfied with her response. Mrs. Wilson, might I have a moment of your time? There's a professional matter I'd like to discuss. Curious, I excused myself from Sarah and followed him to a quieter corner of the room. Once we were relatively private, his demeanor shifted subtly, the academic persona giving way to the diplomat I had known years ago. I'll be direct, Mrs. Wilson. The Hakim situation has created certain complications for Jordan's academic relationships with American institutions. Zayn's fraudulent research and subsequent deportation have raised questions about our verification processes. Understandably, I commented, wondering where this was heading. Indeed, the university has implemented stricter protocols as a result. He paused, seeming to consider his next words carefully. What you may not know is that upon his return to Jordan, young Hakim attempted to secure a position through family connections, claiming his departure from America was due to cultural discrimination. I raised an eyebrow but remained silent, letting him continue. His narrative might have succeeded had certain information not reached appropriate channels. Al-Faisal's gaze was meaningful. Information regarding the true nature of his activities in the United States, including his targeting of a senator's daughter and his attempt to access your family's financial resources through fraudulent means. Understanding dawned. I see. And this information came through official diplomatic channels, I presume. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Let's say it came through channels that respected the truth over family connections. The Jordanian academic community values its international reputation too highly to allow such behavior to go unchallenged. What he wasn't saying directly, but was clearly implying, was that Zayn's attempt to rehabilitate his reputation in Jordan had been deliberately undermined by someone with knowledge of his actions in America, perhaps even Al-Faisal himself. The academic world can be quite small, I observed neutrally. As can diplomatic circles, he agreed. Especially when they involve people who understand the importance of consequences for unethical actions. Our eyes met in mutual understanding. Whatever professional differences had marked our past interactions, we apparently shared a belief in accountability that transcended cultural and national boundaries. I appreciate your discretion in handling this matter, I said carefully, and your courtesy in informing me of the outcome. Professional courtesy between colleagues, he replied with equal care. Besides, I have always admired your attention to detail, Mrs. Wilson, even when it worked against my interests. As we rejoined the main gathering, Sarah approached with a questioning look. I squeezed her hand reassuringly, silently promising to explain later. The evening concluded pleasantly, with invitations extended and accepted for future academic collaborations. As we departed, Emily, who had observed the interaction with Al-Faisal from a distance, leaned close to ask, "What was that about? You two looked like you were conducting some kind of covert diplomatic mission." I smiled, appreciating her perceptiveness. In a manner of speaking, we were. The world operates on connections and information, Emily. Sometimes, justice takes unexpected paths. Later that night, as we shared a nightcap at my home, I explained Al-Faisal's revelations to my daughters. Sarah absorbed the news of Zayn's failed attempt to rewrite his narrative with thoughtful consideration. "So he's facing consequences even in Jordan," she mused. "I'm not sure how to feel about that. Relieved, I suppose, that he can't simply start over with a clean slate and potentially harm someone else." "Actions echo," I replied, "sometimes across greater distances than we anticipate, especially when helped along by former ambassadors with long memories," Emily added wryly. "Remind me never to get on your professional bad side, Mom. Apparently you have international connections that can follow people across continents." I laughed at her exaggeration. "I assure you, I had nothing to do with whatever information reached Jordan, though I can't say I'm displeased with the outcome." The three of us sat in comfortable silence, each reflecting on the unexpected epilogue to what we had considered a closed chapter. Eventually, Sarah spoke, her voice thoughtful. "You know what strikes me as the greatest irony? Zayn targeted me in part because he thought my family lacked the connections and knowledge to challenge him. He saw us as simple Americans, a naive academic daughter and her widow mother. Easy marks for his scheme. Instead, he got a family with more international savvy than he could have imagined," Emily completed. "And a mother who understood every word he thought he was hiding behind a foreign language," I added. We raised our glasses in an impromptu toast, unified by the shared experience that had transformed us individually and collectively. What had begun as a painful deception had evolved into a catalyst for growth, revealing strengths we might otherwise have left dormant. As for Zayn Hakim, wherever he was now, I hoped he had learned the lesson that transcends all languages and cultures. Appearances can be deceiving, especially when you're too arrogant to look beneath the surface. Thank you for listening. Please write a comment rating my story from 0 to 10, subscribe, and send it to someone who also likes to hear stories like this. Best regards.
Your work here has been mediocre at best, Lachlan announced, his voice slicing through the quarterly review meeting. 40 pairs of eyes turned toward me. The projector hummed, casting my name and performance metrics across the wall behind the new VP. 7 years of dedication, reduced to a red downward arrow. I don't see evidence of any meaningful contribution despite your tenure, he continued, lingering on the word as if it were an accusation. My throat constricted. 103 projects, successfully delivered. Half the company's daily operations relied on systems I'd created from nothing. Methods that became so embedded in the workflow that people forgot someone had actually built them. Lachlan had been VP of operations for exactly 26 days. Perhaps, he said, tapping his gold watch against the table. It's time you moved on. Someone gasped. Ava from accounting tried catching my eye with a sympathetic glance. On the far side of the conference room, our CEO Radley studied his tablet, apparently fascinated by whatever was on the screen. I've reviewed historical metrics, Lachlan continued, flipping to the next slide. Your output lags behind newer team members with half your experience. Your initiatives lack innovation. Your technical solutions are uninspired. Each word landed like a blow against my chest. I'd stayed late, countless evenings, perfecting those uninspired solutions, while Radley built the company's reputation on their reliability. We need visionaries, Lachlan said, gesturing toward 2 junior developers who joined 6 months ago. People who understand modern approaches. I glanced around the room. These people had called me at midnight when systems crashed. They'd celebrated birthdays with me, sent cards when my mother died. Now they stared at their notepads, their keyboards, anywhere but my face. I stood slowly, gathering the strange calm that comes when your world implodes. The silence stretched as I surveyed the room. Finally, my gaze settled on Radley, who'd finally looked up from his tablet. You'll understand my value soon, I said, the words falling into the quiet room. Something shifted briefly in Radley's expression. Uncertainty, perhaps recognition. Lachlan smirked. Be gone by sundown, he added, with a dismissive gesture. I gathered my belongings in a cardboard box under IT Security's watchful eyes. 7 years of work, memorabilia reduced to a pitiful collection. Kiara from HR hovered nearby, clutching termination papers. This isn't right, Mara, she whispered. Everyone knows what you've built here. I signed where indicated, my signature steady. Apparently not everyone. Concerned colleagues paused by my desk as I packed. Who'll manage the international connections? Jaden asked anxiously. What about the quality standard system? Priya added. Nobody else understands how it works. I gave a slight nod. That's a question for leadership now. Radley watched from the glass-walled executive suite as I walked out. No conversation about transition. No recognition of departing knowledge. 7 years of institutional memory simply walking away. I kept my spine straight until the elevator doors closed. Only then did my hands begin to tremble. Before we continue further, thank you for diving into this story with me. If you're enjoying it so far, please hit that like button and subscribe for more corporate drama stories like this one. Drop a comment below sharing your thoughts or if you've ever witnessed someone's contributions being overlooked. Now, let's get back to what happened after I walked out of those doors. My name is Mara Finch, and until 3 hours ago, I was the systems integration specialist at Brightline, a company I helped build from a struggling startup to an industry leader. Not that anyone would know it from my title or my paycheck. I'm the person who solves problems nobody else can figure out, the one who creates solutions so seamless they become invisible. The worker who stays until midnight not for recognition but because leaving something broken is simply not in my nature. My apartment felt strange that afternoon. Too quiet, too bright. For 7 years, I'd only seen it in early mornings and late evenings. Now sunshine poured through windows at 2 p.m. on a Thursday, highlighting dust on surfaces I'd never had time to notice. I poured myself a glass of wine and simply breathed. The story of how I ended up at Brightline began at a tech conference where I met Radley Chen, an ambitious entrepreneur with big ideas, but practical limitations. His startup struggled with integration issues. His development team built impressive individual features, but they didn't work together cohesively. What you need isn't flashier features, I told him after his presentation. You need someone to make your existing pieces function as a unified whole. He hired me the next day. I was employee number 12. In those early years, I tackled impossible challenges that others avoided. My solutions weren't glamorous but worked so extraordinarily well. They became invisible, dependable foundations everyone simply expected to function. When we landed our first major client, it was my middleware that enabled their legacy systems to communicate with our cutting-edge platform. When we expanded internationally, I created the translation matrices that allowed seamless operation across multiple languages and regulatory frameworks. When our server infrastructure repeatedly crashed under growing demand, I redesigned our entire approach to scaling. None of these achievements came with public recognition or accolades. That wasn't my role. While others presented to clients or demonstrated flashy front-end features, I ensured everything actually worked. My value was in reliability, not spectacle. As the company grew, new management layers formed between me and senior leadership, people who didn't understand what I'd built or how crucial it was to daily operations. People like Lachlan. He arrived from a competitor with grand promises of transformation and next-level thinking. His first act was evaluating every department for optimization opportunities. His second was systematically dismissing anyone whose contributions weren't immediately visible on quarterly reports. I became an obvious target. My salary represented 7 years of modest increases. My projects rarely generated direct revenue. They enabled other teams to succeed. On paper, to someone who didn't understand our systems, I looked dispensable. For weeks after my departure, I rediscovered forgotten pleasures. I watched sunrises with coffee instead of debugging code. I reconnected with friends who'd stopped inviting me places. I remembered how life felt beyond corporate walls. Then the messages started arriving from former teammates. The international portal keeps crashing. Nobody knows why. The quality standards automation is giving bizarre results. Lachlan's furious. Half the development team is working weekends trying to figure out your systems. Not through any deliberate sabotage, not through withheld information. I documented everything meticulously. But because truly effective systems require something beyond written instructions, the contextual understanding that exists only in their creator's mind. Waking up without anxiety felt strange after so many years. I started taking walks in the morning, applied for positions at companies where my skills might be valued, even considered starting my own consultancy. Then my phone buzzed with a text from Priya. "You should see what's happening here." She sent a link to a business news article. Brightline had missed their quarterly targets by a substantial margin. An important client had publicly complained about system failures. Their stock had dropped 18% in a single day. Due to unforeseen technical challenges, Radley explained to concerned stakeholders in a quote, "I felt no satisfaction in their struggles. These were people I'd worked alongside for years, friends whose livelihoods depended on the company's success. But I also felt no responsibility to rescue them from a situation they'd created." 3 weeks later, I received an interview offer from Brightline's main competitor. The role came with a director title and nearly double my previous salary. I scheduled it for the following Monday. That Sunday evening, my phone displayed Radley's number. I let it ring 4 times before answering. "Mara," he said, his typically confident voice subdued. "How are you?" "Surprisingly well," I replied honestly. An uncomfortable silence stretched between us. "We've encountered some difficulties," he finally continued. "I've heard. The VP who made that unfortunate decision is no longer with us." Lachlan had lasted less than 2 months. I felt a flicker of vindication but kept my voice neutral. "That's unfortunate." The silence hung between us, heavy with unspoken tension. I listened to Radley's breathing on the other end of the line, waiting. Let him work for this conversation. We need your expertise, he finally admitted. The board has authorized me to make a substantial offer for your return. I sat at my kitchen counter, tracing patterns in the condensation on my water glass. 7 years of dedication, erased in a 20-minute meeting, and now they wanted me back because things were falling apart. What's your offer? I asked, my tone deliberately neutral. He named a figure 20% higher than my previous salary, a modest title upgrade, potential equity options after a year. That's interesting, I replied, but insufficient. Mara, be reasonable. I was reasonable for 7 years, Radley. Reasonable about my compensation, reasonable about credit for my work, reasonable when you brought in Lachlan without consulting anyone who actually understood our operations. My voice remained calm, but each word carried the weight of accumulated grievances. I'm done being reasonable. I stated my requirements: triple my previous compensation, executive authority over technical operations, and public acknowledgement of my historical contributions to the company. That's considerable, he responded, discomfort evident. Actually, it's entirely fair, I replied. You're not paying for future work. You're compensating me for what I've already created that nobody else understands fully. The board will never. Then find someone else to fix your systems, I interrupted. Though, I suspect you've already tried. Another long pause. I could almost feel him calculating the cost of continued failures against meeting my demands. I have an interview with Lumina tomorrow, I added, mentioning their biggest competitor. Their offer is quite generous already. Don't make any decisions until Wednesday, he said quickly. I need to convene the board. I hung up and stared at my reflection in the window. The woman looking back seemed different, shoulders straighter, eyes clearer. 7 days ago, I would have accepted that initial offer with gratitude. Now I understood my true worth. The interview with Lumina went exceptionally well. Their technical director actually understood my contributions to Brightline's systems. He'd been trying to replicate several of them for years. They offered a director position on the spot with a comprehensive package that nearly matched my demands to Radley. We need an answer by Friday, the Lumina CEO said, shaking my hand. Tuesday passed without word from Brightline. Wednesday morning arrived with silence. By afternoon, I began mentally preparing for life at Lumina. Then at 4:37 p.m., Radley called. We accept your terms, he said without preamble. All of them. I felt a curious mixture of vindication and unexpected sadness. Send over the paperwork. There's one additional request, he added. The board wants you to start immediately. Tomorrow, if possible. Monday, I countered. I need time to prepare. Things are urgent, Mara. They became urgent the moment Lachlan decided I was dispensable, I replied. Monday is quite soon enough. The employment contract arrived within the hour. Triple my previous salary. Senior Vice President of Technical Operations. A seat on the executive leadership team. Public acknowledgement of my contributions. Everything in writing. Signed by Radley and the board chairman. I signed and returned it, then poured myself a glass of wine in celebration. Not of returning to Brightline, but of finally being valued appropriately. The announcement circulated Monday morning. My return described as a critical leadership acquisition with detailed acknowledgement of my essential historical contributions to Brightline's core infrastructure. Every person who had witnessed my dismissal received this message, alongside news of my executive package and reporting structure. Walking into the building felt surreal. The same security guard greeted me, but instead of my old badge, he handed me an executive access card. The same elevator carried me upward, but I exited on the executive floor rather than the technical department. The same people nodded as I passed, but their expressions carried new respect, or was it wariness? Kiara from HR met me at the door to my new office. An actual office with windows, not the cubicle I'd occupied for years. Welcome back, she said, her smile genuine. Your team is assembled in conference room A, whenever you're ready. My team? Yes, the Technical Operations Division. 23 people total, including the new hires Radley approved this weekend. She handed me a folder. Their profiles are all here. You have complete authority to reorganize as you see fit. The reality of my new position began sinking in. This wasn't just about fixing what had broken in my absence. This was actual leadership authority. In conference room A, nervous faces greeted me. Some familiar colleagues, some new hires, all waiting to see who exactly I'd become after my public dismissal and triumphant return. Good morning, I began, surveying the room. Most of you know me. Some don't. For 7 years, I built and maintained the systems that form the backbone of this company. Now, we're going to rebuild what's been broken and create something stronger. Jaden raised his hand tentatively. Is it true? The Aurora project failed completely after you left? The Aurora project, our largest client implementation, had been my last major architecture before Lachlan arrived. It didn't fail, I corrected. It was failed by poor leadership decisions that removed its principal architect without transition planning. I opened my tablet and projected the current system status. Now, let's see what we're working with. The first week passed in a blur of diagnostics and repairs. Critical systems had degraded without proper maintenance. Stopgap fixes had created new problems. Half-implemented changes initiated under Lachlan had corrupted core functions. By Friday, we'd stabilized the most urgent issues. I worked alongside my team, hands-on with the code, showing rather than telling. When we resolved the issues plaguing the Aurora project at 10 p.m. Friday night, spontaneous applause broke out in the development room. First round's on me, I announced, and we relocated to a nearby bar to celebrate. Priya clinked glasses with me as the others chatted excitedly about plans to rebuild the international portal. You know what's strange? She said quietly. Radley hasn't interfered once. Not a single executive directive or modification request. That was in my contract, I replied. Complete technical autonomy. Smart, she nodded. But that's not all of it. He seems different since you returned. Watchful, almost nervous. I considered this. Executives don't like being proven wrong publicly. Maybe. She studied me. What are you really after, Mara? Revenge for how they treated you? The question caught me off guard with its directness. What did I want? The validation of return? The satisfaction of proving my worth? Something deeper? I want what I've always wanted, I finally answered. To build something that works properly. But as I said it, I recognized the half-truth. There was something else brewing beneath my calm exterior. A plan forming that I hadn't fully acknowledged even to myself. The second week brought my first executive leadership meeting. I sat at the gleaming conference table, now a peer to those who'd previously barely acknowledged my existence. Radley presided with his usual charisma, but I noticed how his gaze frequently darted to me throughout the presentations. The chief financial officer presented quarterly projections showing recovery after the recent troubles. The VP of sales detailed renewed client confidence. The chief marketing officer outlined aggressive plans to regain market share lost during the system's failures. And now, Radley said, I'd like our new SVP of Technical Operations to share her assessment and plans. All eyes turned to me, some curious, some wary, some openly skeptical. The weight of expectation hung in the air. I opened my presentation slowly, methodically, not with technical diagrams or recovery metrics, but with a 7-year timeline of Brightline's growth. Each major client acquisition, each significant feature launch, each technological breakthrough. Beside each milestone, I displayed the underlying technical architecture that had made it possible. Systems I had designed and implemented, largely without credit. Our recent failures weren't accidents, I explained calmly. They were the inevitable result of removing the person who understood how these interconnected systems function as a whole. Several executives shifted uncomfortably. Radley's expression remained carefully neutral. Moving forward, I continued, we have two choices. We can patch the existing systems, a temporary solution that will require constant maintenance, or we can rebuild properly with appropriate resources and recognition for the architects. What's your recommendation? Asked the CFO. Rebuilding is the only sustainable path, I replied. But it requires something Brightline has historically lacked: transparency about who creates value and appropriate compensation for their contributions. The room grew uncomfortably quiet. Are you proposing structural changes beyond your department? Radley asked carefully. I'm proposing a culture change, I answered, meeting his gaze directly. One that prevents us from ever again discarding someone whose value we've failed to recognize. The tension in the room was palpable. I'd pushed boundaries, made implicit criticisms explicit, but something told me this was merely the opening move in a larger game, one where I finally held cards worth playing. As we adjourned, Radley asked me to remain behind. The door closed, leaving us alone in the large conference room. That was quite a presentation, he said, his tone unreadable. Just establishing context, I replied. He studied me for a long moment. What's your actual plan here, Mara? Beyond the contract terms and system repairs? I met his gaze steadily. You'll understand that soon enough. His expression flickered with something between concern and curiosity. I'm beginning to think bringing you back might have unexpected consequences. Most valuable things do, I replied simply, gathering my materials. See you tomorrow, Radley. As I walked to my office, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. We need to talk about what really happened with Lachlan. Not everyone at Brightline is who they appear to be. Meet me at Riverside Park, 7 p.m. tonight. Come alone. I stared at the cryptic message, my fingers hovering over the screen. Anonymous messages inviting people to secluded locations rarely ended well in movies. Then again, Riverside Park was hardly secluded. It was a popular evening spot filled with joggers and dog walkers until well after dark. Curiosity won. If someone had information about Lachlan that they couldn't share inside Brightline's walls, I needed to hear it. The spring evening was mild, cherry blossoms scattering across the walking path as I approached our meeting spot. I'd chosen casual clothes, jeans and a light sweater, wanting to appear approachable rather than in executive mode. A woman sat alone on a bench overlooking the water, her profile vaguely familiar, though I couldn't immediately place her. As I approached, she turned, and recognition clicked into place. Vivian, Radley's executive assistant for the past 3 years. Thank you for coming, she said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. I wasn't sure you would. Your message was intriguing, I replied, taking a seat beside her. What's this about, Lachlan? She pulled a small tablet from her bag, fingers trembling slightly as she unlocked it. Lachlan didn't choose you for dismissal at random. And he wasn't just incompetent, he was deliberately sabotaging specific projects. Why would he do that? I asked, skepticism edging my voice. Because he never actually worked for Brightline. She handed me the tablet. At least, not exclusively. The screen displayed a private email thread between Lachlan and an external address. I scrolled through, my blood pressure rising with each message. Detailed reports on Brightline's proprietary systems, assessments of vulnerable points in our architecture, lists of key personnel to neutralize, with my name at the top. He was working for Lumina, I whispered, the realization crashing over me. Corporate espionage. Vivian nodded gravely. Not just gathering intelligence, active sabotage. He was brought in to weaken Brightline from within, target key systems, remove essential personnel, create openings for Lumina to exploit in the market. And Radley hired him without proper vetting. She hesitated, glancing around again before leaning closer. That's where it gets complicated. The board insisted on Lachlan's appointment, overrode Radley's concerns. The board? My mind raced through implications. Why would they? 3 board members have investments in Lumina through shell companies, she interrupted. I discovered it accidentally while preparing materials for last quarter's board meeting. Keep scrolling. I swiped through more documents, financial records showing the connections, calendar invites for private meetings between Lachlan and 2 board members, strategy notes outlining a controlled decline of Brightline's market position. Why are you showing me this? I asked, suddenly wary. Why not take it to Radley? Her expression darkened. Because I don't know who to trust anymore. Radley's been acting strangely since before Lachlan arrived. Closed-door meetings, encrypted communications. He claims he opposed Lachlan's hiring, but I've seen messages suggesting otherwise. The ground seemed to shift beneath me. If this information was accurate, Brightline wasn't just suffering from poor management decisions. It was being deliberately undermined from within. What do you want from me? I asked. You're the only executive without connections to either faction. Your systems keep this company running, and you have a personal stake in exposing whoever was behind your dismissal. She met my gaze directly. I need an ally I can trust. I considered her words carefully. Trust was in short supply these days, and she was asking for mine, with only digital evidence that could potentially be fabricated. I'll look into this, I said finally. But I need time to verify independently. She nodded, seemingly relieved. That's all I ask. Be careful who you confide in. As I walked home, my mind churned with possibilities. If Vivian's information was accurate, my return to Brightline had placed me in the center of a corporate war I hadn't known was being fought. My dismissal hadn't been about my performance. It had been strategic elimination of a obstacle. But who was really pulling the strings? Rogue board members? Radley himself? external forces I hadn't identified. The next day, I began subtle investigations. Nothing that would trigger alarms, just careful probing of system logs and access patterns. Who had been reviewing which portions of our architecture? Which projects had received unusual scrutiny during Lachlan's brief tenure? What I found confirmed portions of Vivian's claims. Lachlan had indeed focused his attention on our most innovative systems, the ones that gave us competitive advantage. He had systematically removed or reassigned personnel who understood these systems best, starting with me. But something still didn't add up. If Lachlan had been working for Lumina, why had they offered me a position so quickly after my departure from Brightline? Was I being recruited as an unwitting accomplice? Or was someone at Lumina running a separate operation? I needed more information before confronting anyone. Accusations of corporate sabotage without ironclad evidence would only undermine my newly established position, or worse, mark me as the next target. Over the next week, I rebuilt trust with my technical team while quietly gathering intelligence. I revamped security protocols under the guise of system improvements. I implemented subtle tracking measures in key systems to monitor unusual access patterns. I cultivated relationships with assistants and support staff who might have observed unusual behaviors. Meanwhile, I played my executive role perfectly, attending meetings, delivering progress reports, participating in strategic discussions. If anyone suspected my parallel investigation, they gave no indication. Then came the breakthrough. Late one evening, as I worked alone in my office, my monitoring alert pinged softly. Someone was accessing our client database using Radley's credentials at 11:24 p.m., when Radley was supposedly at a charity gala across town. I'd seen the social media posts of his arrival less than 30 minutes ago. I traced the access point, a private terminal in our secure development area, where few had authorization after hours. I pulled up the security camera feed and froze. There sat Bennett, chairman of the board, methodically reviewing our most sensitive client information. He wasn't just browsing, he was systematically downloading contact details for our highest value clients. I captured the footage and data trail, then quietly logged the activity in my secure private server. One piece of the puzzle, but a significant one. The next morning, Radley called an emergency executive meeting. His expression was grim as we assembled. "We have a situation," he announced once the door closed. 3 of our top clients received solicitations from Lumina yesterday, offering migration services with insider knowledge of their specific configurations on our platform. Murmurs of concern filled the room. "This isn't a coincidence," Radley continued. "Someone with intimate knowledge of our client implementations is feeding information to our competitor." His gaze swept the room, lingering momentarily on each executive. When it reached me, I maintained perfect composure despite my racing thoughts. "I've authorized a comprehensive security audit," he declared. "Beginning immediately. All system access will be logged and reviewed. All external communications monitored." My pulse quickened. A security audit would inevitably uncover my own covert monitoring systems. I needed to act quickly. "I have information that may be relevant," I said, drawing all eyes to me, "but I would prefer to discuss it privately first." Radley's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Of course, we'll meet after this session." The meeting continued with discussion of damage control measures, but tension hung in the air. I'd made a calculated risk, revealing that I had information without specifying what it was. Now I needed to navigate the fallout carefully. When the room cleared, Radley closed the door and turned to me. "What information?" "Mara." I measured my words carefully. "I've observed unusual access patterns in our systems, not from external threats, but from within Brightline." His expression remained neutral. "Go on. Someone used your credentials last night to access client data, while you were verifiably elsewhere." A flicker of genuine surprise crossed his features. "That's impossible. My authentication requires biometric confirmation. Nevertheless, it happened. I have the logs." He sank into a chair, expression troubled. "Show me." I pulled up the sanitized logs, enough to demonstrate the breach without revealing my monitoring system. "I haven't identified who yet, but they're using executive credentials to extract sensitive information." "Why didn't you bring this to security immediately?" His tone carried accusation. "Because I don't know how far this compromise extends," I replied evenly. "After what happened with Lachlan, I've been cautious about who to trust." Something shifted in his expression. Recognition. perhaps even respect. You think this connects to Lachlan's actions? I think Lachlan's brief tenure here was part of a larger strategy. His dismissing me wasn't random. It was calculated to remove someone who might detect system vulnerabilities being exploited. Radley studied me intently. You've been investigating this since your return. It wasn't a question. I nodded. Without authorization. Without interference. I corrected. My contract grants me technical autonomy. A tense silence stretched between us before he spoke again. What else have you discovered? I considered my options carefully. Revealing everything would leave me vulnerable if Radley himself was involved. Revealing nothing would waste a potential alliance if he wasn't. Enough to know the breach extends to board level, I finally said, but not enough to identify everyone involved. His eyes widened slightly, then narrowed with calculation. How do I know you're not part of this? Your dismissal and triumphant return could have been staged. Your interview with Lumina, suspiciously convenient. You don't, I acknowledged. Just as I don't know if your apparent surprise is genuine or performance. We had reached an impasse, two executives with reason to suspect each other, neither willing to reveal their full hand. What do you propose? He finally asked. A controlled test, I replied. Feed different information through different channels. See which pieces reach Lumina. That would require involving others in our suspicions. Not necessarily. You and I could manage the entire operation. He considered this, fingers drumming lightly on the table. If you're right about board involvement, this is extremely dangerous territory, Mara. I'm aware. And if you're wrong, or if you're misleading me, it's career suicide. Also aware. Our eyes locked in silent assessment. Finally, he nodded once. Set it up, but this stays exclusively between us, until we have conclusive evidence. As I left his office, uncertainty churned within me. Had I just formed an alliance with a trustworthy CEO, or handed ammunition to the orchestrator of a corporate conspiracy? Either way, I'd committed to a path that would irrevocably alter Brightline, and my future within it. That evening, a text arrived from Vivian. Bennett accessed R's computer yesterday. Be careful. Things are accelerating. I stared at my reflection in the darkened window of my apartment. The woman looking back was caught in a web of corporate intrigue far beyond what I'd imagined when I'd stated my 5 words of defiance. You'll understand my value soon. Little did I know then just how that understanding would come about. The next morning, I implemented my plan. Working with Radley, cautiously, I created 3 distinct bait projects in our development system. Each contained seemingly valuable but actually harmless proprietary information. Each was accessible through different channels and visible to different segments of leadership. Project Cardinal could only be viewed through Radley's access path. Project Sapphire was visible to the technical executive team. Project Horizon was accessible to board members only. I embedded unique, traceable markers in each project's data structure, digital fingerprints that would reveal themselves if the information appeared elsewhere. Then I waited. Meanwhile, I continued strengthening our actual systems. My team worked tirelessly to rebuild what had been damaged during my absence, morale improving as they saw genuine progress. The company began stabilizing, client confidence returning, metrics improving. 2 weeks passed. I maintained my vigilant monitoring while presenting a perfect facade of executive integration. Radley and I had daily check-ins regarding our trap projects, careful to disguise them as routine development reviews. Then, on a Tuesday morning, my alert system triggered. Project Horizon, the board-level bait, had been accessed at 3:17 a.m. from Bennett's private terminal. By noon, elements of its proprietary algorithm had appeared in a confidential pitch Lumina was preparing for one of our wavering clients. I summoned Radley to my office, reverse of our usual meeting pattern, a power move I made, deliberately. We have confirmation, I said without preamble, showing him the evidence. Bennett is feeding information to Lumina. The question is whether he's acting alone. Radley studied the data. Expression hardening. This is definitive. But confronting a chairman without board support is suicide, which is why we don't confront him yet. I pulled up our company's articles of incorporation on my screen. We build an airtight case first. That could take weeks. Meanwhile, he continues undermining us. Not if we accelerate our timeline. I outlined my next steps. A more aggressive strategy than our careful approach thus far. We feed him exactly what we want Lumina to see. Radley's eyes widened with understanding. Disinformation. Precisely. I smiled thinly. Let's see how Lumina responds to implementing some spectacular failures. Over the next week, we executed our plan meticulously. Project Horizon received updates containing fatally flawed algorithms, innovations that would appear breakthrough initially, but catastrophically fail under real-world conditions. Bennett took the bait, accessing the information during early morning hours when he thought no one was monitoring. Meanwhile, I expanded my investigation. If Bennett was compromised, who else might be? I traced communication patterns, financial transactions, meeting schedules, building a comprehensive map of potential conspirators. The results shocked even my cynical expectations. 3 board members, including Bennett, the recently departed Lachlan, and 2 current executives, showed clear connections to Lumina through various channels. They'd been systematically weakening Brightline from within, positioning Lumina to absorb our failing company at a fraction of its value. But the most surprising discovery came buried in encrypted communications on our backup servers. Radley himself had known about the infiltration far longer than he'd admitted to me. He hadn't initiated it, but he'd recognized it months ago and chosen strategic inaction. Why? The answer came in further communications. Radley was playing a longer game. Rather than exposing the conspiracy immediately, he'd been gathering evidence while appearing oblivious. His plan had been progressing methodically until Lachlan, overeager and unaware of Radley's knowledge, had accelerated matters by dismissing me. My return had forced Radley's timeline forward. He'd needed me to fix the systems Lachlan had damaged, but he hadn't anticipated my own investigation, running parallel to his. Now we were both aware of each other's knowledge, circling warily like chess players who've recognized an unexpected master across the board. I called Vivian. We need to talk. Not in the park this time. We met at a small cafe far from Brightline's offices. Her nervousness had increased visibly since our last meeting. Radley knows, she said immediately. He asked me about our communication yesterday. What did you tell him? That I've been keeping you informed of unusual activities, as any good assistant would do for a senior executive. She fidgeted with her napkin. He seemed to accept it, but he's watching me more closely now. You need to continue exactly as before, I instructed. Don't change any patterns. If Radley truly suspects you, altered behavior will only confirm it. And you? She asked. What's your next move? I considered how much to reveal. Vivian had proven reliable thus far, but complete transparency remained risky. I'm gathering final evidence, I said carefully. When it's complete, we'll act decisively. Against Bennett? Against everyone involved in undermining this company, I replied, including those who knew and chose inaction. Her eyes widened slightly. Be careful, Mara. These people destroy careers, and worse, when threatened. I smiled grimly. They already tried destroying mine. That didn't work out as planned. The quarterly board meeting arrived, the perfect stage for the final act of this corporate drama. 2 days before, I sent Radley a comprehensive briefing detailing everything I'd discovered, including his own early awareness of the conspiracy. My message was simple. We could proceed together or as adversaries, but proceedings were now inevitable. His response came 6 hours later. Together. My office, 7 a.m. tomorrow. We met in the pale light of early morning, the executive floor still empty, except for security. You've been thorough, Radley said, gesturing to my report on his desk. More than I expected. That seems to be a recurring theme with me, I replied evenly. He acknowledged this with a slight nod. What do you want, Mara? Truly want, beyond exposing this conspiracy? The question caught me off guard with its directness. What did I want? Vindication? Advancement? Justice? I want what I said in that meeting when Lachlan dismissed me, I answered finally. For everyone to understand my value, not just as a technical architect, but as someone who builds systems that last, including business systems with proper accountability. And if achieving that means significant changes to Brightline's leadership structure, then those changes are overdue. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded decisively. I agree. Here's what I propose. The board meeting began at 10 a.m. sharp. 14 members seated around the gleaming table, Bennett at its head, Radley to his right. I sat halfway down, seemingly just another executive presenting quarterly technical updates. Bennett called the meeting to order with practiced authority, proceeding through standard agenda items with efficient precision. Financial reports, market positioning, competitive analysis. Then Radley requested the floor for an unscheduled presentation. Before we continue, he said, standing, I believe we have a matter of corporate governance to address. Bennett's expression flickered with momentary concern before settling into polite interest. The agenda is quite full, Radley. Perhaps this could wait for committee review? I'm afraid not, Radley replied, nodding to me. This directly impacts Brightline's immediate future. I connected my tablet to the display system. The room darkened as the presentation screen illuminated with a single stark image. Bennett accessing Project Horizon at 3:17 a.m. What is this? Bennett demanded, voice sharp. Evidence, I replied calmly, of systematic corporate espionage and sabotage orchestrated from within this room. Chaos erupted. Bennett attempting to adjourn the meeting, other implicated board members rising in protest, the remaining directors demanding explanations. Through it all, Radley and I stood calmly at the center of the storm we'd unleashed. When order finally restored, I methodically presented our findings. Access logs, communication records, financial connections, the deliberate weakening of Brightline's position to benefit Lumina, the strategic elimination of personnel, including myself, who might have detected the scheme earlier. This is absurd, Bennett sputtered. Fabricated evidence from a disgruntled employee you never should have rehired. Actually, I smiled thinly. That dismissal was your conspirators' most significant miscalculation. I switched slides to display Lachlan's original assessment of me, the confidential report that had preceded my public humiliation. Subject demonstrates dangerous potential to identify system vulnerabilities. Maintains comprehensive understanding of interconnected architectures. Recommend immediate removal before detection possible. The room fell silent as implications sank in. My dismissal wasn't about performance, I continued. It was about eliminating the person most likely to discover your scheme. But instead of disappearing quietly, I came back with executive access and a mandate to investigate exactly the systems you were exploiting. Bennett's face had gone ashen. This meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene after legal review of these allegations. Actually, Radley interjected smoothly, we've already consulted legal counsel and the SEC and federal prosecutors specializing in corporate espionage. The trap closed. External investigators entered the boardroom, accompanied by corporate counsel. 3 board members, including Bennett, were escorted out for immediate questioning. The remaining directors sat in stunned silence as Radley outlined the transition plan we'd developed. Effective immediately, Bennett and the implicated directors are suspended pending investigation. I will continue as CEO with expanded oversight from non-compromised board members, and Mara Finch will assume the position of Chief Operating Officer, with particular focus on restructuring our governance systems to prevent future vulnerabilities. Murmurs of shock rippled through the room. It wasn't just technical systems I would be rebuilding. It was the entire operational structure of Brightline itself. As the meeting concluded in subdued discussion of next steps, Radley approached me privately. Spectacular execution, he said quietly, though I notice you omitted my early awareness from your presentation. Strategic decision, I replied. The company needs stability during transition. 2 adversaries can become allies when facing a greater threat. And now that the threat is neutralized, I smiled. Now we rebuild something better. Together, if your intentions align with mine. He extended his hand. To new beginnings, COO Finch. 3 months later, Brightline had transformed. With Bennett and his co-conspirators facing federal charges, we'd restructured both our technical systems and corporate governance. Transparency initiatives, equitable recognition programs, advancement based on measurable contribution rather than politics. The Aurora project had relaunched successfully. Client confidence had fully restored. Our stock had rebounded beyond pre-crisis levels. In my new corner office, I sometimes reflected on the journey, from undervalued technical specialist to company leadership. My revenge hadn't been destruction. It hadn't even been the public vindication of my return. It had been something far more satisfying, rebuilding the company in my own image, creating systems of lasting value that recognize the contributions of everyone involved. Sometimes the most powerful revenge isn't what you destroy, but what you create in the aftermath of betrayal. Thank you so much for staying with this story until the end. If you enjoyed Mara's journey from undervalued employee to powerful executive, Please hit that like button and subscribe for more corporate revenge stories. Have you ever witnessed someone's contributions being overlooked until they were gone? Share your experiences in the comments below. And if you'd like to hear more stories about workplace justice, let me know what situations you'd like to see explored next.
Dad, I took that idiot's bank card, and there's no money on it. I embarrassed myself in front of the whole store. My sister screamed into the phone. My brother rushed home immediately and burst into my apartment. What is wrong with you? Are you not afraid of anyone anymore? He took one step inside, then froze. My name is Sloan Mercer. I'm 28. And if you think you know how this ends, stay tuned. Have you ever felt the exact moment fear leaves your body and something colder, clearer takes its place? He stopped because the living room didn't look like ours anymore. The TV displayed a paused video of my sister at the boutique checkout trying my card. On the coffee table, printed bank statements, a notarized affidavit, and a bright yellow notice from the county court. Temporary protective order, hearing scheduled. By the door, a locksmith tightened the last screw on a brand new deadbolt while our building's security supervisor logged serial numbers of the keys. Hi, I said evenly. Before you ask, that idiot's bank card you stole was a merchant-restricted decoy with a $0 limit. The real accounts moved weeks ago. He stared at the screen, then at the folder in my hand. You recorded us? Backups of threats, demands, and the part where Mom said I'd kneel for grocery money. I nodded toward the mic on the shelf. Admissible. His jaw worked, searching for a script that used to scare me. It didn't. My phone buzzed on speaker. Fraud Department, Ms. Mercer, confirming your request. Attempted use of the decoy card triggered a security flag. Associated devices are locked out. We'll forward the incident packet to your attorney.
Thank you, I said.
I looked back at my brother. You came to yell. I came prepared. He pointed at the court notice with a shaky finger. You're seriously taking this to a judge? I smiled, small and tired.
No.
A judge is already taking it. Behind him, the locksmith clicked the new lock, handed me 2 engraved keys, and the security supervisor collected my brother's access fob from his trembling hand. Effective now, she said gently. You're no longer authorized on this unit. My brother swallowed hard. Outside in the hallway, Mom's ringtone started to ring, and ring, and ring. He backed into the hallway like the building suddenly tilted. Mom was still yelling on speaker. Put her on the phone. She thinks we're scared? We made her. She'll crawl back. He didn't even answer her. He just stared at me. Really stared. Like for the first time in his life, he realized I wasn't the same doormat who paid his parking tickets and gifted him $9,000 every time he claimed his car needed new brakes. The elevator dinged. 2 uniformed officers stepped out. Ms. Mercer? The taller one asked. I nodded. Yes. He handed me a packet. Judge Ramirez authorized the emergency order. Effective immediately, no family member may enter this residence until the hearing date. If they attempt, call us. My brother's face turned ash gray. Wait, he stammered. You actually filed. I cut him off. I didn't file because of today, I said quietly. I filed because of the last 10 years. He blinked like the words physically hit him. The officers escorted him toward the elevator. He didn't fight. He didn't shout. He didn't even turn around. When the doors closed, the silence in the hallway felt brand new, like the start of a season with clean air. I stepped back inside, locked the new metal bolt, placed both keys on the marble counter, and exhaled. My apartment, my space, finally felt like it belonged to me. Not an extension of their entitlement. Not a family bank branch. Not a storage room for other people's emergencies. I made tea, kicked off my shoes, and opened my laptop to finish work. Because while they were busy trying to control me, I was busy building the kind of career that pays for freedom. The next morning, my phone woke me at 6:27 a.m. 17 missed calls. 26 messages. All from Mom. The last one read, "You embarrassed us. You made your own mother look stupid at that store. Fix this. Fix this." That was their entire worldview in 2 words. Every time they broke something, my savings, my credit, my dignity, I was the designated fixer. Not anymore. I got ready for work. Navy blazer, hair pinned back, light makeup, the look that says I don't need permission to exist. At the office, my boss, Mr. Hayward, waved me into his glass-walled corner meeting room. "Sloan," he said, sliding a printed memo toward me. "The board approved your fraud prevention model. We want you to lead the implementation." My throat tightened. This was huge. Not just a promotion. A department of my own. "Your work is about empowerment," he continued. "We want our voice on every panel this quarter." The timing felt like the universe whispering, "See? Their version of you was always too small." During lunch, my attorney called. "The fraud flag hit your sister's attempt again. She tried to use the decoy one more time at a Rolex boutique." I laughed, actually laughed, in public. "Good," I said. "Document every attempt." When I returned home that evening, someone had slipped a handwritten note under my door. "Dad says you're heartless. We just wanted what you already have. Why couldn't you share?" "Mom." I folded the paper carefully. Not emotionally, logistically. Because in my new world, evidence is not sadness. Evidence is leverage. Evidence is freedom. And I wasn't done yet. Saturday morning, I drove to the bank in person. Not because I needed to, everything was already secured, but because I wanted physical, notarized copies of every detail. The branch manager, Miss Collins, greeted me instantly. "Ms. Mercer, we've been expecting you." She brought me into her office, closed the frosted glass door, and placed a thick file on her desk. "All attempted transactions from your sister's failed card usage," she said. "Plus the voice transcripts from your mother's calls demanding access." She slid me a signature pen. "We can attach these directly to your protective order case." As I signed, Miss Collins leaned forward. "You'd be shocked," she whispered, "how often the biggest financial abusers are blood relatives." I wasn't shocked. Not anymore. When I left, I had a folder that weighed about as much as the truth I'd been carrying for years. But now that truth had paper trails and legal teeth. At home, I set everything onto my glass dining table and froze. Someone was sitting on my hallway floor.
Dad.
He looked smaller than I remembered, slumped, exhausted, with his hands clasped in front of his face. "I waited here for 2 hours," he said quietly. He didn't yell. He didn't accuse. He just looked defeated. "Sloan, your mother is hysterical. Your sister said you're trying to destroy us." I set down my keys. "I'm trying to stop being destroyed by you." He rubbed his forehead. "We never meant." I raised my hand. "No more excuses. I didn't start the war. I ended the free access." His eyes flickered, shame, guilt, fear, maybe all of it. Finally he whispered, voice barely audible. "Your sister wants to talk. She's coming here." I didn't flinch. "Good," I said. "I want her to see what she started." 20 minutes later, the elevator dinged, and my sister walked out like she owned the entire floor. Full makeup, designer coat, sunglasses inside, like she was arriving at a red carpet event, not a crisis she caused. She didn't even look at me first. She stormed straight past Dad, dropped her luxury purse on my counter, and snapped. "Fix
My
card." I leaned against the island calmly. "Sit." She froze because she wasn't used to that tone from me. Dad sat down slowly, like he already knew something was about to break open. My sister crossed her arms, chin lifted. "You owe us that money. You wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for Mom and Dad raising you." I let her finish, every delusional syllable, then slid the entire folder from the bank across the counter. She barely touched the first page before her face changed. Screenshots of her attempts. Audio transcripts of her demands. Fraud flags. Her signature forging mine on a loan form from months ago. Her lips parted. "I never signed that." I turned my phone toward her, paused on her own voice print identification clip. "You did," I said quietly. Dad's face drained of color. My sister stumbled back, one step like the floor shifted under her. You set me up." "No," I said. "You set yourself up." I just stopped covering your tracks. Her breathing sharpened. What are you going to do with this? She whispered. I looked her right in the eyes. No anger, just clarity. I already did. Her pupils dilated. Pure recognition. She realized she wasn't dealing with a sister she used to bully. She was dealing with a woman who finally played on equal ground and came prepared. Dad sank into the dining chair like his knees gave out. My sister clutched the counter, voice trembling now, not with rage, with fear. Are you pressing charges? She whispered. I didn't answer immediately. I walked to the shelf, pulled a small fireproof lockbox, set it on the table, opened it, and placed one last document in front of them. IRS notification, inquiry initiated. My sister gasped. Dad's hand covered his mouth. I didn't file that out of revenge, I said calmly. I filed it because you used my SSN to claim dependents that aren't mine. Her face went white. Dad whispered, barely breathing. Oh, God, you told the IRS? Yes, I answered. And they'll find everything I never knew, and everything you never thought I'd find. My sister suddenly grabbed my wrist. Sloan, please, please, you don't understand. I didn't think you'd actually fight back. Exactly. That was the entire story of my life in one sentence. I gently removed her hand. Dad tried a different angle, the soft guilt hook. We're family, we can fix this, just stop the process. I looked at him with a kind of peace that only comes when a lifelong illusion snaps. Family is a verb, I said. And you never did it. My phone buzzed on the counter. Email, protective order, confirmed. Enforcement active. I turned the screen toward them. This isn't about punishment, I said. This is about consequences. Dad stood slowly. My sister wiped mascara streaks from her cheeks. They walked to the door in silence. And for the first time in my life, they left without slamming it. The next 48 hours were a strange echo, quiet, heavy, unreal. No calls, no threats, no demands, just stillness. I watered my plants. I meal prepped. I went to work. Normal things, except they finally felt like they were actually mine. On Tuesday, HR called me upstairs. They wanted to inform me, formally, that our company selected me to represent our division at a cybersecurity summit in DC. A national panel.
Me.
A girl my family once said wasn't smart enough to manage a checking account. Funny how people who treat you like a fool panic when you stop acting like one. After work, I picked up a small apple tart from the bakery downstairs, a silly tradition of mine for small victories. When I got home, there were no notes under the door. No sabotage. No drama. Just quiet. I washed my face, tied my hair in a bun, sat cross-legged at my new dining table, and opened my laptop. New email. From a woman named Marina. Subject line. Your story saved me. Her message was short, but it shook me.
I saw your talk online.
My sister drains my accounts. Yesterday, I closed access. For the first time, I can breathe. I stared at that one paragraph for a long time. Maybe this whole thing, all the pain, all the betrayal, wasn't just for escape. Maybe it was for direction. Hope. Blueprint. Maybe we survive, so someone else doesn't break the same way. I closed my laptop gently. This wasn't the end. It was the pivot. A year later, I stood in a conference hall in DC. Lights dimmed, cameras focused, rows of women in business suits watching me as I spoke. Not as a victim. Not as the quiet daughter who used to apologize for existing. As a keynote speaker. As a subject matter expert. As a woman no one could financially leash ever again. My boundaries didn't destroy my family, I said into the mic. They just revealed who wanted access, not connection. When I finished, the room rose in a standing ovation that moved through the hall like a wave. Not applause for revenge, but recognition of evolution. Back in my hotel room that evening, I opened my balcony door and let the cold air rush in. Down below, taxis slid through wet pavement and streetlights blurred gold across the asphalt. The world looked clean, sharp.
Owned.
My phone buzzed. Unknown number. I didn't jump anymore. I read calmly. We saw your speech online. We had no idea. Dad. For a moment, I just stared at those 9 words. No apology. No accountability. Just awareness. Too late to matter. I typed 3 words back. Take care. Goodbye. Then I blocked the number. I closed the curtains, brewed chamomile tea, and settled cross-legged on the hotel bed with my laptop open, reviewing applications for the new program I'd built. Secure banking for estranged women. I approved 3 new applicants before midnight. 3 women would wake up tomorrow with access protections my mother tried to rip from me. 3 women would never kneel for grocery money. 3 women would never hand their paychecks to someone who used family as a leash. I set my mug on the nightstand, closed my laptop, and looked out into the dark city. I wasn't running from anything anymore. I was building. For myself. For others. For every woman who learned, the hard way, that blood doesn't guarantee safety.
The heat hit me first, a wall of scorching air that stole my breath as I yanked open the heavy metal door. The storage room was dark except for the emergency light casting an eerie red glow across metal shelves stacked with supplies. That's when I saw her, Penelope, crumpled against the far wall, her uniform soaked through with sweat, hair plastered to her forehead. "Penny?" I whispered, rushing toward her. Her eyes fluttered open, cracked lips parting. "Vera?" Her voice was a dry rasp. "Water, please." The digital thermometer on the wall read 104 degrees Fahrenheit. In July, with no ventilation, the storage room had become an oven. I touched her arm, her skin burned against my fingertips. "How long have you been in here?" I asked, already pulling my water bottle from my bag. She gulped greedily, water spilling down her chin. "Since yesterday afternoon, after the meeting." My stomach clenched. 17 hours trapped in sweltering heat. "I found something," she whispered, eyes darting to the door. "In the safety reports, when I showed Kent Alvarez, regional manager, the man who'd given me a final warning last week for questioning overtime policies. He told me to double-check some inventory." She continued, said he'd be right back. Then, click. Her fingers weakly mimicked a key turning. I screamed until my voice gave out. I helped her stand, her legs buckling beneath her. The guard wouldn't arrive for another hour. Management had implemented a strict policy. No unauthorized personnel in office areas outside working hours. Penny had been invisible, trapped, while the cleaning crew vacuumed just yards away. "We need to get you to a doctor," I said, supporting her weight. She clutched my arm, nails digging in. "The reports. They're falsifying safety checks, Vera. Equipment that failed inspection. They're still using it. Someone's going to get hurt." As we stumbled toward the exit, Penny suddenly froze. Through the glass panel in the door, I could see Kent walking across the parking lot, 40 minutes earlier than his usual arrival. His face, when he spotted us through the window, first shock, then something darker flickering across his features, told me everything. He knew exactly what he'd done, and he'd done it on purpose. I wonder if you've ever seen someone's mask slip. That moment when the person you thought you knew reveals something monstrous underneath? If you have, let me know in the comments. And if you want to hear how this nightmare at work ended, make sure you're subscribed and hit that like button. Trust me, what happened next changed everything. My name is Vera Tennyson, 32 years old, 5 years at Woodland Manufacturing, and until that morning, I believed hard work and honesty were enough to succeed. I was raised by my grandmother after my parents died in a car accident when I was 7. Grandma Rose taught kindergarten for 40 years and raised me with simple values: tell the truth, help others, and stand up for what's right. I started in packaging and worked my way up to quality control supervisor. Not glamorous, but it paid the bills for my small apartment and kept me close to my grandmother as her health declined. Woodland made industrial water pumps, critical equipment for cities across the Midwest. Our products had to be flawless. Penny and I weren't close friends, just workplace allies. She'd transferred from the Eastern Branch 6 months earlier, brilliant, detail-oriented, and refreshingly straightforward. While other coworkers avoided management scrutiny by keeping their heads down, Penny asked questions. She studied manuals, memorized safety protocols, and suggested improvements. Management hated her for it. They're waiting for me to quit, she'd told me during lunch break 3 weeks before the incident. But my son starts college next year. I need this job. I remember thinking she was paranoid, until that morning when I found her locked in what could have become her tomb. Kent's face hardened as he strode through the door. All business now. The momentary shock replaced with controlled anger. What are you doing here so early, Vera? And why is Penelope out of the storage area? The casualness of his question made my skin crawl. She was locked in overnight, I said, still supporting Penny's weight. The temperature's over 100 degrees in there. She needs medical attention. Kent straightened his tie. There must be some misunderstanding. Penelope was assigned inventory duty. The door doesn't lock from the outside. Penny's fingers dug into my arm. You locked me in, she whispered. You knew what you were doing. That's a serious accusation, Kent said, his voice dangerously soft. One that could have consequences. For both of you. 2 other employees arrived then, stopping short at the scene before them. Kent's demeanor shifted instantly. Penelope isn't feeling well, he announced loudly. Vera, please take her to urgent care. Company policy requires an incident report. I'll have it ready when you return. I helped Penny to my car, the weight of Kent's stare burning into my back. The urgent care doctor didn't bother hiding his concern. Severe dehydration, heat exhaustion that could have progressed to heat stroke. Another few hours. He shook his head. How exactly did this happen? While Penny received IV fluids, I called her son, Drake, a high school senior with his mother's serious eyes. When he arrived, his face crumpled at the sight of his mother in a hospital bed. Mom works so hard, he told me in the hallway. Since Dad left, it's been just us. She takes every overtime shift they offer. When Penny was stable enough to talk, she told us everything. The irregularities she'd found in the safety inspection reports. Equipment that had failed critical tests but received passing marks. Maintenance schedules altered. Her meeting with Kent where he'd suggested she was confused about the regulations. He knew exactly what he was doing, she said, voice stronger now. Putting me in that room was a message. We need to report this, I insisted. Penny's laugh was bitter. To who? Regional Director Preston is Kent's brother-in-law. HR reports directly to them. The last person who filed a complaint was transferred to night shift until they quit. Drake took his mother's hand. Mom, you can't go back there. Her eyes met mine, and I saw the decision form. I won't. We returned to Woodland that afternoon with resignation letters. Kent accepted them with a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. Unfortunate you both feel this way, he said smoothly. But perhaps it's for the best. Small towns have small memories, but word does travel about. Difficult employees. As we walked to our cars for the last time, Penny turned to me. Thank you. If you hadn't come in early today, don't. I cut her off, unable to contemplate the alternative. What will you do now? She asked. I hadn't thought that far ahead. My grandmother needed her medications. I had rent due in 2 weeks. I'll find something, I said with more confidence than I felt. Kent's parting threat proved prophetic. Within days, the rejections began. Positions I was qualified for suddenly filled before interviews. Applications mysteriously lost. One potential employer actually winced when he saw my resume. You worked at Woodland? He asked, already closing my file. Penny faced similar obstacles. After 3 weeks of rejections, she and Drake moved in with her sister 2 states away. It's not right, she told me during our goodbye call. They're going to hurt someone, Vera. Those pumps go into hospitals, nursing homes, schools. I'd been living on ramen and picking up delivery gigs to make rent. Grandma Rose had raised me to believe in justice, but justice seemed in short supply. What can we do? I asked. No one will listen. Someone will, Penny replied. We just need to make them hear us. After we hung up, I sat in my darkening apartment, fury building inside me. Kent and the others had calculated exactly how much power they held in our small town. They'd weaponized our need for jobs, our community connections, our limited options, and they'd nearly killed Penny to silence her. That night, I made a decision. If they wanted to play with people's lives, they'd learn that some people fight back. I opened my laptop and began to research. The annual Midwest Industrial Safety Conference was 6 weeks away. Woodland Manufacturing would host the event, showcasing their commitment to safety with state inspectors, industry leaders, and regulators in attendance. Kent was scheduled as the keynote speaker. I picked up my phone and called the one person who had as much reason to hate Kent as I did. Penny, I have an idea, but I'll need your help, and we'll need others. For the first time since finding her in that storage room, I felt something beyond anger and helplessness. I felt purpose. What I didn't know then was how many others had suffered under Woodland's management, or how far Kent would go to protect himself, or that our plan would spiral into something far bigger and more dangerous than we'd imagined. I also didn't know that someone inside Woodland was watching our every move, ready to destroy us before we could expose the truth. The first hint that we weren't alone in our fight came 3 days later. I was delivering pizzas, my third shift that week, when the customer opened her door and gasped, "You're Vera Tennyson," she said, eyes wide. I nodded warily, used to small-town recognition, but suspicious now. "I'm Zola. I worked at Woodland for 8 years. Accounting department." She glanced over her shoulder before pulling me inside. "You need to know something. You and Penelope weren't the first." In her kitchen, Zola showed me a notebook filled with dates, names, and incidents. I started keeping track 3 years ago, after the acquisition. I scanned the pages, ice spreading through my veins. 13 employees who'd raised safety concerns, all systematically isolated, harassed, or placed in dangerous situations until they quit. One had suffered chemical burns in a storage accident remarkably similar to Penny's. "Why didn't anyone report this?" I asked. Zola's smile was sad. "To who? The local paper's owner plays golf with Preston. The county inspector's daughter got a management position at Woodland right out of college. They've built their fortress carefully." "Why are you showing me this?" "Because you're still fighting," she said simply. "And you're not the only one. We've been waiting for the right moment." My phone chimed with another delivery reminder. As I stood to leave, Zola pressed a flash drive into my hand. "Financial records," she whispered. "Where the money's really going instead of equipment maintenance. Be careful who sees this." As I drove to my next delivery, my mind raced. We weren't just seeking justice for Penny anymore. This was bigger, more dangerous, and suddenly more possible than I'd imagined. I called Penny that night. "We're gonna need more help," I told her, "and I think I know where to find it." Over the next 2 weeks, our small resistance grew. Zola connected us with former employees scattered across 3 counties. Each had a story, each had evidence, each had been silenced, until now. Theo from maintenance, who'd been ordered to bypass safety valves on industrial equipment. Imani from shipping, who'd documented mishandled hazardous materials. Reese from testing, who'd kept copies of altered inspection reports. But the most valuable alliance came from someone still inside Woodland, Kit, a janitor who'd worked there for 20 years, invisible to management but with access to every room, every conversation. They're panicking about the conference. Kit told me during our clandestine meeting at a truck stop 50 miles from town. State inspectors are coming, industry bigwigs. They've got crews working overtime to create a Potemkin village. Kit slid a security badge across the table. "This will get you into any room except executive offices, and I've mapped the camera blind spots." Our plan took shape. Document everything, gather witnesses, and create a moment so public that Woodland couldn't silence it. The safety conference would be their unveiling, just not the one they planned. But even as our network grew, so did the pressure. My grandmother's nursing home called about a payment issue. Her insurance had mysteriously denied coverage. My landlord received complaints about late-night business activities from my apartment. My car developed brake problems no mechanic could explain. Then came the warning. I returned from a delivery shift to find my apartment door slightly ajar. Nothing was taken, but my research was neatly stacked on the kitchen table. Research I'd kept only on a password-protected laptop. On top lay a note. "Some fires burn those who start them." That night, huddled in a motel room I couldn't afford, I called Penny. "They know," I whispered. "They're watching us." Her voice was steady. "Then we accelerate. The conference is in 10 days. We move now." "It's too dangerous," I argued. They already tried to kill me, Vera," she interrupted. "What more can they take? My career's gone. I'm living on my sister's couch. My son had to delay college. Her voice hardened. What about the next person they decide is a problem? Or the family whose home floods because of a faulty pump? How many people have to suffer before we stop them? I thought of Grandma Rose, who'd faced down school boards and angry parents to protect her students, who'd taught me that courage isn't the absence of fear, but action despite it. Okay, I said finally, but we need to be smarter than they are. What we didn't realize was that Kent had already set his own counterplan in motion. One designed not just to discredit us, but to eliminate any threat permanently. The chess game had begun, and unlike Kent, we couldn't afford to sacrifice any pieces. 8 days before the conference, our first major obstacle emerged. Kit called me at 3 a.m., voice tight with panic. They're installing new security systems, keycard access to every external door, biometric scanners for sensitive areas. And they've hired external security for the conference, not the usual rent-a-cops. These guys look military. I paced my motel room, heart hammering. Can you get me the specifications? Already working on it. But there's more. They're doing background checks on all conference attendees. Anyone with Woodland connections in the last 5 years is being flagged. Our original plan, having our witnesses attend as industry representatives, was disintegrating. We'll adapt, I said, projecting confidence I didn't feel. Keep your head down, don't risk your position. After hanging up, I stared at the wall where I'd taped our timeline. Red markers slashed through each passing day, counting down to the conference. Our window was narrowing. I called an emergency meeting at Zola's cabin outside town, the only place we could gather without surveillance. 14 former employees crammed into her living room, faces drawn with exhaustion and worry. Theo, a burly maintenance worker with calloused hands, spoke first. My cousin works for the security company they hired. These guys don't mess around. If we try to force our way in, we won't, I interrupted. We'll be smarter. Imani leaned forward, her braids swinging. I've been monitoring their conference preparations. They're transforming the place, fresh paint, new equipment, temporary walls hiding the problematic areas. The presentation will showcase their state-of-the-art safety protocols. Reese, a former testing specialist, snorted. Safety protocols they've never actually implemented. What about the evidence? I asked Zola. The financial records? The falsified reports? Compiled and ready, she confirmed. But without access to the conference, the room fell silent. Weeks of planning, evidence gathering, and risk-taking, all potentially wasted. Then Penny spoke from the video call on my laptop. She couldn't risk returning to town, but her voice filled the room. What's the one thing they can't control on conference day? We looked at each other blankly. The weather, she said simply. Outside, thunder rumbled as if on cue. July in the Midwest meant scorching temperatures, but also violent storms that could arise without warning. The building's climate control, I said slowly, understanding dawning. If it failed during the conference. Theo's eyes widened. The backup generators only cover emergency lighting and critical operations, not air conditioning. With outdoor temperatures forecasted at 95 degrees that day, Penny continued, and hundreds of bodies in an enclosed space. The temperature would soar, Reese finished. Just like that storage room. A plan began forming, elegant in its simplicity, devastating in its symbolism. Make them feel what Penny felt. Create conditions they couldn't ignore or control. They hurt people by making them invisible, I said quietly. We'll make the invisible impossible to ignore. For the first time since we started, I saw genuine hope in their faces. But as we dispersed that night, none of us noticed the dark sedan parked half a mile down the road, its occupant speaking quietly into a phone. The next morning, I woke to frantic knocking. Reese stood at my motel door, face ashen. They got Kit, he said. Anonymous tip about stolen company property. Police searched his apartment this morning. My blood turned to ice. Did they find anything? No, Kit's too smart. But they fired him on the spot. And the message is clear. They're picking us off one by one. The loss of our inside connection was devastating. Without Kit, we had no eyes inside Woodland, no access to secure areas. Worse, Kent now knew exactly who was helping us. That afternoon, my grandmother called from the nursing home, her voice weak and confused. Vera, the nurse says I'm being transferred to a different facility tomorrow. Transferred to where? Someplace 3 hours away. They say my insurance changed. Pure rage flooded my system. They were targeting my grandmother, a frail 84-year-old woman, to get to me. I called the nursing home administrator, who apologetically confirmed the transfer. The authorization came directly from her insurance provider. Nothing we can do. The insurance company stonewalled me with bureaucratic excuses. By evening, I was sitting in my car outside Woodland Manufacturing, watching employees leave for the day, wondering which window belonged to Kent's office. My phone rang. Zola, don't do anything stupid, she said without preamble. We've got another way. They're going after my grandmother. I hissed. I know, and we'll fix it. But not by confronting Kent directly. That's exactly what he wants. You losing control, making threats he can use against you. She was right, but the knowledge did nothing to cool my rage. Come to my place, she insisted. Now. At Zola's cabin, I found Imani huddled over a laptop with a young man I didn't recognize. This is my brother, Leo, Imani explained. He works in health insurance software, and he has interesting news about your grandmother's policy change. However, Leo adjusted his glasses. The transfer authorization didn't come through normal channels. Someone accessed the system using administrative credentials and manually flagged her file. Can you reverse it? I asked. Already done, he said with a tight smile. And I've locked it from further changes while making it look like a system error. Your grandmother stays where she is. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by fresh worry. They'll just try something else. Which is why we're moving up our timeline, Zola said. The conference is 6 days away, but we make our move tomorrow. Tomorrow? I echoed. We're not ready. We don't have a choice, Imani said softly. Kent's not just trying to stop us now. He's sending a message about what happens to people who challenge him. And we need to send our own message, Zola added, starting with the most important piece of our plan. She handed me a sealed envelope. Your grandmother's transfer might have been stopped, but others won't be so lucky. Inside is a bus ticket to Millridge, 3 hours away. Someone's waiting to meet you there. Who? Someone who can finally make people listen. The bus arrived in Millridge just after noon the next day. Standing at the terminal, checking faces against the photograph Zola had given me, I finally spotted her, a woman in her 50s with silver-streaked hair and sharp eyes that missed nothing. Helen Braddock, she said, extending her hand. State Labor Department. My heart skipped. You're the one person in the regulatory system Kent Alvarez can't control or intimidate. She finished. I've been building a case against Woodland for 18 months. What I lack is first-hand witnesses willing to go on record. In a small cafe, I laid out everything. Penny's imprisonment, the falsified safety reports, the systematic elimination of whistleblowers, the defective equipment being shipped to hospitals and schools. Helen listened without interruption, taking meticulous notes. This matches my findings, she said finally. But testimony isn't enough. We need irrefutable evidence. We have documents, I said. Financial records showing money diverted from safety upgrades, altered inspection reports. And how did you obtain these documents? She asked pointedly. I hesitated, understanding the problem. Evidence gathered illegally might be inadmissible. I thought so, Helen said. Here's the reality. I can open a formal investigation, but Woodland will have time to cover their tracks. Their lawyers will tie us up for years while they continue operating. My heart sank. So we've risked everything for nothing? I didn't say that. A hint of steel entered her voice. The safety conference creates a unique opportunity. If violations were observed by outside witnesses, particularly state inspectors already present for the conference, that would change everything. The inspectors will only see what Woodland wants them to see, I argued. They've transformed the facility. Unless something forced them to look deeper. Helen leaned forward. Tell me about this plan your group has developed. I hesitated, then decided to trust her. I outlined our strategy to disable the climate control during the conference, forcing attendees to experience conditions similar to what Penny endured. Helen nodded slowly. Symbolic, but potentially effective. However, there's a missing piece. You need to ensure the right people see the right evidence at the right moment. How do we do that without access to the conference? That, Helen said with the first smile I'd seen from her, is where I come in. She slid a conference badge across the table. Chief Inspector, State Industrial Safety Board. I was already attending. Now, I'll be your eyes inside. For the first time in weeks, I felt a flicker of genuine hope. There's something else you should know, Helen added, her expression darkening. Kent Alvarez isn't just creating hostile working conditions. The pumps Woodland manufactures are showing failure rates far above industry standards. 3 hospitals have reported emergency generator flooding from faulty pumps in the past year. The implications hit me like a physical blow. People could die. People already have, Helen corrected grimly. A nursing home in Laketon lost power during a heat wave when their backup generators flooded. 2 residents died before evacuation. I thought of my grandmother, of Penny trapped in that sweltering room. We're not just fighting for justice anymore, I whispered. We're preventing more deaths. Exactly. Helen gathered her notes. Your group has created the perfect opportunity. Now we need to ensure it exposes the full scope of what's happening at Woodland. As we parted, Helen gripped my arm. Be careful, Vera. Kent Alvarez has powerful friends and few scruples. This will get worse before it gets better. I had no idea how prophetic those words would prove. 3 days before the conference, disaster struck. Theo, our maintenance expert who would disable the climate controls, didn't show for our final planning meeting. Calls went straight to voicemail. When Reese drove past his house, police cars filled the driveway. Manufacturing meth, Imani reported after making calls to contacts in law enforcement. They found a lab in his garage. That's impossible, I exploded. Theo wouldn't. Of course he wouldn't, Zola interrupted. But evidence can be planted, and Theo has a decade-old possession charge that makes the accusation sticky enough to hold him. Our plan was unraveling. Without Theo's expertise, the climate control sabotage, the centerpiece of our strategy, was in jeopardy. I can do it, Reese offered. Theo showed me the basics. Too risky, I countered. You don't have his experience. What choice do we have? Imani demanded. The conference is 3 days away. We've lost Kit and Theo. Kent is picking us off systematically. That night, alone in my motel room, I called Penny. Maybe we should stop, I said, exhaustion seeping into my voice. They're always one step ahead. Someone could get seriously hurt. Penny was silent so long I thought we'd lost connection. Do you remember what the doctor said? She finally asked. About what would have happened if you hadn't found me? Yes. I keep thinking about that. How close I came to dying in that room. How Drake would have gotten a call that his mother was found dead at work. How Kent would have manufactured some explanation. Her voice hardened. And I think about the next person who questions their practices, and the people using those faulty pumps. She was right. The cost of failure wasn't just our justice. It was future victims. We continue, I said with renewed resolve. But we need to change tactics. They're expecting us to target the conference from inside, so we work from outside. In the new plan that emerged, we wouldn't need access to the building's systems at all. Nature would do that for us. The weather forecast for conference day showed temperatures nearing 100 degrees with high humidity, dangerous heat by any standard. All we needed was to ensure the building's cooling systems failed at the right moment. The main transformer, Reese explained over a secure call. It's external to the building, feeds power to the cooling towers. If it overheated at peak load, how? I asked. Reflective panels, he said, positioned to focus additional solar heat on the transformer housing. With the system already straining against record temperatures, it wouldn't take much to push it over the edge. It was elegant, required no internal access, and couldn't be traced to sabotage, just unfortunate positioning of temporary structures for the conference. But Kent wasn't finished with us yet. The morning before the conference, I woke to pounding on my door. Not police this time. Drake, Penny's son. Eyes wild with panic. Mom's been arrested, he gasped. Identity theft charges. They're saying she stole patient data from her last job before Woodland. Kent had played his trump card. With Penny in custody, the heart would go out of our resistance. Many might back out entirely. Drake handed me his phone with a text from Penny. Continue no matter what. This ends tomorrow. Conference day dawned scorching hot, the sun already brutal at 7 a.m. Our remaining team gathered at our staging point, a park overlooking woodland manufacturing. Through binoculars, we could see attendees arriving, security checking credentials at every entrance. Everyone clear on their roles? I asked. Nods all around, faces grim but determined. Helen's inside, Zola confirmed. Positioned near the main conference hall with full access to the executive presentation room. Reese? He patted his bag. Reflective panels ready. I can place them without being seen from the security perimeter. Imani? Media contacts on standby. One call brings 3 news crews. And the evidence packets? Prepared and positioned, Zola confirmed. Ready for distribution the moment conditions are right. As they dispersed to their positions, I felt a strange calm settle over me. After weeks of reactive scrambling, we were finally taking the initiative. I checked my watch. 8:30 a.m. Kent would be welcoming attendees now, all corporate smiles and rehearsed warmth. By noon, the outdoor temperature would hit 97 degrees. By 1 p.m., when Kent was scheduled to present Woodland's industry-leading safety protocols, the building's interior would become unbearable. What Kent didn't know, what none of them knew, was that we weren't just creating discomfort, we were creating understanding. Sometimes, to make people care about invisible suffering, you have to make that suffering visible, and by day's end, no one would be able to look away. I positioned myself on the hill overlooking Woodland Manufacturing's main entrance, close enough to monitor the situation but far enough to avoid security. Through binoculars, I watched attendees filing into the gleaming glass building. Men and women in suits, carrying briefcases and conference folders, completely unaware they were walking into our carefully orchestrated revelation. My earpiece crackled. Reflective panels in position, Reese reported, angled perfectly. With this sun, the transformer should hit critical temperature around 12:30. Helen's in position, Zola added. Kent just welcomed everyone to the main hall. She says it's packed. Every state regulator and industry leader within 300 miles. I checked the outdoor temperature display on a nearby bank. 91 degrees Fahrenheit at 9:15 in the morning. The forecast promised at least 6 more degrees by midday. Any word on Penny? I asked. Her attorney is working on bail, Drake replied, his voice tight with worry. The charges are paper thin, but they're keeping her in holding until after the conference. Of course they were. Kent had planned this meticulously, removing our most compelling witness before his moment in the spotlight. What he hadn't counted on was our contingency planning. By 11 a.m., the conference was in full swing. Presentations on industry standards, vendor displays of safety equipment, networking over coffee and pastries. All in climate-controlled comfort while Kent worked the room, shaking hands, playing the role of safety advocate. At 11:47, Reese's voice came through my earpiece. Transformer temperature rising faster than expected. This heat is unreal. I scanned the cloudless sky. The summer sun beat down mercilessly, the kind of heat that shimmers above asphalt and makes breathing feel like work. How long? I asked. 20 minutes, maybe less. I relayed this to our team members stationed around the perimeter. Everyone ready? Affirmations came through one by one. We'd positioned our people at every exit, ready to guide conference attendees to our evidence station once the inevitable evacuation began. At 12:09 it happened. The main transformer made a sound like distant thunder, then went silent. Immediately, the building's emergency lights flickered on, but as predicted, the climate control system shut down completely. Through my binoculars, I watched confusion spread through the lobby. Security personnel rushed outside to check the transformer, finding nothing more suspicious than sun-baked equipment on the hottest day of summer. Helen reports the temperature is already climbing in the main hall, Zola said. Kent is assuring everyone they'll have power restored momentarily. Now came the waiting game. Inside that building, hundreds of professionals in business attire were about to experience what Penny had endured for 17 hours. The difference? They could leave any time. She couldn't. By 12:45, We could see people loosening ties, removing jackets. Windows were opened, but the breezeless day offered no relief. Staff distributed water bottles, but supplies quickly dwindled. Interior temperature has hit 85 degrees, Helen reported through Zola. Kent's insisting they continue with the program. He doesn't want to postpone his keynote. Of course he didn't. The keynote was his crowning achievement, ICC, proof of his leadership to industry peers and superiors. He'd sacrifice comfort rather than surrender his moment. By 1:15, the situation inside deteriorated rapidly. Through binoculars, I watched red-faced attendees fanning themselves with programs. Kent took the stage, sweat darkening his shirt, still smiling that plastic smile. Helen says it's 91 degrees inside now, Zola reported. Someone just asked to move the presentation outside. Kent refused. I checked the outdoor temperature, 98 Fahrenheit. Inside that sealed building, with hundreds of bodies generating additional heat, conditions were becoming dangerous. At 1:32, the first person collapsed, an elderly inspector overcome by heat. Medical personnel rushed forward, but in the crowded, overheated room, they struggled to reach him. Now, I said into my communicator, Imani, call your media contacts. Everyone else to positions. Kent tried maintaining control, directing attendees to remain seated, promising the power would return any moment. But as a second person showed signs of heat distress, the exodus began. Security couldn't contain it. Hundreds of overheated professionals streaming toward exits, seeking relief. As they emerged into the scorching parking lot, our team members were waiting, not with protests or accusations, but with cold water, portable fans, and simple directions. Relief stations set up in the shade across the street. Under canopies in the park opposite Woodland, we'd arranged water stations, seating, and large fans powered by portable generators. Immediate relief from the sweltering conditions. And beside each station, documentation tables. As the conference attendees gratefully accepted water and cooling, they found themselves surrounded by evidence of Woodland's malfeasance, testimony transcripts, financial records showing diverted safety funds, photographs of defective equipment installed in hospitals and schools, medical reports from injured employees, and most damning of all, a large display showing Penny's medical records from the day I found her, alongside the storage room temperature logs and security footage showing Kent locking the door. Helen Braddock moved through the crowd, no longer just an observer but directing state inspectors to specific evidence. Media vans pulled up, cameras capturing the scene of disheveled industry leaders and regulators, reviewing damning documentation, while Woodland executives watched helplessly from across the street. Through my binoculars, I found Kent standing at the building entrance, face contorted with fury as he realized what was happening. When he spotted news cameras, he retreated inside. He's running, I said into my communicator, probably heading for his office to destroy records. No, he's not. Helen's voice came through clearly now. I've got state police securing all executive offices. No one enters until we complete our inspection. The temperature continued climbing. By 2 p.m., the outdoor thermometer read 99 Fahrenheit. Inside Woodland's main hall, where some attendees and staff remained, temperatures approached 105 Fahrenheit. Almost exactly what Penny had endured. That's when we unveiled our final element. A large screen activated at our relief station, showing a pre-recorded video of Penny, calm, professional, sitting at a desk with documents visible. My name is Penelope Merritt, her voice rang out over the crowd. Until recently, I was a quality control specialist at Woodland Manufacturing. What you're experiencing today, this heat, this discomfort, is what I endured for 17 hours after discovering falsified safety reports. The crowd fell silent. Water bottles paused midway to lips, all eyes on the screen. Woodland Manufacturing has systematically endangered lives by cutting safety measures and silencing employees who speak up, Penny continued. The equipment they produce protects critical infrastructure, hospitals, nursing homes, schools. When it fails, people die. She held up documents, explaining each one in clear, precise language, the technical violations, the covered-up failures, The retribution against whistleblowers. The temperature you're feeling right now, she concluded, is the same temperature I was locked in for discovering these violations. The difference? You can leave. I couldn't. And the people depending on Woodland's equipment can't escape the consequences of their negligence either. As her video ended, the real power of our plan became evident. We hadn't just created discomfort, we'd created understanding. Every person there had physically experienced a fraction of what Penny endured. The heat had made abstract concerns visceral and immediate. Across the street, Woodland executives huddled in panicked conversation. Several state inspectors were already entering the building. Helen Braddock directing them to specific areas we'd identified. My earpiece crackled. Vera, you need to see this. I turned my binoculars toward the main entrance. A police car had pulled up, and officers were escorting someone inside. Not taking someone away, bringing someone in. My heart leaped. Penny. Her attorney had secured her release. Let's finish this, I said, descending from my observation point. By the time I crossed to our relief station, the scene had transformed. What began as a simple cooling area was now an impromptu investigation headquarters. State officials interviewed former employees. Inspectors examined documentation. Reporters captured it all. I found Zola directing people to specific evidence stations. The Industrial Safety Board just declared an emergency suspension of operations. She told me, eyes bright with vindication. Helen fast-tracked it. Woodland is shut down pending full investigation. Kent, barricaded in his office, refusing to come out. As if summoned by his name, a commotion erupted at the building entrance. Kent emerged, flanked by security, attempting to push through to his car. His face was flushed, tie askew, the composed executive persona completely shattered. He froze when he saw the media. Then his eyes found me in the crowd. For a moment, we simply stared at each other across the distance. His expressions cycled through shock, rage, and finally, fear. That's when Penny stepped into his path. The parking lot fell silent. Here was the woman from the video, the one whose suffering they'd just symbolically shared, standing face to face with the man responsible. Kent recovered quickly, corporate mask sliding back into place. Penelope, I see the misunderstanding about your identity theft charges has been cleared up. No misunderstanding, Kent, she replied, voice carrying in the sudden quiet. Just one more attempt to silence someone who knew too much. These accusations are groundless, he said loudly, aware of the cameras now trained on him. Woodland Manufacturing has an exemplary safety record. It's 105 degrees in your conference hall right now. Penny interrupted. Exactly the temperature you locked me in for 17 hours. How does it feel, Kent? Unbearable after just 3 hours, isn't it? His composure cracked. I never locked you anywhere. You're making accusations without proof. We have the security footage, Helen Braddock said, stepping forward, and sworn statements from 15 former employees documenting systematic safety violations and retribution against whistleblowers. Kent's eyes darted around, looking for allies, finding none. Even his own security staff had stepped back, creating distance. My attorney will. Your attorney will be very busy, Helen cut in. The state has opened a criminal investigation into willful negligence resulting in death. Those nursing home residents who died when your faulty pumps failed? We have the inspection records showing you shipped that equipment despite failed safety tests. The color drained from Kent's face. This was no longer about workplace harassment or corporate misconduct. This was manslaughter. As state police officers approached him, Kent made one last desperate attempt. This was a setup. They sabotaged the power to create this situation. Helen stepped closer. The transformer overheated due to record temperatures and poor maintenance. Another safety violation we've documented. Your own staff confirmed the maintenance schedule was altered to cut costs. I watched as Kent was escorted to a police car, his carefully constructed world collapsing around him, not with dramatic confrontations or violent retribution, but with something far more powerful. Hafen, the simple, irrefutable exposure of truth. In the days that followed, the full impact of our action unfolded like a wave spreading outward. State investigators uncovered violations far beyond what even we had documented. 3 executives were indicted for criminal negligence. Woodland Manufacturing was placed under state supervision, its leadership removed. Kent faced multiple criminal charges, not just for his treatment of employees, but for knowingly allowing defective safety equipment to be installed in critical facilities. The story spread nationwide. Other workers at similar companies came forward with their own accounts of safety violations and retribution. Regulatory agencies launched investigations into industry-wide practices. For us, the aftermath brought both vindication and healing. Penny's identity theft charges were dismissed with prejudice. Theo was released, the manufacturing charges exposed as fabrication. Former employees were offered reinstatement with back pay and damages. 1 month after the conference, I met Penny at a small cafe downtown. The same cafe where I'd once feared being seen with her, now the site of our victory celebration. "Have you heard?" she asked as I sat down. "The state legislature is drafting new whistleblower protections. They're calling it the Woodland Act." I smiled. Appropriate naming. "Helen called this morning," Penny continued. "She's been appointed to head a new division focusing on industrial safety compliance. She's offering positions to those of us who helped expose Woodland. Are you going to accept?" Penny nodded. "Drake starts college next month. Full scholarship. Turns out exposing corporate corruption makes for a compelling admissions essay." We laughed. The sound, light and unfamiliar after months of tension and fear. "What about you?" she asked. "Any regrets?" I considered the question. The risks we'd taken, the fear we'd lived with, the system we'd challenged. "Not one," I answered truthfully. We didn't just get justice for ourselves. We prevented more people from being hurt. As we sat there, I realized something profound had shifted, not just in the regulatory landscape or in corporate accountability, but in me. Grandma Rose had taught me to stand up for what's right, but I'd never truly understood the cost, or the power, of that stance, until now. Kent had weaponized the very systems meant to protect people: employment, healthcare, law enforcement. He'd calculated that most people would accept injustice rather than risk everything fighting it. His one miscalculation? He hurt someone who refused to stay invisible. I looked at Penny across the table, her face no longer drawn with fear but alight with purpose. "We should document what happened," I suggested. "How a group of ordinary people stood up to corporate power and won. Others might need the blueprint." "I think that's an excellent idea," she agreed. "People need to know they're not powerless. And that's why I'm sharing this story now. Not just as a record of what happened that scorching summer, but as a reminder that systems of power depend on our silence and isolation to continue unchecked. Sometimes justice requires more than filing complaints or following procedures. Sometimes it requires creativity, courage, and the willingness to make the invisible suffering visible to those who can stop it. If you're facing your own Kent Alvarez, someone abusing power while counting on your silence, remember our story. Find your allies, gather your evidence, and create your moment when the truth can't be ignored. Because in the end, that's how change happens. Not all at once, but person by person, standing up and saying, "This stops now." If our story resonated with you, please share it with someone who needs to hear it. Leave a comment about your own experiences standing up to workplace injustice, and subscribe for more real stories about ordinary people finding extraordinary courage. Because the most important lesson we learned, we were never actually powerless. We just needed to discover our power together.
Welcome to Revenge with Lyra.
"You're almost 30, Grace. Time to start paying rent," Dad had said that morning, waving a handwritten note like he was doing me a favor.
Rent.
For my own room. The same room I'd spent 5 years renovating with my own money, new floors, furniture, and even the air conditioner he bragged about to his friends. I stared at him, thinking it was a joke. But he was serious. And when I hesitated, my sister Danielle chimed in from the kitchen, smirking over her coffee. "Don't be dramatic, Grace. We all pitch in here. You're not special." I wanted to remind her that she hadn't paid a single bill since moving in with her 2 kids, that I'd been covering groceries, water, even the Wi-Fi her children watched cartoons on. But Dad's voice drowned me out. "It's settled. Rent's due on the 1st. That night, I left the envelope on the counter, $600 in crisp bills. 3 weeks later, I came home from work to find my bedroom door open. Toys scattered across the floor. My bed gone. A crib where my desk had been. Dad stood in the hallway, arms folded. "Danielle and the kids needed more space," he said flatly. "You can sleep in the basement." My throat burned. "You gave away my room?" He shrugged. "You're lucky to still have a roof over your head." That's when I realized I didn't. Not anymore. And that night, I made my decision. I didn't argue that night. I just stared at the empty space where my life used to fit, the shelves I'd built, the curtains I'd sewn, the quiet corner I used to read in. Now it smelled like baby powder and chaos. Danielle leaned against the doorway, smirking. "Don't look so upset. You'll survive. You've always been the dramatic one." Her words burned, but I stayed silent. I knew better than to fight in a house where no one listened. Downstairs, the basement felt like a punishment. Cold, damp, unfinished. The light flickered every few seconds, and the washing machine hummed like a heartbeat I couldn't escape. That night, I lay awake on a creaky cot, staring at the ceiling, listening to my niece's laughter through the vents. And then, I made a quiet promise. I'd never beg for space again. The next morning, I started packing the things that were mine. Not the house's. Not my dad's.
Mine.
The TV. The washer I'd bought when the old one broke. The coffee maker, the internet router, even a new fridge I'd paid for on installments. Every wire, plug, and receipt mine. By evening, my small apartment downtown was filled with boxes and silence. Beautiful, peaceful silence. Back home, I left only walls. I didn't slam the door. I didn't even say goodbye. But I left one note taped to the empty fridge. "Let's see what love costs without my money." By the next morning, my phone started exploding. First came Dad's call, 3 missed, 1 voicemail. His voice cracked between rage and disbelief. "Grace, what the hell did you do? There's nothing here. No fridge, no Wi-Fi, no washer. How are the kids supposed to eat? You need to bring everything back right now." I played the message twice, then deleted it. A text from Danielle followed moments later.
Wow.
"Real mature. You're punishing innocent kids because you're jealous. Grow up." Jealous. That word stung, the same way it always had since childhood. Danielle, the golden one. Danielle, the single mom with struggles. Danielle, who never faced consequences because she cried first. I stared at my empty living room, still full of half-unpacked boxes, and felt something unfamiliar, peace. For the first time, every single thing around me belonged to me. The hum of my fridge, the glow of my lamp, even the air felt earned. 2 days later, a neighbor from my old street texted me a photo. It was my dad's house, lights off, trash piled outside, and a handwritten note taped to the door. "Power cut, bill unpaid." I didn't smile. I didn't cheer. I just whispered, "There it is." When you build a home on someone else's back, you shouldn't be surprised when the spine walks away. That night, I poured myself a glass of wine. To peace, to freedom, and to the silence I'd bought with my own 2 hands. By the weekend, Dad showed up at my apartment. No warning, just 3 loud knocks, like he still owned the right to demand my time. When I opened the door, he looked older than I remembered. His pride seemed to have melted in the July heat. "Grace," he said quietly, "your sister's at her breaking point. The kids can't sleep. They miss you." I leaned against the doorframe. "They miss the Wi-Fi, Dad. Let's be honest." He sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I know I handled things wrong, but you can't just leave us hanging like this. We're family." Family. The word rolled off his tongue so easily, the same one that made me pay rent for a house I already carried. "I didn't leave you hanging," I said softly. "I stopped carrying what you all dropped." His eyes hardened. "You've changed. You used to be kind." "I used to be used," I corrected. Danielle appeared behind him in the hallway, arms crossed. "So this is who you are now? Cold? Heartless?" I met her stare.
No.
Just done being your wallet. Her eyes flashed, but before she could respond, a maintenance worker stepped out of the elevator and greeted me politely. "Morning, Ms. Hayes." Danielle blinked, confused. "Ms. Hayes." Not Grace, the burden. Dad looked away, ashamed. He mumbled something under his breath and left. Danielle followed. The elevator doors closed behind them. For the first time, I didn't chase after them. For few blissful weeks, silence reigned. No calls, no guilt trips, no doorstep drama. Until the day I received a letter. Not handwritten, but official. A notice of default. Addressed to my father. I almost tossed it aside before realizing. It was sent to my name, the house's actual financial guarantor. They hadn't made a single payment since I left. I stared at the paper, my pulse steady. This wasn't just financial carelessness. It was arrogance, the kind that assumes someone will always come to clean the mess. That night, Danielle called, her voice high-pitched with fake innocence. "Hey, you probably got some letters by mistake. Could you forward them? The bank stuff." I smiled slightly. "No mistake. You're behind on the loan." "What?" she shrieked. "You're supposed to help us until we stabilize." "Danielle," I said calmly, "you call me selfish. So I stopped giving." She cursed under her breath, then muttered, "You think you're better than everyone." I cut her off.
No.
"I just learned what happens when the person you drain walks away." Before hanging up, she spat. "You'll regret this." But regret never came. 3 weeks later, the house went into foreclosure. My name was cleared, my credit intact, and theirs destroyed. And when the neighbors whispered about how fast the perfect family fell apart, I didn't add a word. They built their comfort on my silence. I rebuilt my peace on their noise. By the time the bank repossessed the house, the cracks in their pride had turned into a full collapse. Danielle moved back in with Mom, dragging her 2 kids into a 1-bedroom apartment that smelled like regret. Dad, stripped of his self-appointed authority, started drinking again. Not enough to drown guilt, just enough to expose it. I watched from a distance, not gloating, not smiling, just observing. A week later, I got another call, this time from Mom. Her tone was sweet, practiced, like honey masking poison. "Grace, sweetheart, we're planning a family dinner. Maybe it's time we move past all this nonsense, I laughed quietly. "Nonsense? You mean when you all called me selfish and threw me into the basement?" Silence. Then she sighed. "We were stressed. You know how families are." "No, Mom," I said gently. "Families protect. Parasites drain." She gasped. "Grace, how could you say that?" "Because it's the truth." Before hanging up, I said something that made her voice tremble. "You raised me to be strong, and I finally am. Maybe you should be proud." That night, I sat on my balcony with a cup of tea, watching city lights shimmer like freedom. Everything I owned, every lamp, every mug, every piece of peace, bought by me, guarded by me. And for the first time, I didn't feel guilty for choosing myself. The collapse wasn't mine anymore. It was theirs. 2 months later, the guilt campaign began. Texts from Mom at midnight. "You know your sister's kids can't even sleep, right? They miss the big house." Voicemails from Dad. "After all I did for you, you let your family live like this?" And Danielle? Her messages alternated between begging and bitterness. "You're heartless, Grace. You destroyed us."
No.
They destroyed themselves the moment they mistook my generosity for obligation. Still, I stayed silent until the day I received an invitation. A family reunion at a rented event hall. Curiosity got the better of me. I went. The air reeked of desperation disguised as reconciliation. My family smiled too hard, laughed too loud. Danielle rushed to hug me, whispering, "Thank God you came. We've missed you." On stage, Dad cleared his throat. "We're all here to remember that family is everything." I stepped forward slowly, my heels echoing on the polished floor. "You're right, Dad," I said. "Family is everything when it's mutual." I pulled an envelope from my bag and placed it on the table. Inside was a copy of the foreclosure deed and the transfer of ownership for my new apartment. I built something from the ground up. You can too. Their smiles vanished. The room turned cold. This wasn't revenge. It was reflection, and they finally had to look at themselves in it. When I left that reunion, I didn't slam doors or make speeches. I simply walked out, calm, composed, done. Outside, the night air felt cleaner, like the city itself was exhaling with me. Weeks passed, and I heard bits of their downfall through mutual friends. Dad filed for bankruptcy. Danielle's husband left her, taking whatever savings they had left. And Mom, the same woman who once told me I owed her my success, was now living in a rented room, telling anyone who'd listen how ungrateful her daughter was. Maybe I should have felt pity, but I didn't. I felt clarity. One evening, I stood by my window, holding the same set of keys that used to unlock the house they stole from me. Now, they opened doors I'd bought with my own peace. A message popped up on my phone from Mom. "We're sorry. Can we come stay for a while?" I typed back slowly, every word deliberate. "I hope you find a place where love doesn't come with conditions. Mine isn't available anymore." And I pressed send. Then I turned off my phone. The kettle whistled softly in the kitchen, and I poured myself tea, jasmine, my favorite. For the first time in years, my life was silent. Not the silence of being ignored. The silence of freedom. The silence of peace I built myself.
You're wasted here. Come work for me. Privately. His breath reeked of expensive whiskey as he cornered me by the bar at the holiday party. His fingers brushed against my wrist as he leaned closer. Nobody appreciates what you do here. Not like I would. I tried to step sideways, but the wall behind me and his arm blocking my escape made that impossible. The silver-haired literary giant, my boss's husband, wasn't used to women avoiding his attention. His cologne was too strong, his presence suffocating. "Mr. Harlow, I'm very happy with my current position." I gripped my water glass tighter, wishing I'd chosen wine instead. "Call me Pierce." His voice dropped lower. "I've read the manuscripts you've edited, the ones Isabella takes credit for. You have an extraordinary gift." His fingers traced my forearm. "Working directly for me would advance your career considerably." My skin crawled, but my mind raced. How did he know which manuscripts were mine? My boss, his wife, had sworn me to secrecy about the extent of my editing work on best-selling titles that officially bore her editorial stamp. "Think about it," he pressed, hand now firmly on my lower back. "You'd be my personal editor, double your salary, all the perks." His gaze traveled down my body, making his meaning unmistakable. That's when I noticed her, Isabella, standing 15 feet away, champagne flute in hand, watching her husband proposition me. Our eyes met. She didn't look surprised. She didn't look angry. She looked calculating. She turned away, rejoining the party conversation without a word. The message was clear. My boss had sent her husband to make this offer. Or worse, she knew exactly what kind of offer he was making and was allowing it. 3 years of loyalty, 3 years of staying late to fix manuscripts other editors had declared hopeless. 3 years of accepting associate editor credits, while Isabella received the accolades for transforming rough drafts into bestsellers. When Monday came, my inbox pinged with a message. "Meeting with Isabella, 9 a.m. Priority." I wore my most professional outfit, the one I'd purchased with the modest bonus I'd received after fixing a celebrity memoir that won a literary award with Isabella's name in the acknowledgments. I arrived exactly on time. The winter light streamed through her office windows, illuminating the manuscript stacked on her desk, including the one I'd edited into brilliance last month, now bearing another editor's name on the cover page. "You're being transferred," she said without preamble, "to our West Coast office, effective immediately." I smiled because I'd already written to the board. "Is something amusing?" she asked, her tone sharp. "Just thinking about timing," I replied. "You see, your husband wasn't the first person from your household to make me an inappropriate offer." Her expression froze. "3 months ago, you suggested I ghost edit the manuscript for your friend's novel, the one she's now receiving acclaim for writing. You promised a promotion if I kept quiet." I met her gaze directly. "I told the board everything this morning." She reached for her phone, but I continued speaking. I also told them how you've been assigning junior editors work to your friends for years, letting them claim authorship while the real talent stays underpaid and unnamed. You ungrateful little. The thing is, I interrupted. You could have protected your editors from your husband instead of enabling him. You could have given credit where it was due, but you chose power over integrity. Her assistant knocked, entering without waiting. The board members are here for the emergency meeting. My boss paled. They won't believe you. They already do. 5 other editors have come forward with their stories. Before I continue, I want to thank you for staying with me through this story. It's not easy sharing the darkest moments of my professional life, but your support means everything. If you're finding this story revealing about the hidden sides of the publishing industry, please consider liking this video and subscribing to hear more stories that rarely get told. Your comments help me know I'm not alone in experiencing workplace injustice. Now, let me take you deeper into how all this began. My name is Hollis, and I never planned to become an editor. My dream was to write novels, complex character studies exploring human resilience. But writing doesn't pay the bills, so I accepted an assistant position at Bennett and Hall, one of the most prestigious publishing houses in the country. I was 24, armed with an English literature degree and enough student debt to make me desperate for stability. What I lacked in connections, I made up for in dedication. I worked weekends. I read manuscripts on my commute. I studied successful books like they were sacred texts. My break came when a senior editor went on maternity leave, leaving behind a manuscript due to the printing press in 2 weeks. Nobody wanted to touch it. The author was brilliant but notoriously difficult, and the draft was a structural disaster. I'll fix it, I told my supervisor. He laughed. Hollis, experienced editors have tried. The author won't accept changes. Let me try anyway, I insisted. After hours. It won't impact my regular work. He shrugged. Your funeral. For 10 nights straight, I dissected that manuscript, reorganizing chapters, tightening dialogue, enhancing character motivations, without changing the author's distinct voice. I wrote an extensive letter explaining each suggestion with references to the author's previous work, showing how my edits amplified his existing strengths. The author accepted every change. The book received rave reviews, specifically mentioning its impeccable structure and emotional precision. That's when Isabella noticed me. She called me into her office, that same office, where, years later, she would try to banish me to the West Coast. You have an exceptional eye, she said, studying me. I could use someone with your talents. The promotion came with a modest raise and a new title, Associate Editor. What I didn't realize was that Associate meant I would do the difficult editorial work, while Isabella would take the credit. At first, I was grateful for the opportunity. Isabella was a legend in publishing. Her name on a book guaranteed reviews and sales. Working directly under her meant access to the industry's biggest authors. When she asked me to perform substantial edits on her projects, I assumed it was training, mentorship. Then came the Andrea Willis manuscript, a first-time author whose raw talent was buried under structural issues. I spent weeks reshaping it, transforming a promising mess into a powerful debut. When the final version landed on Isabella's desk, she nodded approvingly. Excellent work, Hollis. I'll take it from here. When the novel was published 6 months later, the acknowledgments read, to Isabella Harlow, whose brilliant editorial guidance brought this story to life. No mention of me. At the celebration party, Andrea hugged Isabella tearfully. You understood exactly what I was trying to say. I stood in the background, champagne turning sour in my mouth. That night, Pierce Harlow approached me for the first time. That Willis book, that was your work, wasn't it? I froze. I assisted Isabella. He laughed. My wife hasn't actually edited a book in years. She's too busy with her literary lunches and television appearances. He sipped his drink. She's built quite the system. Find talented young editors, use their work, advance her reputation. Why are you telling me this? Because talent interests me. His eyes lingered too long. Remember that, if you ever want a different arrangement. I avoided him after that, but his words took root. I began noticing patterns. Whenever a manuscript needed significant work, it came to me. When it was ready for publication, Isabella stepped in for the author calls, the planning meetings, the publicity. The other associate editors experienced the same treatment. We were Isabetta's invisible workforce, our names buried in the copyright page, while hers shone on press releases. I might have accepted this arrangement, paid my dues, as they say in the industry, if not for what happened with the Lockhart manuscript. Belinda Lockhart wasn't just any author. She was literary royalty. Her novels defined American fiction for a generation. When she submitted her latest manuscript, the entire publishing house buzzed with anticipation. Isabetta summoned me to her office immediately. "This needs to be flawless," she said, sliding the thick stack of papers across her desk. Belinda specifically requested me as her editor again. I nodded, understanding the significance. Isabetta and Belinda had worked together for 20 years. Their partnership was legendary. "I'll need to clear your schedule," Isabetta continued. "Nothing else matters for the next month. This is your only priority." For once, I didn't mind the overwhelming workload. Editing Belinda Lockhart was a dream, a chance to learn from one of the greatest living writers. The manuscript was challenging but brilliant. Lockhart's latest novel tackled complex themes of identity and betrayal through the story of two childhood friends whose lives diverged and intersected across decades. The raw material was extraordinary, but the structure needed refinement. Certain characters required deeper development. The middle section dragged. I worked 16-hour days, 7 days a week. I declined dinners with friends, ignored calls from my mother, and survived on delivery, food, and determination. By the end of the third week, I'd transformed the manuscript into what I knew would be Lockhart's defining masterpiece. When I handed the edited version to Isabetta, along with my 20-page editorial letter explaining my suggestions, she seemed impressed. "You've exceeded expectations, Hollis," she said, actually smiling. "I'll review these changes before sending them to Belinda." 2 days later, Isabetta called me into her office again. Beside her sat Belinda Lockhart herself, elegant, sharp-eyed, intimidating. "Hollis," Isabetta said smoothly, "Miss Lockhart wanted to thank you for the administrative support you've provided during the editing process." Administrative support? I stared at Isabetta, momentarily speechless. I'd completely restructured the novel, suggested new scenes, and eliminated an entire subplot that weakened the narrative. Belinda nodded at me politely. "Always good to have efficient assistants handling the paperwork." "Hollis is one of our most promising junior staff members," Isabetta added, as though throwing me a bone. That evening, I stayed late, still stunned by the encounter. Passing by Isabetta's office to drop off a different manuscript, I noticed her door slightly ajar. Voices drifted out. "The changes are brilliant, Isabetta." Belinda's distinctive voice was unmistakable. That suggestion to interweave the childhood flashbacks throughout rather than keeping them in the opening chapters. It transforms the entire emotional impact. "I felt the parallel structure would heighten the betrayal in the third act," Isabetta replied, taking credit for my exact words from my editorial letter. "And cutting Gregory's character completely. I was so attached to him, but you were right. He diluted Marianne's journey. Sometimes we must kill our darlings," Isabetta said sagely, quoting my note verbatim. I stood frozen, clutching the manuscript in my hands, so tightly the pages crumpled. This wasn't mentorship. This wasn't paying dues. This was theft, intellectual and creative theft. I walked away silently, something breaking inside me. That night, I drafted a resignation letter but couldn't bring myself to submit it. Bennett and Hall was my dream workplace. The books we published mattered. I just needed to find a way to matter too. The next morning, an email arrived from Isabetta. "The board has approved your promotion to senior associate editor, effective immediately. Compensation increase of 12%. In recognition of your hard work, a bribe, a pittance, to ensure my continued silence." I accepted the promotion, but started keeping meticulous records of every manuscript I edited, every change I suggested, every note I wrote. I created a private email account and sent myself documentation after completing each project. Not for blackmail, for validation, proof that my work existed, that my mind had shaped these stories, even if my name never appeared on them. 6 months passed. Lockhart's novel won the National Book Award. In her acceptance speech, she thanked Isabetta for editorial brilliance that transformed good writing into transcendent storytelling. That same week, I was assigned to edit another high-profile manuscript, a debut novelist named Talia Quinn, who'd received a record-breaking advance based on her partial draft. The complete manuscript had finally arrived, and it was disappointing. Beautiful language, but meandering plot, inconsistent characterization. I dove in, determined to save it. After 3 weeks of intensive editing, I had restructured the entire novel. The story now unfolded like a blooming flower, each petal revealing new dimensions of the characters. I was proud of what we'd created together. Then came the email from Isabella. Excellent work on Quinn manuscript. I'll handle author communication from here. History repeating itself. But this time, something unexpected happened. The next day, I received a direct email from Talia Quinn herself. Hollis, your editorial letter blew me away. The vision you have for this book is exactly what I was struggling to articulate. Can we meet to discuss your suggestions further? My heart raced. Isabella had forwarded my editorial letter to the author, with my name on it. Why? It made no sense, given her pattern. Unless the manuscript was expected to fail. Unless Isabella was creating distance between herself and what she anticipated would be a critical disappointment. If the book tanked, better to have someone else's name associated with its editing. I agreed to meet Talia at a coffee shop, far from the publishing house. She was younger than I expected, barely 30, with bright eyes and nervous energy. Your suggestions are genius, she said after we exchanged greetings. But I'm confused. Isabella Harlow is supposed to be my editor. I hesitated, weighing my words carefully. Isabella oversees the process. I handle the direct editing. So you wrote that incredible editorial letter breaking down the character arcs? Yes, and the restructuring suggestions for the middle chapters? Also me. Talia studied me. Interesting. When I met Isabella last year, she implied she would personally edit my book. That's why I chose Bennett and Hall over other publishers offering more money. She tapped her fingers on the table. How many of Isabella's books do you actually edit? The question hung between us, dangerous and tempting. I shouldn't discuss internal processes, I said carefully. Of course, Talia nodded. But, hypothetically, if someone wanted to acknowledge their actual editor's contribution, how might they do that? Hypothetically, I replied, heart pounding. Acknowledgements pages are at the author's discretion. Talia smiled. Hypothetically noted. We spent the next 2 hours discussing her manuscript. Her willingness to embrace change, to push her story further, was refreshing. By the time we parted, I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. Recognition. Someone knew my work was mine. 3 weeks later, Talia submitted her revised manuscript. It was magnificent, all her unique voice and vision, but structured to showcase her strengths. Isabella skimmed it, nodded with approval, and scheduled it for production. Looks like Quinn might not embarrass us after all, she commented to me. Good. Save. The months passed. Talia's novel went through production. Advanced reader copies were distributed to critics. Early reviews were ecstatic, calling it a stunning debut that defies convention, and brilliantly structured. 1 week before the book's official publication, Isabella hosted a launch party at an exclusive Manhattan venue. Celebrities, critics, and industry power players filled the room. I stood in the background as usual, watching Isabella introduce Talia to important connections. Pierce Harlow appeared beside me, drink in hand. Another invisible masterpiece from the talented Miss Hollis. I maintained my professional smile. Talia did the hard work. She's incredibly talented. He sipped his whiskey. My wife seems to think this book will be significant. She's already using it in her campaign for the publishing director position. This was news. Publishing director? Is Mr. Bennett retiring? Next year. Pierce leaned closer. Isabella has been maneuvering for years. This Quinn book is her final piece of evidence that she can spot and develop major talent. His fingers brushed my arm. Although we both know who really develops it, I moved away slightly. Excuse me, I need to congratulate Talia. As I crossed the room, Isabella clinked a glass for attention. The crowd quieted. As Talia Quinn's editor, it has been my privilege to help shape this extraordinary debut, she began. When the manuscript first crossed my desk, I instantly recognized a unique voice that needed just the right guidance to shine. Through our intensive editorial collaboration, I stopped listening, the familiar pain of erasure washing over me. But then, actually, Talia's voice cut through, taking the microphone. I'd like to add something. Isabella's smile froze. While I'm grateful to Bennett and Hall for believing in my book, Talia continued, I want to specifically acknowledge my actual editor, Hollis. without whom this novel would never have reached its potential. Hollis's editorial insight was nothing short of transformative. The room went silent. All eyes turned to me, standing awkwardly by the bar. Isabetta's face contorted with momentary fury before she masked it with a tight smile. "Of course," she said smoothly. "Hollis is one of our talented associate editors who assisted with the process under my direction." "No," Talia said firmly. "Hollis was my editor. The only communications I received from you, Miss Harlow, were emails forwarding Hollis's editorial letters." She turned to address the crowd. "In fact, I've thanked Hollis extensively in my acknowledgments, which you'll all see when the book is published next week." I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. In one moment, Talia had done what I'd never had the courage to do: speak the truth publicly. Isabetta's eyes locked with mine across the room, her message clear: "You'll pay for this." I realized then that everything was about to change. I just didn't know how drastically, or that 3 days later I would find myself in a hotel bar facing Belinda Lockhart herself, who would say 7 words that would alter the course of all our lives. "I think we need to talk about Isabetta." I nearly dropped my drink. Belinda Lockhart, the literary icon whose novel I had transformed, was sitting alone at a small corner table, gesturing for me to join her. "Miss Lockhart," I said as I approached, "this is unexpected. Sit, please." Her voice was soft but commanding. "And call me Belinda. I believe we're long overdue for a proper conversation." I slid into the chair across from her, my mind racing. How had she found me? Why now? "I was at Quinn's launch party," she explained, as if reading my thoughts. "In the back, I saw what happened." She studied me over her glasses. "It took considerable courage for that young writer to publicly acknowledge you. Talia is principled. Unlike me, you mean?" Belinda smiled wryly. "That's fair." I started to protest, but she raised a hand. "I've been working with Isabetta for over 20 years, she continued. "I always suspected she had help, but the books were good. My career flourished, and I convinced myself that's how the industry works." She sighed, until I read Talia Quinn's acknowledgments page in the advance copy. She pulled a book from her bag and opened it to the final pages. "My deepest gratitude to Hollis, whose editorial brilliance transformed this story. Your insights into structure, character, and narrative brought clarity to my vision without ever diminishing my voice. You are the editor every writer dreams of finding." "When I read this," Belinda said, closing the book, "I knew. The editorial style, the specific insights, they were identical to what I've been attributing to Isabetta for years." She leaned forward. "You edited my last book, didn't you?" The moment of truth had arrived. "Yes." And quote, "And the one before that?" I swallowed hard. "Parts of it. How many other editors has she used this way?" "At least 7 that I know of. Some left. Others stay, hoping for eventual recognition." Belinda nodded slowly. "I received a call from Isabetta today. She's furious about Quinn's acknowledgments. She's trying to prevent the book's release in its current form." My stomach dropped. "Can she do that?" "She's trying. She claims breach of contract, confidentiality violations." Belinda's eyes hardened. "She also mentioned you've been transferred to the West Coast office." That's news to me. My voice was steady, despite my racing heart. "I imagine it would be." Belinda reached for her purse and removed a small recorder. "I recorded our last 3 editorial calls with Isabetta. I'd like you to listen to something." She pressed play. Isabetta's voice emerged from the device. "Belinda, darling, what if we shifted the revelation about Catherine's past to the final chapter? It would create a stunning reversal." My exact suggestion, in my exact words, from the editorial letter I'd written for Belinda's manuscript. "Now, listen to this." Belinda pressed another button, advancing to a different recording. "I have concerns about your new editor, Hollis, Isabetta's voice said. "I've been personally handling your manuscripts, but she's been claiming credit for my editorial direction. I've received complaints from other authors as well. It's becoming a problem." The blood drained from my face. "She's setting me up." "Precisely. After Quinn's public acknowledgement, Isabetta is protecting herself by discrediting you." Belinda turned off the recorder. "The question is, what are we going to do about it?" "We?" I asked, cautiously. "Yes, we, along with several other authors who suspect they've been misled about who actually edited their work." Belinda smiled thinly. "Talia Quinn has been making calls." The realization of what was happening hit me like a wave. You're building a case against Isabella. I'm seeking the truth, Belinda corrected. After 20 years, I want to know who really helped shape my books, and I want to ensure they receive proper credit going forward. As we talked further, Belinda revealed that 5 major authors had already compared notes, discovering identical editorial suggestions they'd attributed to Isabella. They were preparing to approach Bennett and Hall's board of directors collectively. We need your documentation, Belinda explained. Your original editorial letters, any evidence you have. I have everything, I assured her, thinking of my private email account filled with 3 years of meticulous records. But confronting Isabella could destroy careers, not just hers, or it could restore integrity to an industry that desperately needs it. Belinda reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Think about it. You have my number. After she left, I sat alone, weighing my options. Exposing Isabella meant potentially upending the publishing house. People could lose jobs, books might be delayed or canceled, but continuing in silence meant perpetuating a system that exploited talented editors while elevating those who took credit for others' work. The next morning, I arrived at the office to find my access card deactivated. Security escorted me to Human Resources, where I was informed of my transfer opportunity. It's not optional, Miss Hollis, the HR director said, without meeting my eyes. You'll report to the West Coast office next Monday. May I clean out my desk? Your belongings will be shipped to you. As I was being escorted out, I saw Isabella watching from her office doorway, a small smile playing on her lips. She thought she'd won. What she didn't know was that I'd already downloaded every email, every editorial letter, every manuscript version showing my contributions. 3 years of evidence, secured the night before after my conversation with Belinda. That evening, my phone rang continuously. Colleagues confused about my sudden transfer. Talia apologizing for potentially causing trouble. Belinda checking on my decision. I didn't answer any calls. Instead, I wrote a comprehensive account of systematic credit theft at one of publishing's most respected houses, with documented evidence attached. I named names, provided dates, included before and after manuscript sections showing my uncredited work. When I finished, I had a 40-page report that could either end my career or transform an industry. Thursday night brought the annual holiday party, the same one I'd attended twice before as Isabella's shadow. This year, my invitation had been rescinded following my transfer, but Talia Quinn insisted I attend as her +1. You belong there more than anyone, she argued. Besides, I need moral support. Everyone's treating me like I've committed some cardinal sin by crediting my actual editor. So I found myself back in the elegant hotel ballroom, wearing the dress I'd bought for what I'd thought might be my last industry event. Editors, agents, and authors mingled, many avoiding eye contact with me. News traveled fast. Isabella held court near the center of the room, looking immaculate in a designer dress, laughing as if nothing was amiss. When she spotted me, her smile faltered momentarily before she pointedly turned away. Drink? Talia asked, returning from the bar with 2 glasses of champagne. Thanks, but I'm sticking with water tonight, I replied. I need a clear head. For what's coming? She asked knowingly. Something like that. As the evening progressed, I positioned myself near the bar, observing the room. Several authors nodded discreetly in my direction. Belinda's recruits, I assumed. The pieces were aligning. That's when Pierce Harlow approached, his confidence amplified by alcohol. The outcast returns, he said, leaning against the bar beside me. Brave of you. Just supporting my author, I replied coolly. Ah, yes, the loyal Miss Quinn. Did you know Isabella is trying to drop her book entirely? Claims it's not meeting quality standards suddenly. My anger flared. Talia's novel is brilliant. I agree. I read the advance copy. He moved closer. You know, my wife's vendetta against you is creating an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? The kind where talents like yours could be better appreciated. His eyes traveled down my body as he leaned in. You're wasted here. Come work for me, privately. His breath reeked of expensive whiskey as he cornered me by the bar. His fingers brushed against my wrist as he leaned closer. My wife doesn't understand true talent when she sees it. I shifted away. I'm happy with my position. Think about it, he pressed, hand now firmly on my lower back. You'd be my personal editor. Double your salary. All the perks. That's when I noticed Isabetta standing 15 feet away, champagne flute in hand, watching her husband proposition me. She caught my glance and didn't look surprised or angry. She looked calculating. She turned away, rejoining her conversation without a word. In that moment, everything crystallized. This wasn't just about credit theft. This was a systematic pattern of exploitation, professional and personal, perpetrated by both Harlows. They identified talent, isolated it, exploited it, and discarded it when it became inconvenient. Pierce was still talking, outlining his opportunity when I interrupted him. Does your wife know you make these offers to her editors? Or is this part of your arrangement? He stiffened. I don't know what you mean. I think you do. You identify vulnerable talent for each other. She gets the professional credit. You get other benefits. His face darkened. You're making dangerous accusations. No, I said calmly. I'm describing a pattern, one that 7 editors and 12 authors are prepared to testify about to the board tomorrow morning. The color drained from his face. What? 9 o'clock. Emergency meeting. I assumed you knew. I smiled. After all, you're on the board. Before he could respond, I walked away, heading straight for Isabetta. The room seemed to part as I approached her. Conversations quieted. Hollis, she said, her voice dripping with false warmth. Shouldn't you be packing for California? I wanted to thank you personally, I replied, matching her tone, for making everything so clear. Clear that integrity matters more than advancement. That talent deserves recognition. I looked her directly in the eyes. That exploitation eventually fails. Her smile tightened. If you're finished with your dramatic goodbye, I'm not going anywhere, I interrupted. But after tomorrow's board meeting, you might be. Understanding dawned in her eyes. You wouldn't dare. The thing is, Isabetta, I never wanted your job. I just wanted to do mine with dignity. I pulled out my phone and showed her the screen. An email confirmation from the board secretary acknowledging receipt of my report. See you tomorrow. As I walked away, Isabetta grabbed my arm. You ungrateful little, she hissed. Everything all right here? Belinda Lockhart appeared beside us, 5 acclaimed authors flanking her. Behind them stood 3 editors I recognized as fellow victims of Isabetta's system. Isabetta released my arm immediately. Just a professional disagreement. Excellent, Belinda said smoothly. We can address all professional matters tomorrow morning then. She turned to me. Ready to go, Hollis? We have preparation to do. The board meeting lasted 6 hours. Editors presented evidence. Authors testified. Pierce Harlow resigned before proceedings even began. Isabetta maintained her innocence until confronted with the recorded phone calls, then shifted to justification, claiming the system benefited everyone by maintaining the prestige of established editorial names. By afternoon, the decision was unanimous. Isabetta was removed from her position. A new policy was instituted requiring transparent attribution of editorial work. Every book previously edited under false pretenses would receive corrected acknowledgments in future printings. 3 months later, Bennett and Hall announced a restructuring of its editorial department. I was appointed editorial director of a new division focused on developing debut authors. My first acquisition was a stunning manuscript by a former assistant who'd quit after Isabetta stole her editorial work. Talia Quinn's novel became a bestseller, its success untainted by controversy. Belinda Lockhart publicly acknowledged the unnamed editors whose brilliance shaped her books over the years in her next acceptance speech. The industry changed, not completely, not perfectly, but meaningfully. Other publishing houses instituted similar transparency policies, fearful of their own scandals. As for Isabetta, she opened a small literary consultancy that quickly failed when authors discovered she couldn't reproduce the editorial magic they'd expected. The sweetest moment came 6 months later, when I received an email from her. My new client needs developmental editing. Your rates are extortionate, but apparently you're the best. Would you consider a confidential arrangement? I'll take the public credit. You'll receive generous compensation. I replied with a single sentence. I only work where my name appears on what I create. Some call it revenge. I call it restoration of truth, of dignity, of an industry where words matter and those who craft them deserve recognition. Thank you for listening to my story. If you found value in this journey through the hidden workings of the publishing world, Please like this video and subscribe for more stories that pull back the curtain on industries where credit isn't always given where it's due. Your comments help create community among those who've experienced similar injustices in their professional lives. Remember, speaking truth may not always be safe, but silence guarantees nothing will change. We're eliminating your position effective immediately, my manager announced in front of the whole team. Budget cuts. The words landed like a slap across my face as 20 colleagues stared at me, a mix of shock and that distinct relief people feel when the axe falls on someone else. The conference room temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Brock leaned back in his chair, a barely concealed smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. This wasn't a surprise to him. I felt a strange calm wash over me as I gathered my notepad. 2 years of being talked over. 2 years of watching Brock present my strategies as his own. 2 years of being labeled difficult when I challenged the numbers that never quite added up. I stood slowly, smoothed my skirt, and met his gaze directly. Actually, perfect timing, I said, my voice steadier than I expected. I wish you all the best. The confusion on Brock's face as I walked out was almost worth the public humiliation. Almost. In my car, I allowed myself exactly 3 minutes to cry. Not from sadness, from pure, incandescent rage. The kind that burns so hot, it feels cold. The memory that kept replaying wasn't today's dismissal. It was Brock leaning across his desk 6 months earlier. The executive team doesn't think you have leadership qualities. Try being more agreeable. What he really meant, stop asking questions about the quarterly reports that somehow always matched projections to the penny, despite the chaos I witnessed daily. You're making mountains out of molehills, he'd said, when I pointed out the inconsistencies. Some people just aren't suited for big picture thinking. The next day, my calendar invitations to strategy meetings disappeared. The message was crystal clear: stay in your lane or pay the price. What Brock didn't know, 3 months ago, the Industry Transformation Committee had reached out to me directly. They'd noticed my questions at conferences, my insights shared in professional forums. They'd been quietly tracking my work, not the sanitized versions Brock presented to executives. They'd offered me a leadership position with one condition from my side: complete authority to build my team. As I pulled out of the parking lot, my phone lit up with a message from Liv, the committee chair. Heard what happened. Ready to start building your dream team now? I typed back one word: absolutely. That weekend, I made 12 careful phone calls. Wait, before I continue, if you're enjoying this story so far, please hit that like button and subscribe to hear more stories like this one. Your support means everything, and I read all your comments. Now, back to how I turned being fired into the best opportunity of my career. My name is Ren Harper, and until that Friday afternoon, I was the Associate Director of Strategic Analysis at one of the largest firms in our industry. I'm the person who spots patterns others miss, who thinks 3 steps ahead, and who, according to my last performance review, lacks sufficient team spirit to advance further. What that really meant was I wouldn't stop questioning why our projections always matched our results perfectly, despite massive variables in the market. I wouldn't accept "that's just how it is" as an answer. Growing up as the middle child in a family of 7 taught me to speak up or be forgotten. My father, a mathematics professor, taught me that numbers never lie. People do. My mother, a trial lawyer, showed me how to stand my ground when challenged. These weren't qualities Brock appreciated. On Saturday morning, I started with Imani from analytics, brilliant with data visualization, passed over twice for promotions, despite creating tools that increased department efficiency by 40%. "I'm not calling about what happened yesterday," I said when she answered. "The whole building knows, Ren. It was brutal. That doesn't matter now. I'm calling because I'm building something new, and I need people who see things others miss. I need you." Silence. Then, "What exactly are you building?" I explained the committee's mission: to create a new framework that would transform how our entire industry operated. No more manipulation of numbers, no more smoke and mirrors. "This isn't about revenge," I told her, though part of me knew that wasn't entirely true. "This is about building something honest." "What's the compensation?" Pragmatic Imani, always cutting to the chase. When I told her the figure, nearly double her current salary. She laughed. When do I start? I made 11 more calls like that. To Aaron, whose diversity initiative was shelved because it wasn't a priority. To Yuri, whose innovative approach was deemed too experimental, despite client interest. To Whitney, who questioned impossible growth targets and was sidelined for 3 consecutive quarters. I didn't mention my firing. I simply shared my vision and offered positions with proper recognition and compensation. Why would anyone follow you? Brock had once asked during a leadership assessment. He was about to find out. By Sunday evening, I had verbal commitments from all 12. The talent that had been suppressed, overlooked, and underutilized, now united with a common purpose. On Monday morning, Brock arrived to find 12 resignation letters waiting, 12 empty desks, 12 out-of-office replies directing urgent matters to his inbox. I imagined him sitting in his office, putting it together, piece by piece. By Wednesday, he couldn't contain himself anymore. "What did you do?" he demanded when I answered his call. "I did exactly what you trained me to do," I replied calmly. "I recognized valuable assets when I saw them. You can't just," he sputtered. "Goodbye, Brock. I wish you the best in your restructuring efforts." We rented a converted warehouse space, all exposed brick and natural light, the opposite of the windowless rooms where most of us had been tucked away. For the first time in years, I felt like I could breathe. "Welcome to day 1, I told my team as they gathered around the large central table. "We have 6 months to reimagine an entire industry." Imani raised her hand. "What if we fail?" It was the question everyone was thinking. We'd all left secure jobs, burned professional bridges. "Then we fail having tried something authentic," I answered. "But I don't think we will." The first month was chaos. Beautiful, productive chaos. Ideas flowed without the constant, "That's not how we do things" refrain. We challenged each other, built on concepts, tore down conventions. Meanwhile, our former employer scrambled. Clients began calling, asking why their best contacts had suddenly departed. Brock issued a company-wide memo about recent transitions and exciting restructuring opportunities. But there was a problem he couldn't memo his way out of: the quarterly numbers. Without Imani's analytical skills and Yuri's client management, without Whitney's strategic planning and Aaron's team coordination, without 12 key people performing daily miracles to make impossible targets seem achieved, the truth began to surface. For the first time in 5 years, the quarterly report showed numbers that reflected reality. And reality wasn't pretty. The business press noticed. Unexpected shortfall raises questions about previous reporting accuracy. Read one headline. The stock dropped 11% in a single day. But I wasn't focused on what we'd left behind. I was too busy building what came next. Our team settled into a rhythm. Imani transformed complex data into visualizations that told compelling stories. Yuri developed relationships with forward-thinking potential clients. Whitney created realistic growth projections. Aaron ensured we maintained the inclusive culture we'd all craved. We weren't just colleagues. We became a kind of family, the kind that challenges each other to be better. We argued, we compromised, we celebrated small victories with impromptu dance parties and late-night strategy sessions fueled by too much coffee. 3 months in, we had a breakthrough. "The problem isn't just in the reporting," Imani said during our weekly alignment meeting. She pulled up a visualization that showed industry-wide patterns. "Look at these curves. Everyone's using the same broken model and hiding the failures. So we don't just need a better reporting system," I said slowly, seeing where she was heading. "We need an entirely new approach to how value is measured," Whitney finished. That night, we worked until dawn, mapping out a framework that would revolutionize how our industry evaluated success, one based on actual impact rather than manipulated metrics. We called it the Transparency Matrix. Words spread through industry channels. Former colleagues began reaching out, asking if we had positions available. I received LinkedIn requests from executives who'd never acknowledged me in hallways. And then came the email from Jordan, the CEO of my former company. "Your work sounds intriguing. Perhaps we should discuss potential synergies over lunch?" I showed it to the team during our morning huddle. "Are you going to meet with him?" Aaron asked. "What do you think?" I countered, looking around the circle. Whitney straightened her glasses. "He ignored you for years, then fired you in front of everyone. Now he wants to pick your brain. Classic Jordan move. Or, Yuri offered, he's legitimately interested in what we're building. Either way, Imani added, his company's in trouble. Their last earnings call was a disaster. I nodded, considering, I'll meet him, not to partner, but to understand what he's really after. The following Tuesday, I sat across from Jordan at a small bistro downtown, 4 years as his employee, and this was our first one-on-one conversation. You've created quite the stir, he began, after ordering a $20 salad. 12 departures in one day. I've never seen anything like it. 13, I corrected. You fired me first, remember? He had the decency to look uncomfortable. About that, Brock may have overstepped. We were restructuring. Yes, but your dismissal wasn't approved at my level. Interesting. I took a sip of water. So, Brock made that decision independently? Jordan shifted. Not exactly. There were concerns about your approach. My questions about the numbers? His eyes widened slightly. So he had known. I was never against analytical rigor, he backpedaled. But there are realities of business that sometimes require flexibility. Flexibility, I repeated. Is that what we're calling fraud now? Jordan lowered his voice. That's a serious accusation, Ren. It's not an accusation, it's an observation. I set down my fork. Now, what exactly did you want to discuss today? Your transparency matrix. I've heard promising things. Perhaps there's a way for our organizations to collaborate. And there it was, the real reason for this lunch. His company was in free fall. The artificially inflated numbers had finally caught up with them. He needed our innovation to save what he'd built. We're not interested in collaboration, I said evenly. Don't be hasty. We have resources, client relationships, infrastructure, and a culture that pushes people to manipulate data. No thank you, Jordan leaned forward. Be reasonable. This industry isn't big enough for both of us to succeed. Something in his tone made me pause. Not just desperation. There was threat beneath the surface. Are you warning me about something, Jordan? He sat back, smile not reaching his eyes, just pointing out market realities. Startups face unexpected challenges all the time. The conversation left me unsettled. On my walk back to our office, I called Liv from the committee. Jordan just essentially threatened us. I told her, after explaining the lunch. Not surprising. Your former employer has board connections to half the major players. They're not above creating roadblocks. What kind of roadblocks? I've heard rumors they're approaching your potential clients, offering steep discounts to sign exclusive contracts. My stomach tightened. Can they do that? They can try. How's the Matrix coming along? We're making progress, but we need another month before the full demonstration. You might not have a month. There's an industry summit next week in Denver. All the major decision makers will be there. If you could present even a prototype. I stopped walking. Next week? That's impossible. If anyone can pull it off, it's your team. Liv paused. Jordan will be presenting too. His topic? Innovations in transparency. The knife twisted. He was planning to steal our concept before we could launch it. I called an emergency team meeting as soon as I returned. We need a working demo in 6 days, I announced, explaining the situation. Silence fell over the room. That's not possible, Whitney finally said. With our current approach? No, I agreed. But what if we narrow the scope, focus on one vertical, instead of the entire industry spectrum? Imani was already typing. Healthcare has the cleanest data sets. We could build a streamlined demo using those. Aaron crossed his arms. Even with that limitation, we'd need to work around the clock. I looked at each team member. I won't pretend this will be easy. If anyone thinks we shouldn't try, speak now. Yuri stood up. They tried to bury us. I say we show them we're seeds. A slow smile spread across Whitney's face. 6 impossible days. It is. We transformed our space into a round-the-clock operation. Couches became nap stations. The refrigerator stayed stocked with energy drinks and meal replacement bars. Spouses and partners brought home-cooked meals and fresh clothes. Day 3 nearly broke us. The algorithm kept producing inconsistent results. At 2 a.m., Imani slammed her laptop shut. This isn't working. The variables are too interdependent. I rubbed my eyes, fighting exhaustion. There has to be a solution. Maybe there isn't. Imani rarely raised her voice. Maybe Jordan was right. Maybe this is too ambitious. The room went silent. Jordan's name had become something of a curse in our office. Whitney, who'd been quietly working in the corner, suddenly looked up. What if we're approaching this backward? What do you mean? I asked. We're trying to account for all variables simultaneously. But what if we applied a cascading validation structure instead? Yuri sat forward. Processing each layer of data before moving to the next? Exactly. Whitney moved to the whiteboard. It would look something like this. As she sketched the new approach, energy returned to the room. By dawn, we had restructured the entire framework. For the next 3 days, we coded, tested, debugged, and refined. Sleep became a luxury. Clarity, a precious resource maintained through sheer will. The night before we flew to Denver, we ran the final test. The room held its breath as Imani executed the program. The screen filled with a 3-dimensional visualization that showed healthcare outcomes mapped against intervention costs, administrative overhead, and patient satisfaction, all updating in real time as variables changed. It's beautiful, Aaron whispered. It was more than beautiful. It was revolutionary. For the first time, the industry would have a tool that made hidden inefficiencies visible, that rewarded actual patient improvements rather than administrative maneuvering. As we stared at our creation, a notification popped up on my screen. An email from Brock. Heard you're presenting at the summit tomorrow. Bold move for someone so new to leadership. Jordan's presentation will make quite an impact. He's been working on it for months. Some advice from a former manager. Know when you're outmatched. I read it aloud to the team. Aaron snorted. Does he really think intimidation works on you? I smiled, but something about the email bothered me. The phrasing suggested Brock knew details about our presentation. But how could he? Unless I looked around our tight-knit group. 12 brilliant minds I'd personally recruited. 12 people I trusted with my professional life. Had I made a mistake? I scanned the faces of my trusted team, wondering which one might have betrayed us. The thought made me sick. These weren't just colleagues. They'd become my chosen family. Everything okay, Ren? Whitney asked, noticing my expression. I forced a smile. Just pre-presentation jitters. We should all get some rest before the flight. That night, sleep eluded me. I reviewed our journey, searching for signs I might have missed. Who had unexpected money troubles? Who maintained relationships with our former employer? Who had the most to gain by playing both sides? No obvious candidate emerged. I'd chosen each person precisely because they'd been undervalued and overlooked. They had every reason to want our new venture to succeed. Yet Brock knew something he shouldn't. The Denver Conference Center buzzed with industry professionals when we arrived the next morning. Our presentation was scheduled for 2 p.m., Jordan's for 11 a.m. Let's attend his presentation, I told the team. Know your enemy, and all that. We filed into the back row of the main hall just as Jordan took the stage. His opening slides featured sleek graphics and buzzwords, standard fare for these events. The future of our industry, he began, lies in greater transparency. I tensed. Had he really managed to steal our concept? But as his presentation continued, relief washed over me. His innovation was merely a dashboard that repackaged the same flawed metrics in a more visually appealing way. He hadn't grasped the fundamental problem at all. He has no idea what we've created, Whitney whispered. After Jordan's presentation, we retreated to a small preparation room. The tension had lifted somewhat, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone had betrayed us. I need to address something, I said, closing the door. Brock's email suggested he knows details about our presentation. Has anyone been in contact with our former employer? The question landed like a stone in still water. Expressions of shock, then hurt, moved across faces. You think one of us is leaking information? Yuri asked, disbelief evident in his voice. I think someone might have, I clarified. Perhaps unintentionally. Aaron stood up. This is ridiculous. We've all sacrificed everything for this venture. I understand how this sounds, I said. But Brock knew. Maybe he's bluffing, Imani interrupted. It's what he does. Creates doubts. Divides people. I wanted to believe that, but something still felt off. If anyone has anything to share, now's the time. Silence stretched uncomfortably until Whitney cleared her throat. I had lunch with Jade last week, she admitted. Jade had been her closest friend at our former company, but I swear I didn't discuss specifics about the Matrix. All eyes turned to her. What exactly did you discuss? I asked. Just that we were presenting at the summit. That we'd made a breakthrough. Nothing technical, Whitney insisted, adjusting her glasses nervously. I studied her, looking for signs of deception, finding none. Anyone else? After a moment, Yuri raised his hand. My brother-in-law still works there. We had dinner Sunday. I might have mentioned we were finalizing a healthcare vertical prototype. Another piece clicked into place. Still, these seemed like minor leaks, not enough to compromise our work. Is that it? Imani shifted in her seat. She began, then stopped. My heart sank. Not Imani. She'd been the first person I'd called. Jordan reached out directly, she finally said. Offered triple my current salary to come back. Said they were implementing real changes. And, I prompted, my mouth suddenly dry, and I told him exactly where he could put his offer, she finished, eyes flashing. But I wanted you to know he approached me. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by shame for doubting her. I'm sorry for questioning everyone, I said. It's just that Brock's email is exactly what it appears to be, Aaron interrupted. A cheap intimidation tactic from someone who knows he's about to be outshined. I nodded, letting go of my suspicion. You're right. Let's focus on our presentation. As we organized our materials, there was a knock at the door. A conference center staff member entered. Miss Harper, there's a technical issue with the presentation hall. Could you come check the setup? I followed her down a service corridor, away from the main conference areas. What sort of technical issue? I asked as we turned another corner. I'll let him explain, she answered, opening a door to a small meeting room. Jordan sat alone at a table. Thank you, Claire, he said to the staff member, who promptly left, closing the door behind her. What is this? I demanded. A private conversation, Jordan replied calmly. Please, sit. I remained standing. Our presentation is in an hour. That's why this couldn't wait. He pushed a folder across the table. Take a look. Against my better judgment, I opened it. Inside were printouts, code fragments from our transparency matrix prototype, complete with our internal comments. Ice formed in my stomach. How did you get this? Does it matter? The point is, your presentation uses proprietary algorithms developed while you were employed at my company. That's a lie, I said, but my mind was racing. How had he obtained these fragments? And why did they look so familiar, yet slightly wrong? Is it? Our legal team disagrees. He slid another document toward me. This is a cease and desist. Present your so-called innovation today, and we'll file suit by morning. I skimmed the legal document, my anger building. These algorithms weren't developed at your company. They're completely new. That's for the courts to decide. Meanwhile, a lengthy legal battle would surely drain your resources. Investors hate legal uncertainty. He was right about that. Even a baseless lawsuit could scare away potential clients and partners. What do you want, Jordan? He smiled. Partnership. Your team joins our company as a special innovation division. You get resources, we get your framework. Everyone wins. Except we'd be back under your control. No thanks. Consider the alternative. Years of litigation. Your brilliant team scattered to the winds. All because you were too proud to compromise. I stared at the code fragments again. Something nagged at me. They were so close to our current work, yet subtly different. Suddenly, I understood what I was seeing. These aren't from our current prototype, I said slowly. These are from projects we worked on at your company, projects you shelved. Jordan's expression didn't change, but a muscle twitched in his jaw. The concepts are similar enough to create legal ambiguity, he countered. No, they're not. Confidence returned to my voice. And you know it. That's why you're trying to intimidate me, rather than actually filing suit. I gathered the papers and handed them back to him. We're presenting today. File your lawsuit if you must. As I turned to leave, Jordan said, There's one other thing you should know. Brock wasn't acting alone when he fired you. I paused, hand on the doorknob, meaning, I gave the order. Your questions were getting too close to things that couldn't become public. The admission hit harder than I expected. Not because it surprised me, but because it confirmed what I'd suspected all along. My dismissal had never been about performance or budget cuts. Thank you for your honesty, I said. It makes what happens next much easier. I returned to our preparation room, mind racing. The team looked up expectantly. Change of plans, I announced. We're adjusting our presentation. Why? Asked Whitney. What happened? I explained my encounter with Jordan, watching their expressions shift from concern to determination. He's bluffing, Imani said confidently, after examining our original code against what I'd described seeing. Those fragments must be from our old developmental projects. Which means, Yuri added, he doesn't actually know what we've created. Exactly. But his threat gave me an idea. I moved to the whiteboard. What if instead of just demonstrating the healthcare vertical, we show how the matrix could be applied to identify financial manipulation? Aaron smiled slowly, using their own reported numbers. Would we have time to adjust the demo? Whitney asked. Imani was already typing. If everyone helps, yes. For the next 40 minutes, we worked frantically, modifying our presentation to include a segment on financial reporting transparency, using publicly available data from our former employer. At 2 p.m. sharp, I walked onto the stage. The hall was packed. Industry leaders, potential clients, and yes, Jordan and Brock sitting in the front row. Today, I began, we're going to show you something that changes everything. The presentation unfolded perfectly. First, the healthcare vertical demonstration showed how our framework created true transparency in patient outcomes. The audience leaned forward in their seats, immediately grasping the implications. Then came the moment of truth. But healthcare isn't the only industry suffering from opaque metrics, I continued. Let's look at financial reporting practices. Jordan shifted uncomfortably as our visualization displayed his company's public financial data from the past 5 years. Notice these patterns, I said, highlighting suspicious consistencies. When mapped through our transparency matrix, statistical anomalies become immediately visible. The visualization pulsed with red flags, impossible consistencies, suspicious timing of adjustments, patterns that defied statistical probability. I never actually accused them of fraud. I didn't need to. The data spoke for itself. As we concluded to thunderous applause, I looked directly at Jordan. Transparency isn't just a buzzword. It's the future. Those who embrace it will thrive. Those who don't, I let the implication hang in the air. The aftermath was swift. By evening, 3 major clients had approached us about implementing our framework. An investment group requested an exclusive meeting. Industry press swarmed our team for interviews. Jordan and Brock left without speaking to anyone. 2 weeks later, the board of our former company announced a leadership transition. Jordan stepped down as CEO. Brock was pursuing other opportunities. An internal audit was initiated. We didn't celebrate their downfall. We were too busy building something that mattered. 6 months after the Denver summit, our framework had been adopted by 30% of the industry. Our team had grown to 40 people, each chosen for their brilliance and integrity. The most satisfying moment came when Brock applied for a position with us. His resume emphasized his proven track record developing talent. I didn't reject him immediately. Instead, I invited him to interview with Whitney, Aaron, Imani, and Yuri, the very people he'd once dismissed and underestimated. They evaluated him fairly and found him lacking. We need someone who champions others' growth, not someone who takes credit for it, they explained in their rejection letter. I never said, I told you so. I didn't need to. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destroying what hurt you. It's building something better in its place. Something that changes not just your life, but an entire industry. If you've stuck with me through this story, thank you. I hope it reminds you that your voice matters, your ideas have value, and sometimes getting pushed out of one door is exactly what you need to find the right one. If this resonated with you, please like and subscribe for more stories of transformation. I read all your comments and love hearing how you've navigated your own professional challenges. Until next time, remember, your greatest power isn't in fitting in, it's in standing out.
My husband was sweet-talking his mistress on the phone. When I presented him with the divorce settlement, he didn't even glance at it. He grabbed his fountain pen and sipped his signature with a swift, careless flick of the wrist. When I sold our Greenwich, Connecticut estate for $5 million and moved back into my own luxury penthouse, my in-laws, who suddenly found themselves with nothing, were completely devastated. Honey, don't be mad. I'll see you tomorrow. What is that old hag matter? If my dad hadn't forced me to marry someone of our social standing back then, Do you think I would have even looked at her? I stood on the other side of the study door. The heat from the Earl Grey tea I had just brewed was slowly fading, just like my heart, which grew colder by the second. John's voice filtered through the slightly ajar door. His tone was so sweet it physically hurt, a sweetness he hadn't shown me in 2 years. You are my true love. As soon as I strip her of all her assets, I'll divorce her, fooling her ice a piece of cake. She hasn't looked at a single company ledger in years. The knuckles of my fingers turned white as I gripped the edge of the saucer. How ironic. I just wanted to bring him a cup of tea. In return, I heard the most sincere confession he had ever made. My distorted reflection trembled on the surface of the tea. Sophia Sterling, the woman who had spent the last decade in this house, had become a laughingstock. I retreated in silence and left the teacup on the hallway console. Then I went back to our master bedroom. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I didn't shed a single tear. They say that when pain reaches its absolute peak, the tears dry up. My face was reflected in the vanity mirror. My skin was still smooth, but fine lines were already forming around my eyes. I forced a smile. The woman in the mirror smiled back, but her expression was sadder than any crying fit. 10 years of marriage, completely betrayed. I dug into the bottom of a drawer and pulled out the papers I had already prepared. The cold, smooth touch of the paper calmed me a bit. It was a divorce settlement I had drafted and revised countless times over the past 3 months, every clause meticulously reviewed by my attorney. John didn't know that the wife he considered so easy to fool was no longer the naive young woman who had once risked everything for love. I took a deep breath, and with the agreement and a pen in hand, I headed to the study. My steps were light, absorbed by the thick carpet, just like all the sorrows I had swallowed for years. Through the door, I could still hear John comforting his young mistress. "Did you like the jewelry set I bought you? It's way better than any of Sophia's. Of course, you're so much prettier than she is." I pushed the door wide open. John turned around, startled. He still had the phone glued to his ear, and the sickly sweet expression on his face instantly froze. He hung up hurriedly and forced a smile. "Sophia, why didn't you knock? If I had knocked, I would have missed such a wonderful confession," I said calmly, spreading the divorce settlement on his mahogany desk. "Sign it." His expression went from surprise to perplexity and finally to a strange sense of relief. "What is this? A divorce settlement? Exactly what you were planning. I'm saving you the trouble of having to steal my assets." John skimmed the papers and let out a laugh. "Sophia, I think you misunderstood. That was just a client. Sometimes you have to flatter them. Laura Brooks, 25 years old, former receptionist at your company, recently promoted to your personal secretary." I recited the information by heart. "You've been together for 2 years and 3 months. Last month, you even bought her a condo in Tribeca under the company's name. By the way, since that was purchased with marital funds, I have the right to claim it." John's face changed color. "You've been investigating me. I've just been protecting my legal rights." I offered him the pen sign while I'm still willing to end this amicably. He stared at me for a few seconds and suddenly smiled as if it were all a joke. He took the pen and signed with a fluid, elegant script without even reading the contents. "Aren't you going to look at the clauses?" I reminded him kindly. "What's there to see?" He closed the folder with indifference. "You can't live without me anyway. You'll end up begging me to get back together. Sophia, a rich girl like you is nothing outside our family." I picked up the agreement and offered a faint smile. "Thank you for your cooperation, John. I hope you and your personal secretary are very happy." As I turned to leave, I heard him shout behind me. "Stop making a scene. You know tomorrow is my mother's birthday, right? Don't forget to prepare the gift." I didn't turn around. I closed the door silently. Back in the bedroom, I locked the door. Only then did my body begin to tremble. 10 years of marriage ended just like that. I thought I would collapse, that I would cry rivers of tears, but strangely, I only felt an immense sense of liberation. My phone buzzed. It was a text from John. "Don't overreact. Tomorrow we are having lunch at my mother's house together." I didn't reply. Instead, I called my lawyer, Mr. Vance. He signed it. Yes, without even reading it. Perfect. I'll see you tomorrow morning. After hanging up, I opened the safe and pulled out a thick folder. It contained all the evidence I had gathered over the past 2 years. Hotel records, bank statements, call logs. I caressed those papers and remembered John proposing Tome under a cherry blossom tree. 7 years ago, the love in his eyes had seemed so real. How had we come to this? In college, John was the student body president, brilliant and charismatic. He courted me for 2 years. I came from the family that owned the Sterling Group. My father was a well-known tycoon. John came from a family with deep political and business ties. At first glance, we were the perfect couple. My father warned me that his family was complicated, but I, blind with love, insisted it was him or no one. The first 2 years of marriage were sweet until my father's company went through a rough patch. My in-laws' attitude changed overnight. My mother-in-law started criticizing me for acting like a spoiled rich girl. And John became increasingly distant, not because of work, but out of pure indifference. I opened my phone's gallery and found a family photo from last year. Such a harmonious picture. I looked elegant and serene, John handsome and distinguished, my in-laws smiling. Who would have imagined that? That very afternoon, after taking that photo, John went to meet Larara Brooks. Outside, it had already grown dark. I got up and started packing a small suitcase. I would leave early in the morning. This Greenwich estate was in my name. It was a wedding gift from my father. After the divorce, it would remain mine. Thinking of the look on John's face when he found out the truth gave me a certain sense of anticipation. My phone rang again. It was my mother-in-law, Eleanor. Sophia, don't forget to order the dry-aged prime rib roast from that famous steakhouse in the city for tomorrow. Your father-in-law loves it. Yes, Eleanor, I replied. Tomorrow was going to be an interesting day. When the dawn light filtered through the curtains and hit my eyes, I felt disoriented for a moment, as if I were still in that sweet, self-induced dream where my husband loved me. Our marriage was happy and my life was perfect until I saw the signed divorce settlement on the nightstand. I sat up with a start. My fingers unconsciously brushed Jay's extravagant signature. The ink was already dry, just like the love between us. The phone screen lit up. 7:15 a.m., 3 missed calls and 5 texts, all from John. I swiped the screen. The last message had arrived 10 minutes ago. I don't remember what I said last night. I was drunk. Stop being mad. Today's Mom's birthday. I'll pick you up at 10. I let out a bitter laugh and tossed the phone aside. John's typical strategy: pretend to be drunk, act like nothing happened. I had seen this tactic exhaustively over the last 2 years. The woman in the mirror had slight dark circles, but her gaze was surprisingly clear. I splashed cold water on my face, feeling a chill that penetrated my bones. From today on, I was no longer the Miller family's daughter-in-law, nor an appendage to John. I would be Sophia Sterling again. My suitcase was open on the bed. I only packed the essentials and my valuables. I would have plenty of time to deal with the rest once I regained full possession of the estate. John thought I couldn't live without him. Oh, he would soon find out how wrong he was. At 8 sharp, the doorbell rang. Through the security camera, I saw Helen's familiar sharp features. Today she was wearing an impeccable power suit and holding 2 artisanal coffees. So, did that bastard sign it? She asked impatiently, as soon as I opened the door, her eyes gleaming like a fox spotting its prey. I nodded and pulled the agreement from my bag to hand it to her, signed without looking. Helen quickly flipped through the papers, a smile forming on her lips. Perfect. That idiot has no idea what he just signed. She pointed to a clause on the last page. Look here, he agrees to waive all rights to the estate and all assets contained within it. This house is completely yours now. He still believes it's in his name. It never was, but since he paid the HOA fees and the utility bills since we got married, I took a sip of the coffee she had brought me, a subtle sweetness amidst the bitterness. Helen let out a laugh so loud she almost choked on her coffee. My God, I would love to see his face when he finds out. She set her cup down and suddenly grew serious. Sophia, are you sure about this? Once you file this in court, there's no turning back. Turning back? I approached the window and looked at the blooming roses in the garden, the ones John himself had planted for me at the beginning of our marriage. That road closed 2 years ago, the first time he cheated on me. Helen sighed and pulled a manila envelope from her designer tote. Then you're going to need this. I opened it. Inside was a stack of photographs and several bank statements. In the photos, John was affectionately holding a young woman in various locations, a high-end restaurant, the entrance of a luxury hotel, even the Broadway theater we used to frequent. The woman looked to be in her early 20s with long hair and large eyes. It was Laura Brooks, the same one he was talking to on the phone last night. On your birthday, he said he had an emergency at the company and left. In reality, he took that girl to the Hamptons, Helen said, pointing to a photo with the ocean and blue sky in the background. With money from your joint account, I reviewed the bank statements. My fingers trembled slightly, not from sadness, but from rage. John had used our money to buy Lara luxury goods, pay her rent, and even finance the opening of a boutique coffee shop. Thank you, Helen. I put the documents away. This will be very useful to me. We've been friends for 10 years. Sophia, don't mention it. Since college, I knew John wasn't right for you. If you hadn't been so crazy in love, the Sophia from back then was too naive, I interrupted, shaking my head. The one standing here now only wants to take back what is hers. As we spoke, we heard the sound of the front door lock turning. Helen and I exchanged a glance. She quickly shoved the papers back into her bag. John walked in, dressed in a sharp suit. He was visibly surprised to see Helen, but soon flashed his usual fake smile. Helen, what a surprise. You could have let us know. I don't need to report to you to come see Sophia. Helen shot back, not giving an inch. John frowned and turned to me. Sophia, are you ready? Mom just called again to rush us. I'm not going, I said calmly, taking the last sip of my coffee. What? John's face darkened. Stop joking around. I apologize for what happened last night. Last night, I feigned ignorance. Oh, you mean when you called Maya hag and planned to steal my assets? John's face turned as red as a tomato. He glanced sideways at Helen and lowered his voice. Let's talk about this in private. Not necessary. I pulled out my phone and played the recording. Jay's voice played clearly. What is that old hag matter? If my dad hadn't forced me to marry someone of our social standing back then, do you think I would have even looked at her? John's face went from red to white. He tried to snatch my phone, but Helen stepped in his way. Mr. Miller, are you thinking of laying a hand on her? Sophia, you recorded me. John looked at me in disbelief. When did you become like this? Right around the time I stopped believing your lies and learned to defend myself. John took a deep breath and regained his arrogant expression. Sophia, those were just words to please a client. You know how it is. The business world is a war. Sometimes you have no choice but to sleep with her, buy her a condo in Tribeca, and take her on vacations to the Hamptons with our money. With every word, I took a step toward him. John backed away. Do you think I'm still the girl who falls for a few sweet words? I pressed. John was speechless for a moment, crushed by my momentum. I took the opportunity to pull out a copy of the divorce settlement. You already signed it, so let's drop the charade. According to the agreement, this estate is mine, and the marital assets are split down the middle. I smiled maliciously. Of course, if you insist on going to court, I don't mind presenting the matter of Ms. Brooks and photos to the judge. Seeing the photos, John finally showed signs of panic. You investigated me? Likewise. Haven't you been looking into my father's company's financial status? That sentence seemed to strike a nerve. His expression suddenly turned ferocious. So, this was your plan from the beginning, Sophia. You think you can take part of my family's wealth with a divorce? Keep dreaming. I don't care about your family's wealth, I said calmly. I just want to take back my share. John let out a cold laugh. Your share? What do you even have? The estate is in my name. I bought the car and you don't even have a job. I couldn't help but laugh. John, it's obvious you've never looked at the county clerk's property records. This estate was a wedding gift from my father. It has always been in my name, and as for a job, I pulled a business card from a drawer. I am a shareholder and financial consultant for the Sterling Group. My annual salary is $150,000. Not as much as yours, but enough to live on my own. John froze as if he had been punched. Of course, he knew nothing of this. After we got married, he asked me to be a stay-at-home wife. He said it was so I could live comfortably, but in reality, it was to isolate me from the outside world. Now, please leave my house. I pointed to the door. Next Monday, a moving company will come to collect your things. Have them ready. John's face changed colors several times, and finally, after glaring at me, has stormed out, slamming the door. The living room fell instantly silent. Helen and I let out a long sigh in unison. "What a relief!" Helen exclaimed, clapping her hands. He looked like he'd swallowed a bug. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion washed over me, and I collapsed onto the sofa. 10 years of feelings ended just like that. It wasn't that I didn't feel nostalgic, but logic told me this marriage should have ended much sooner. "Now what?" asked Helen, sitting beside me and offering a glass of water. "First, I'm meeting with my lawyer to file the agreement in court and start liquidating the assets. John has definitely hidden a lot of assets. I have to find them. Do you need me to help with anything?" Of course, I looked at her with gratitude. "But right now, I have something more important to do." "What?" I pointed to the closet. "Help me pick out a dress. At 10 I have to go to my mother-in-law's birthday party." Helen's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? With the mess that just went down, you're going to his mother's party." "Exactly why I have to go." I stood up and walked toward the closet. "I'm going to announce the divorce in front of everyone. Seth Miller family doesn't get the chance to invent rumors." Helen held her breath. "That's a full-blown declaration of war." "No." I pulled out a sleek black dress. "It's the end of the war." As I was getting dressed, my phone rang again. It was my mother-in-law's number. I put it on speaker. "Sophia, did you order the roast? John told me you weren't feeling well." Eleanor's high-pitched voice came through with a noisy background, indicating the party was already underway. "It's ordered, Eleanor." My voice sounded normal. "I'm fine. Just a slight headache. I'll be there shortly." "Oh, good. And dress appropriately. Some important guests are coming today." My mother-in-law paused and lowered her voice. "The wife of the city planning commissioner will be there. Talk to her a bit." One of John's projections pending approval from that department. I barely suppressed a bitter laugh. "Yes, Eleanor." Hanging up. Helen looked at me in disbelief. "Are you really going to bring them the roast?" "Of course." I smiled slightly. The final scene should be memorable. Helen shook her head. "Sophia, I never knew you were so terrifying." "I'm not terrifying." I looked at myself in the mirror as I applied a deep red lipstick. I had come back to myself. The woman in the mirror wore a sharp black dress. Her lips were blood red, and her gaze was as sharp as a blade. That was the real Sophia Sterling. Neither the Miller family's daughter-in-law nor John's accessory. The A's of the Sterling group, a phoenix reborn from the ashes. The Miller family thought I would leave crying and empty-handed. Well, they had another thing coming. The show had just begun. The dry-aged prime rib from the famous New York steakhouse came in an exquisite thermal container, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. I held it in front of the door of my in-laws' Westchester mansion and took a deep breath. It would probably be the last time I entered through that door as their daughter-in-law. I rang the bell 3 times. Carmen, the housekeeper, opened the door. Upon seeing me, her face lit up. "Mrs. Sophia, so glad to see you, Mr. Miller was looking for you." "Happy birthday, Carmen." I handed her a small envelope. It was also her birthday. The Miller family never cared about these things, but I remembered every year. Harmon's eyes watered and she tried to decline, but my mother-in-law's high-pitched voice rang out from the living room. "Is that Sophia? Tell her to come in. All the guests are here." I gestured for Carmen to accept the envelope and walked into the grand room carrying the roast. The mansion's living room was vast and bright. Underneath a crystal chandelier, 3 large tables were filled with Miller relatives and high-status guests. My father-in-law, Richard, sat at the head table, chatting with the city planning commissioner. Eleanor fluttered around the room like a social butterfly. John was seated near the head table with an empty chair beside him, clearly reserved for me. Seeing me, his gaze darkened. He approached quickly and whispered, "I didn't think you'd come." "Why wouldn't I said, smiling and raising my voice. "Your mother explicitly asked me to bring the roast. How could I miss it?" Eleanor approached upon hearing us and took the container from my hands with a satisfied smile. "Our Sophia is the most thoughtful." She turned to the guests. "My daughter-in-law knows best how to take care of the family." The guests responded with compliments, praising the Millers' good fortune. I noticed Jay's jaw clenching tighter and tighter. "Come sit here." My mother-in-law took my hand and led me to the seat next to John. "Mrs. Vance really wanted to see you." I sat down obediently and nodded to Mrs. Vance, who sat across from me. She was an elegant woman in her 50s, but with a very piercing gaze. She observed me thoughtfully. "Sophia, you look wonderful. I heard your father's new project down in Miami is going swimmingly." Eleanor's smile froze slightly. It was an open secret that my father and the Millers were business rivals. "Thank God everything is going well," I replied politely. "My father always says that in business, you have to be prudent and never covet what doesn't belong to you." It was a jab at several aggressive projects the Millers had recently undertaken. A faint smile appeared in Mrs. Vance's eyes, but my father-in-law's face darkened. Under the table, John pinched my thigh hard. Unfazed, I slowly pulled a copy of the divorce settlement from my designer bag. I placed it on the Lazy Susan in the center of the table and gave it a slight push. "Since we are all gathered today, I have an announcement to make." The document spun slowly and stopped right in the center of the main table. Eleanor picked it up, looking puzzled. After a quick glance, her face changed drastically. "What is this? A divorce settlement?" "Yes." "John signed it yesterday." The dining room fell into a dead silence. All eyes dug into John and me. John jumped up. His chair scraped against the floor with a harsh sound. "Sophia, what are you doing?" Still seated, I looked him up and down. "Didn't you say yourself that Larara Brooks is your true love and that I'm just an old hag?" "Nonsense!" Eleanor shrieked. My John would never say such a thing. I pulled out my phone and played the recording. John's voice echoed clearly in the silent dining room. "What does that old hag matter if my dad hadn't forced me to marry someone of our social standing back then? Do you think I would have even looked at her?" When the recording ended, a murmur swept through the room. John's face went from red to white and then to a sickly pale. Eleanor snatched the agreement from Richard's hands, flipped through it rapidly, and her voice trembled. "This is impossible. How could John sign this? The estate is mine." "By what right?" "Because the property deed is in my name," I said, standing up. "The estate was a wedding gift from my father. It has always been in my name." "Liar." Eleanor completely abandoned her high society facade. "That is our family's home. John paid for the renovations and the bills all these years." "Eleanor." I deliberately used her first name to provoke her. "Don't tell me you don't know that expenses made with marital on a separate property cannot be claimed after a divorce, right? That's Law 101. Richard suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "Enough." He glared at John furiously. "What is the meaning of this?" John stammered, unable to articulate a word. I answered for him. "Richard. John has been involved with a Miss Lar Brooks for over 2 years. He bought her a condo, set up a coffee shop for her, took her to the Hamptons, all with money from our joint account." I pulled out the photos Helen had given me and spread them across the table. "Yesterday, when I asked him for a divorce, he signed without reading. I suppose he was in a hurry to bring her into the family." The photos circulated among the guests, accompanied by whispers. Mrs. Vance picked one up and commented ironically, "Mr. Miller, your son has a good eye. The girl is charming." Richard's face turned gray. Eleanor, acting like a mad woman, lunged at me. You set a trap for my son." I stepped aside. She stumbled and almost fell. John caught her and yelled at me furiously. "Sophia, you tricked me." "Tricked you?" I laughed coldly. "You were the one desperate for a divorce, signing without reading the agreement. Now you're nervous because you found out the estate isn't yours. Everyone shut up." Richard's roar silenced the room. He took a deep breath containing his rage and addressed the guests. "I apologize. A family matter has ruined the evening. I will invite you all another day to make up for it." It was his way of kicking them out. The guest stood up awkwardly and said their goodbyes. Only Mrs. Vance, before leaving, looked at me intently and said in a low voice, "If you need help, call me." When all the outsiders were gone, Richard grabbed John by the collar of his shirt. "Idiot, how could you sign without reading?" "Dad, I didn't know Cher recorded me," John stammered. "The problem isn't the recording," Richard yelled. "The problem is that you got caught and humiliated." Eleanor ran toward me, almost digging her nails into my face. "Ingrate, we supported you for 10 years, and this is how you repay us." "Supported me?" I couldn't help but laugh. "Eleanor, did you forget the $2 million trust my father set up when I married him? Did you forget how much help I provided to your family with my connections these past years?" I turned to Richard. "Richard, who helped you with that urban development project, the rezoning of those lands?" Richard's gaze clearly wavered. He remembered. "I solved it through the father of a college friend who was the deputy secretary of housing at the time." I picked up my designer bag and headed for the door. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My lawyer will contact John for the paperwork. You think you can just leave like this, Sophia?" John ran to block my path. "The agreement is already notarized. My lawyer has a copy, by the way. According to Clause 7, you have 10 days to vacate the estate." Eleanor screamed hysterically, "Well, then we'll see you in court." I pushed John aside. "Even though I don't think Miss Brooks will like your relationship hitting the tabloids." That sentence was like a bucket of cold water for the family. Richard was the first to recover his composure. He stopped his infuriated wife and son and looked at me with a somber face. "Sophia, we are family. Why let it get to this point? If you have conditions, we can talk." "It's too late, Richard." I used his first name again. "The conditions are in the agreement. The estate goes to me. The rest of the marital assets are split." "Very fair." "Fair," Eleanor shrieked. "You won't take a single cent from this family." I didn't want to argue anymore and walked straight out the door. Behind my back, I heard Richard's furious shouts, Eleanor's sobs and insults, and the sound of John smashing something. Carmen stood by the door with tears in her eyes and silently offered me an umbrella. It had started to rain. "Thank you, Carmen. Take care," I said quietly. As I left the mansion, the rain intensified. I didn't open the umbrella, letting the cold drops hit my face and mix with my hot tears. 10 years of marriage ended just like that. It wasn't that it didn't hurt, but the feeling of liberation was far greater. In my purse, my phone buzzed. A text from Helen. "How did it go? Are they still alive?" I replied with a yes and dialed another number. "Private Investigator Rayburn, it's me." "Yes, you can start the deep investigation. Especially the financial transactions of the Miller Group over the last 2 years." "Yes, as soon as possible." After hanging up, I hailed an Uber Black. As I got in, the driver looked at me through the rearview mirror. "Where to, ma'am?" I thought for a moment. "To the Sterling Group headquarters." Please, it was time to go home. An hour later, I was sitting in my father's spacious Manhattan office holding a mug of hot tea. My body was still trembling slightly, my father standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to me. Listened to my story in silence. "Are you really willing to go all the way?" he finally said. His voice was deep and grave. "Dad, I have no other choice." I gripped the mug tightly. John didn't just cheat on me once, but countless times. His family never considered me one of their own. My father turned around and his eyes shone the sharpness I knew so well. "I'm not asking you to back down. I'm asking if you are prepared for a total war. The Millers won't make things easy for you." I set the mug down and stood up to look him in the eye. "I have proof of John's infidelity and a divorce settlement signed by him. The estate is in my name. They can't take it. That is just the tip of the iceberg." My father walked to his desk and pulled out a document. "There are rumors that their family's group has liquidity problems. It's possible they've embezzled funds from the company." I took the document and flipped through it. They were the ledgers for a textile factory we co-owned. Yes, nominally my factory. My father pointed to some strange figures. "The whereabouts of these funds are unclear. I suspect the Millers siphoned them off." My hands began to shake. That factory was part of my wedding trust and was always managed by John's family. If they really embezzled funds, I'll investigate thoroughly. Dad, I need your help. My father put a hand on my shoulder. The entire Sterling group supports you. He paused. But be careful, a cornered animal is dangerous. The Millers are not an easy enemy. I nodded. I already had a plan in mind. First, liquidate all marital assets. Second, find proof of the assets embezzled by John. Third, my phone rang again. It was John's number. I hung up immediately after. A text arrived. You think you won? You'll see. I'll make you get on your knees and beg me to take you back. I smiled coldly and replied, don't forget to vacate the estate in 10 days. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. And I blocked his number. The war had just begun. And this time, there would be no more weakness on my part. The Miller Group headquarters stood imposing in the city's financial district. Its 35 floors of glass curtain walls gleamed under the sun. I stood across the street, looking at that building, which was once partially my home. I felt a lump in my throat. I hadn't stepped foot in there for 7 years. Ever since John took over as CEO, he always said the company was a man's battlefield, and that I only needed to look pretty at home. Now I realized it was just an excuse to exclude me from the family business. I took a deep breath, adjusted the collar of my designer coat, and walked toward the building. Today, I had purposely chosen an impeccable black power suit. My hair pulled up in a sleek high ponytail and sophisticated yet subtle makeup. I wanted the Miller family to see that Sophia Sterling was no longer the housewife they could manipulate at will. The receptionist in the lobby was new. She looked at me with a professional smile. Good morning. Do you have an appointment? I don't have an appointment, I said calmly. I am Sophia Sterling, Mr. Miller's wife. I'm here to see the Chief Financial Officer, Isabella Turner. The receptionist's expression instantly changed. A glimpse of panic crossed her rays. Of course, ma'am. I'll let the director know right away. She picked up the phone and whispered a few words, glancing sideways at me from time to time. It was obvious my bold move was already the talk of the company, the submissive wife of the CEO demanding a divorce and publicly exposing his infidelity at a family gathering. In less than 5 minutes, the elevator doors opened, and a tall woman approached at a brisk pace. She looked to be in her early 30s, with an elegant haircut and a simple gray suit. She wore gold-rimmed glasses. Miss Sterling, she extended her hand. I am Isabella Turner, the CFO. To what do we owe your visit? Call me Sophia, please. I shook her hand. It was cold and firm. I will soon cease to be Mrs. Miller. The corners of Isabella's lips twitched slightly, as if holding back a smile. Miss Sophia, right this way, please. As the elevator went up, we were alone in the confined space. I observed Isabella's reflection on the metallic walls. She stood very straight, looking ahead. But the fingers, unconsciously drumming against her briefcase, betrayed her nervousness. How long have you worked here? I broke the silence. 10 years and 4 months, she replied quickly. Ever since Mr. Miller took over the company. Then you must know the company's financial situation well. Isabella turned to look at me. Behind her glasses, her eyes showed caution. Miss Sophia, what is the purpose of your visit today? Just a routine visit is mild, after all. Following the divorce, I will have to clarify my financial TEs with the Miller family. The elevator stopped on the 28th floor where the finance department was located. Isabella guided me through the open plan office. Dozens of eyes turned in our direction in unison, and whispers spread like ripples. I walked with my head held high and a smile as if I couldn't hear comments like, "So that's sure," or "How brave." Isabella's office was a glass cubicle. The blinds were half drawn, allowing people to see inside, but not here. She closed the door, lowered the blinds completely, and motioned for me to sit. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? No, thank you. I got straight to the point. Director Turner, I would like to see the financial reports for the last 2 years of the factory that Mr. Miller and I co-own. Isabella's fingers drummed on the desk. That requires Mr. Minimer Miller's approval. Legally, I have the right to know the status of my assets. I pulled a document from my bag. This is the stock certificate and a copy of my ID. 51% of the shares of that factory are in my name. Isabella took the papers, examined them carefully, and put on an apologetic face. Miss Sophia, I understand your request, but the company has its procedures, Director Turner. I leaned forward and lowered my voice. You know Mr. Miller is having an affair, don't you? She visibly jumped. Her gaze darted to the door. I am just responsible for finances. The CEO's private life does not concern me. But the company's financial situation does, doesn't it? I looked her directly in the eyes, especially when the CEO diverts corporate funds to support his mistress. Isabella's pupils dilated slightly. Her breathing accelerated. Miss Sophia, that is a very serious accusation. That is why I came to ask you. I leaned back in my chair. Director Turner, you've been here for 10 years. You know right from wrong. If there really is a problem in the company, do you think you'll manage to walk away unscathed? The air in the office seemed to freeze. Isabella took off her glasses and wiped the lenses with the edge of her blouse, clearly a gesture to buy time. When she put them back on, her expression was resolute. Miss Sophia, there are indeed irregularities in the facto's ledgers, but I need to protect myself. I understand. I nodded. Then let's do this. Give me a secure way to contact you. When you want to talk, call me. Isabella hesitated for a moment, then pulled a business card from a drawer, wrote some numbers on the back, and handed it to me. This is my personal number. Use it with discretion. I kept the card and stood up. Thank you for your time, Director Turner. I hope we can speak again soon. As I left the finance department, I saw a young employee hiding behind her computer monitor, secretly taking photos of me. I gave her a slight smile. She jumped and instantly lowered her phone. It seemed everyone in the Miller Group was waiting for the outcome of this divorce war. The elevator reached the ground floor. Just as I was about to walk out the main doors, my phone rang. It was the estate's property management. Miss Sterling, sorry to bother you. A Mr. Miller just tried to enter your property with a young woman. He says he's the owner and has the right, but we blocked his path. My heart skipped a beat. I'm heading there right now. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the Greenwich estate. From a distance, I saw a red sports car parked in front of the door. The new car John had bought last month under the company's name, or so he claimed. The estate manager approached with a distressed look. Miss Sterling, they insist on entering. They force their way in. Don't worry, I'll handle this. I patted his shoulder and headed for the door. My hands trembled slightly as I punched in the entry code. Opening the door, I heard a woman's laughter and the clinking of glasses from the living room. I followed the sound. John and Laura Brooks were sitting on the patio drinking champagne. Laura was even wearing one of my silk pajamas. Oh, you're here, John, far from being embarrassed, smiled smugly. Just in time. Meet Laura, my girlfriend. Laura leaned languidly against John and looked at me provocatively. She was undeniably young and pretty, fair skin, large dew eyes, and long hair dyed a trendy ash brown. The pajamas she was wearing were Owen's I had bought last month and barely worn. John, I said, containing my rage. According to the agreement, this house is now my private property. Bringing strangers here is trespassing. Trespassing? John let out a laugh. Wake up, Sophia. This house is mine. I paid the HOA fees and the utility bills. The deed is in my name. I'm calling the police, I said calmly. Laura pouted and said in a sickly sweet voice, John, honey, didn't you say this old woman wouldn't dare challenge you? John's face darkened. He stood up and approached me. Sophia, listen to me carefully. Laura likes this house, so she's going to live here. Leave quietly or else. Or else what? I looked him straight in the eyes. Are you going to hit me? John raised his hand. Instantly, I pulled out my phone. Hit me? Do it so I can record it and send it to the NYPD and the press. Miller Group CEO assaults his wife. How do you like that headline? His hand stopped in midair. Finally, he clenched his fist and lowered it. Get out, this is my house. It's not, it's mine. I headed toward the study. I came to get some papers. As soon as I have them, I'm leaving. Continue having fun. I deliberately lingered in the study, turning on my phone's voice recorder while pretending to look for documents. As expected, John and Laura soon began arguing in the living room. Why is that woman so arrogant? Didn't you say she dyed everything you asked? Laura's voice sounded whinny. Honey, calm down. John consoled her. This house will be ours soon. My dad already hired a lawyer. That agreement has no validity. What about the diamond ring you promised me and the trip to Europe? As soon as the company secures that loan, I'll buy you whatever you want. That old hag's father's company is going through a rough patch. They're begging us for help. I left the study quietly, snapping a few photos of their tender scene. Then I coughed loudly on purpose. They separated instantly. Laura clung to Jay's arm, looking at me with superiority. "Did you get your papers?" John asked sarcastically. "Yes." I waved a flash drive I had in my hand. "Oh, and I forgot. I installed security cameras in the living room and the study just in case." John's face changed drastically. "What? When?" "Yesterday." I smiled. In case burglars broke in as I left the estate. My palms were sweaty, but my mind was strangely calm. Today's harvest had been good. Isabella Turner's contact, the recordings and photos of John and Lara, and the information about the company's loan and my father's supposed financial problems. Exactly. As I got into my car, I received a call from my father. "Sophia, where are you?" "I just left the Greenwich house. I was heading back to the penthouse. Come to the office right now. I have something important to tell you." My father's voice was unusually grave. I turned the car around immediately. 30 minutes later, I was sitting on the leather sofa in my father's office, watching him pace back and forth. "Dad, what's wrong?" My father stopped, his brow furrowed. "I just received news. The Millers are pulling strings with several banks to force the liquidation of the factory that is in your name." "What?" I jumped up. "By what right?" Under the excuse of poor management and undercapitalization, my father handed me a document. "This is the report they prepared." I skimmed it quickly. The more I read, the colder my heart grew. The report claimed the factory had been taking losses for 2 consecutive years, that debts were piling up, and it even attached minutes from a general shareholders meeting, a meeting that I, the majority shareholder, had never attended. "This data is falsified." My hands trembled with rage. The factory has always sterned a profit. Last quarter, we even expanded the production line. My father nodded. "I know, but since they control the finances and the company seal, they can manipulate the ledgers." I collapsed back onto the sofa. Suddenly, everything made sense. John's arrogance today. They had this planned all along. They didn't just want to take my house. They wanted my factory too. "Dad, what do I do?" My father sat next home to him and took my hand. "First, don't panic. The Millers think you are still the girl they can manipulate at will, but they are wrong." A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "My daughter does not crumble so easily. Did you contact the Facto's CFO, Isabella Turner?" "Yes. She hinted that there were problems in the books. But she didn't dare speak plainly." "Isabella Turner," my father said thoughtfully. "I've heard she's a highly competent professional. If you can flip her as a witness, I'll contact her again." I pulled out my phone and showed my father the photos I had taken of John and Lara. "This will also help." My father looked at the photos and suddenly laughed. "Well, John's taste has really deteriorated with such a vulgar woman." "Dad," I said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "this isn't the time to discuss his tastes." "Sophia," my father said, suddenly standing up, "there's something I never told you. When you were dating John, I investigated his family. Their business methods are incredibly dirty." My heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" My father went to the safe, punched in the code, and pulled out a yellowed file. 20 years ago, the Millers' main competitor, a Mr. Roth, died suddenly in a plane crash. His company was acquired by the Millers at a bargain price. The police closed the case as an accident, but I always had my doubts. I took the file. Inside were photos of the crash site and newspaper clippings. Mr. Roth's private plane had gone down, and the wreckage was charred beyond recognition. "Dad, are you saying it was murder?" "It's just a suspicion." My father sighed. "But the Millers are capable of anything for money. Now that you've openly confronted them, you have to be very careful." I clutched the file. I suddenly felt a chill. Did John know how much I knew? Would he be capable of hurting Meadow? Protect his company and his wealth. "I'll be careful." I stood up. "Dad, I need a team of lawyers and a private investigator." My father nodded. "They are already prepared. Tomorrow at 10, Arthur Vance and his team will be here." As for the detective, he handed me a business card. "Pi Rern is trustworthy. Ex-NYPP detective." I kept the card and suddenly remembered something. Dad, you said the Millers pulled strings with several banks. Which banks? My father mentioned several names. One of them particularly caught my attention. It was the bank where Laura Brooks's father was a vice president. Everything clicked. John wasn't just with Laura Brooks for her looks, but for her father's banking connections, and his plan to seize my factory was probably a conspiracy hatched a long time ago. When I left my father's office, night had already fallen. The neon lights of the city blurred in the rain, just like my confused thoughts. The divorce was no longer just about a broken heart. It involved massive sums of money, commercial interests, and even possible felonies. I stopped by the window, watching the drops slide down the glass. Was John the same person who proposed to me under a cherry blossom tree? And the John who is now trying to strip me of everything by any means necessary? My phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. Miss Sterling, let's meet tomorrow at 10 at the Bryant Park Cafe regarding the Factos ledgers. It was Isabella. She had finally chosen a side. I replied with an okay and called Pi Rern. The war had begun and there would be no mercy. The cafe near Bryant Park was tucked away in a quiet corner. At 10 a.m., there were barely any customers. I chose the furthest table, my back to the wall with a full view of the venue. Detective movies always said, you should never turn your back to the door. The clock struck 10:05. Isabella Turner still hadn't shown up. I stirred my iced coffee. The ice had already half melted. Had she regretted it? Just as I was beginning to doubt, the cafe door opened and Isabella walked in at a brisk pace. Today, she wasn't wearing a suit, but a simple gray t-shirt and jeans. Her hair was tied up in a messy ponytail, and she wore thick black-rimmed glasses. She looked like a grad student. If she hadn't walked straight to my table, I barely would have recognized her. Sorry, I walked around the block a few times, she said in a low voice, dropping a bulky briefcase onto the chair next to her and looking around cautiously. No one followed me. I pushed the iced latte I had ordered for hair across the table. Relax, we're safe here. Isabella took a sip. Her fingers stumbled slightly. Miss Sophia, I took a huge risk coming to see you. I know and I thank you. I looked her straight in the eyes. You decided to tell the truth. Isabella took a deep breath, pulled a manila envelope out of the briefcase, and pushed it toward me. This is a copy of the actual financial ledgers of the factory. The records for the last 2 years are completely different from the official version you saw. I opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of printed financial reports. The dense columns of numbers made me dizzy, but even without financial expertise, I could see the problem. The real books showed the factory had maintained steady profits, while the Miller's report showed losses. They had kept double books. My heart pounded as I flipped through the documents. That's not all, Isabella whispered. Mr. Miller diverted almost $20 million from the factory to an offshore shell company account belonging to the Miller Group and forged evidence of losses to prepare a bankruptcy declaration. My fingers unconsciously tightened around the paper. That's a felony. There's more. Isabella leaned in. She smelled of a subtle jasmine perfume. The Miller Group has been cooking its own books for the past 2 years, inflating profits to secure bank loans. Laura Brooks's father, the bank VP, brokered many of those illegal loans. An idea flashed through my mind. So John wasn't with Laura Brooks just for her beauty. A cold smile appeared on Isabella's lips. Mr. Miller never makes a deal that doesn't benefit him. How could a simple receptionist become his personal secretary in half a year and suddenly have a luxury condo and a sports car? It turned to the last page of the document and found a combination of numbers and letters written by hand. It looked like a code. What is this? The account number and password for that shell company. Isabella said, her voice was almost a whisper. I found it using my access privileges. The entire money trail is there. I looked up at her. She had fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Why are you helping me? This is very dangerous for you. Isabella remained silent for a moment, then took off her glasses to clean them, clearly a stalling tactic. When she put them back on, her expression was resolute. I worked for the Millers 14 years. I went from a simple accountant to CFO, And do you know how they treat me? She smiled bitterly. Last year, I was diagnosed with a tumor and asked for a month of medical leave. Mr. Miller told me I either came back in a week or I never came back at all. She put her glasses back on, a light of determination shone in her eyes. Besides, I am a financial professional. Cooking the books goes against my professional ethics. If the Millers scandal blows up as the CFO, I'll be the first one to go to prison. I took her hand. I felt the coldness in her fingertips. Thank you, Isabella. I won't let you take this risk alone. What are you going to do now? First, save the factory. I put the documents away. Then, I'll make the Millers pay for very thing they've done. Isabella nodded and pulled another flash drive from her bag. Here is more evidence, including emails between Mr. Miller and top executives at the bank. Keep it safe. Just as I was about to take it, the cafe door suddenly opened, and a burly man dressed in black walked in. Isabella's body visibly tensed. Her fingers gripped her coffee cup tight. Do you know him? I asked in a low voice. It's the Miller's head of security, Michael Stone, she said through gritted teeth. Stone scanned the cafe. It pretended to look at my phone. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him walking toward our table. My heart accelerated. Go to the restroom. I quickly told Isabella, I'll handle this. Isabella grabbed her briefcase and hurried to the restroom. Stone stopped in front of my table. Did you see a woman in a gray t-shirt, short hair, and glasses? He asked in a gruff voice. I looked up in feigned surprise. No. Why? He looked at me suspiciously. Then he narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, you're Sophia Sterling, Mr. Miller's ex-wife. Not ex-wife, but soon-to-be's wife. I corrected him calmly. Did Mr. Miller ask you to follow me? Stone's face changed. No, I'm looking for a company employee. Then don't interrupt my coffee, I said coldly. Unless you want me to report you to the NYPD for harassment. He hesitated for a moment and finally turned to look in another part of the cafe. I immediately texted Isabella. Leave through the back door right now. We'll keep in touch. 5 minutes later I received her reply. Got out fine. Be careful with Stone. He's the Miller's right-hand man. I paid and left the cafe. After wandering a bit to make sure no one was following me, I caught a cab to my father's office. My father was in a meeting. I waited half an hour in his office. During that time, I carefully reviewed the documents Isabella had given me. The more I read, the more shocked I was. John hadn't just embezzled funds from the factory. He had also forged my signature to mortgage the factory and secure a massive loan, and all that money had gone into the Miller Group. So, you see the problem. My father walked in, followed by Arthur Vance, the corporate attorney. It's much more serious than we thought. I handed them the documents. John forged my signature to mortgage the factory. Mr. Vance flipped through the documents, frowning deeper with every page. This is a clear-cut case of fraud and embezzlement. We can file criminal charges, but we need more proof. My father sat down, his face serious. The Millers have a lot of connections in this city. Just this might not be enough to sink them. There's more. I pulled out the flash drive Isabella had given me. This includes proof of his collusion with the bank. Mr. Vance plugged in the flash drive. The three of us reviewed the content. The emails showed that John and the bank VP had met secretly several times to discuss how to bypass regulations to obtain loans. One email in particular caught my eye. John explicitly mentioned that he would take care of the little problem with the factory, implying he would force me to sign over my shares. This is sufficient proof of a felony. Mr. Vance said excitedly. We can immediately file an injunction to freeze the facto's assets to prevent them from diverting more funds. No, wait. I thought for a moment. I want to know why the Millers need cash so urgently. Dad, didn't you mention they were trying to win the Hudson Yards urban development project? My father nodded. Ah, the new residential complex. That land is worth hundreds of millions. The Millers have already invested a massive initial sum. If they lose the final bid, their funding chain could snap. An idea struck me like lightning, so they want to mortgage the factory to get more loans to finance that project. Highly likely, agreed Mr. Vance, and time is of the essence. The bidding is in 2 weeks. I stood up and paced the office. Then we'll act the day before the bidding. We'll let them sink all their cash into it, and then we'll reveal the financial fraud and have the bank recall the loans. They'll face a ruptured funding chain and a massive lawsuit at the exact same time. My father continued, a glint of approval in his eyes. But it's risky, Mr. Vance reminded us. If the Millers secure the project beforehand, they could secure new sources of funding. I shook my head. From what I know, the city planning commissioner, Mr. Vance, Mrs. Vance's husband is in charge of that project, and he has a good relationship with my father. My father smiled maliciously. The commissioner owes me a favor from 15 years ago. Those lands originally belonged to his family. The plan was set. Attorney Vance would prepare the legal documents. My father would contact the commissioner to get the details of the project, and I would start shaping public opinion. That evening, I met with some college girlfriends. They were all well-known figures in the local high society and were very well informed. I dressed up carefully in a simple black cocktail dress, not too ostentatious, not too pitiful, projecting the image of a betrayed but strong woman, Sophia. Helen welcomed me at the entrance of the restaurant with an exaggerated hug. "You look spectacular." The others approached, offering words of consolation. I knew several of them were friendly with the Millers. They would undoubtedly report our conversation back to them, and that was exactly what I wanted. During dinner, I deliberately avoided talking about the divorce. Only when asked directly did I lightly mention that John had found another woman and that we had separated amicably. "Amicably," Helen said, purposefully raising her voice. "That bastard moving his mistress into your Greenwich estate is an amicable separation." I pretended to be embarrassed and lowered my head. "Well, the estate is an issue, but I trust the law will do justice." "I heard the Millers are going to sue you," said a friend named Sandra, whose husband was John's golf buddy. "They say you tricked John into signing an unfair agreement." I smiled bitterly. The agreement was signed by him and notarized in the presence of a lawyer. Unfair? I opened my phone's gallery and showed the photos of John and Laura drinking champagne on the patio of our house. "Isn't this what's unfair?" The photos circulated, drawing gasps of surprise and indignation. At the right moment, my eyes filled with tears, but I forced myself to hold them back. "I'm sorry I didn't want to talk about this. It's just that after 10 years of marriage, I never thought it would end like this." By the end of dinner, I had successfully crafted the image of a betrayed woman maintaining her dignity. Before leaving, Sandra hugged me and said, "Sophia, if you need anything, let me know. My husband works in the district attorney's office. Maybe he can help." Iz smiled gratefully. I knew this news wouldn't take long to reach Jay's ears. It would make him wonder how much proof I had and what connections I was mobilizing. The next morning, I received a call from Helen. Her voice was buzzing with excitement. "Guess who invited me for tea? Your husband's mistress, Larara Brooks." I went on high alert instantly. "Why would she want to see you?" "She says she wants to learn more about the fashion world. But I guarantee you Johnson pumped me for information." Helen scoffed. "She's pretty, but not very smart. We barely talked, and her intentions were obvious." "Meet with her," I decided quickly, "but don't bring up my situation. Let her ask." "Understood." Helen got the hint. I'll make sure she accidentally sees the information I want her to see. After hanging up, I began organizing my personal assets. The estate was in my name, so there was no problem there, but there were still the joint accounts and investments. According to the divorce settlement, both of us were obligated to declare all our assets, but John obviously hadn't complied. I discovered he had secretly transferred $3 million to an offshore account in the Cayman Islands. I immediately contacted Mr. Vance to prepare the petition to freeze Jay's assets. At the same time, I asked the IT department at my father's company to analyze the flash drive Isabella had given me to ensure there were no tracking programs or viruses. At 3:00 p.m., the IT director called me. "Miss Sterling, besides the files you mentioned, there is a hidden encrypted folder on the drive. Can you decrypt it?" "It's possible, but it will take time. The encryption is advanced. It looks like something very important." My heart raced. "Do it as fast as possible, but keep it strictly confidential." At 4:30 p.m., Helen called. It was hilarious. Lara kept asking about you in roundabout ways. I dropped like a slip of the tongue that you had hired a financial forensic consultant, and her eyes popped out of her head. And how did she react? She made an excuse and ran out of there. Definitely to inform John. Helen laughed, and I let her accidentally see a text from you on my phone. Something about finding issues in the books and needing professional auditing. I couldn't help but laugh. Helen, you're a genius actress. Of course, she said proudly. Oh, and Lara complained that John was supposed to take her to Europe to buy her an engagement ring. She said your divorce was about to be finalized. Yeah, sure, I said sarcastically. She's going to be very disappointed. After hanging up, I walked over to the window and watched the sunset. The city was tinged with gold, a beautiful but illusory image like my marriage to John. Dazzling on the outside, rotting on the inside. My phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. Miss Sterling Stone is reviewing the security cameras at the cafe. Be careful. I deleted the message instantly, my heart pounded. Isabella had risked herself to warn me. That meant the situation was getting dangerous. John might have suspected something and initiated a deep investigation. The war had escalated and I had nowhere to retreat. I turned on my laptop and began drafting an email directed to the financial journalists of several major media outlets. Subject: alleged financial fraud. I in a major corporation. The whistleblower account of a minority shareholder. John thought I would stay quiet and swallow my pride like always. This time he would face an entirely new Sophia. Cold, determined, and absolutely ruthless. $5 million. Are you sure about that price? The real estate agent, Mr. Perry, adjusted his glasses, looking at me in disbelief. Miss Sterling, this estate has a market value of at least $12 million. With a little patience, we could get up to $15 million. I stood in front of the large window of the Greenwich estate. The sunlight filtered through, falling onto the polished marble floors. Every corner of this place bore my stamp. The imported Italian marble, the custom German kitchen, the rose garden I had meticulously cared for in the backyard. $5 million is fine, but it has to be an all-cash transaction, closing with a week. I turned to look at Mr. Perry. The buyer must have a clean background, and I won't accept anyone connected to the Miller family. Mr. Perry nodded, an intelligent gleam in his eyes. At that price and all cash, no problem. I know a couple of tech clients from Silicon Valley with high liquidity who are looking for a footprint on the East Coast. Perfect. I pulled a document from my bag. Here's a copy of the deed and my ID. Remember, as fast as possible. After Mr. Perry left, I began gathering the last few personal items left in the house. Most of it was already at my new luxury penthouse in Manhattan. Only a few decorations and clothes remained. I purposely left a pair of my sexiest silk pajamas in the master bedroom closet, a gift for Laura Brooks. My phone buzzed. It was Helen. Sophia, guess what? Laura Brooks contacted me again. This time she asked directly if you were investigating the Miller's ledgers. Helen's voice was a whirlwind of excitement. I put down the picture frame I was holding. And what did you tell her? I pretended I couldn't remember the name of the financial expert you hired. Said something like Marcus Vance. Something like that, Helen said triumphantly. Her face changed instantly and she left without finishing her coffee. My heart shrank. Helen, this could be dangerous if John finds out Isabella is helping me. Relax. I messed up the names on purpose, I said. Vance, not Turner, Helen whispered. But Sophia, be very careful. That bastard John is capable of anything. After hanging up, I continued packing, but my mind was already elsewhere. Isabella had risked her neck to help me, if John caught her. I sent her an encrypted message immediately. John might be suspecting. Watch your safety. Less than a minute later, her reply arrived. I'm prepared. Tomorrow at 10 usual spot. I have something important to give you. I deleted the message and went back to packing. In the study, a few papers and books remained. I reviewed them one by one, making sure not to leave any useful information for the Millers. At the bottom of a drawer, I found a flash drive John had left there last year. I had put it away without thinking and forgot to tell him. Out of curiosity, I plugged it into my laptop. It was password protected. I tried several passwords John usually used, but none worked. Just as I was about to give up, I remembered Laura Brooks's birth date. Bingo. The drive opened. Inside, there was only one folder named Urban Project. I opened it. It contained a series of topographical reports, blueprints, and digitized government permits. Everything looked normal until I found an Excel file named Compensations. The file recorded the names of the evicted residents and the compensation amounts for the Hudson Yards project. I skimmed it quickly. Something didn't add up. The amounts actually paid to the residents were much lower than those recorded in the file. The difference had been transferred to the account of a company called Southwind Consulting. I took screenshots immediately, saved them, and carefully put the flash drive away. This could be proof that the Millers had embezzled the expropriation compensation funds. The Urban Project was the Miller Group's biggest gamble this year. If this scandal went public, suddenly the doorbell interrupted my thoughts. Through the camera, I saw my mother-in-law's furious face. Behind her stood two burly men in black suits, clearly bodyguards. I took a deep breath and pressed the intercom. "Eleanor, how can I help you?" "Open the door," she ordered in her high-pitched voice. "I'm afraid that's not possible," I said politely but firmly. "If you came to get Mr. Miller's things, please have him come himself on the date stipulated in the agreement." Eleanor's face turned red with rage. "Sophia, how dare you sell my family's estate? Who gave you that right?" "News travels fast," I thought sarcastically. "The estate is my private property. The deed is in my name. I have every right to dispose of it." "Liar. That is our family's house." Eleanor pounded on the door hysterically. "The renovations, the bills, everything was paid for by John. Don't you even think about selling it." I slipped an envelope under the door. "Here is a copy of the property deed and the original purchase contract. The estate was bought by my father in cash before my marriage as my separate property. The renovation expenses came out of our joint account, so they are considered marital expenses." "Any other questions?" There was silence on the other side of the door, followed by the sound of papers rustling. Through the camera, I saw Eleanor's face go from red to white and finally to gray. "You," her voice trembled, "you planned all this from the beginning. You tricked my son into marrying you to steal our assets." "Eleanor." I deliberately used her name to provoke her. "Who was it that insisted so much on this marriage in the beginning?" "The one who said the AITAs to the Sterling Group was the perfect match for the Miller heir. Doesn't it seem ironic that now you're accusing me of marital fraud?" Furious, my mother-in-law turned to the bodyguards. "Break the door down." I pulled out my phone instantly. "I'm calling 911. You are about to commit a felony of breaking and entering." The two bodyguards hesitated. One said something to Eleanor. She glared at the camera. "Sophia, you'll see, this isn't over." As I watched her retreating back, I let out a long sigh, but my heart was still pounding. This was just the beginning. The Millers wouldn't surrender so easily. The next morning, I arrived at the Bryant Park Cafe half an hour early. I chose the most discreet corner back to the wall with a full view of the venue. At 9:55, Isabella arrived hurriedly. Today, she wore a baseball cap and a face mask, almost unrecognizable. "Sorry, I drove around for blocks to make sure noon was tailing me," she said breathlessly, as she sat down and pulled a thick envelope from her bag. "These are the real accounting ledgers of the Miller Group for the past 3 years. Compared with their tax returns, they inflated profits to get loans and at the same time hid revenue to evade taxes. The amount exceeds $80 million. I took the envelope. It was heavy. "Just with this, we could send them to prison." "That's not all," Isabella whispered. "In the Urban Project, bribed at least 5 city officials, including Laura Brooks's father." She paused. "And it's highly likely that Mr. Miller is involved in money laundering." My heart skipped a beat. "Do you have proof?" Isabella nodded and played a recording on her phone. Jay's voice came through clearly. "Transfer those $20 million to the Cayman account. Then wash it through the art auction." "Yes, just like last time." "This recording is from 3 months ago," Isabella said, stopping the playback. "I recorded it to protect myself. I never thought it would come to this. You took too big a risk." I took her hand. "If John finds out, I already resigned, Isabella said with a bitter smile. Yesterday, I submitted my resignation for health reasons. Stone wouldn't stop watching me, but I had everything prepared. I had already copied all the important documents. I felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. This is because of me. It wasn't your choice. Isabella's gaze was resolute. I saw too many dirty things at the Miller Group over the years. My conscience was eating at me. Now I can finally sleep peacefully. We agreed on how to stay in touch, and Isabella left quickly. I stayed at the cafe, flipping through the documents she had given me. The more I read, the more shocked I became. The Millers' corporate empire was built on an endless foundation of illegal activities. If this came to light, not only John, but the entire group could collapse. My phone buzzed. It was Mr. Perry, the real estate agent. Miss Sterling, good news. A client from Silicon Valley is willing to pay the $5 million in cash. We can sign the contract today. His background is completely clean. He has no connection to the Millers. He's a tech CEO who just moved to New York. We agreed to sign the contract that afternoon at my lawyer's office. After hanging up, I immediately called Mr. Vance to prepare the paperwork and vet the buyer. At 3 p.m., the buyer arrived punctually. He was a man in his 40s, refined, named Mr. Chen. He came with his secretary and a team of lawyers. The contract signing went smoothly, and the $1 million earnest money deposit was wired to my account on the spot. Miss Sterling, why are you selling in such a hurry? Mr. Perry asked curiously after the signing. This estate has an excellent location and magnificent build quality. Personal reasons? I replied with a smile. Mr. Chen, you can rest assured. This property has no disputes and the title is clear. Leaving the office, I called my father to inform him of the sale. So fast, my father said, a bit surprised. Do the Millers know? Eleanor came yesterday to throw a tantrum, but she couldn't do a thing, I said sarcastically. The deed is in my name. They can't do anything. Be careful of a cornered animal. My father reminded me. The Millers won't admit defeat easily. I know. I checked the time. Dad, I'm meeting with Arthur Vance to discuss Isabella's evidence. We'll talk in detail tonight at the house. Mr. Vance's office was in an older building in Midtown, discreet but highly secure. For 3 hours, we organized the materials provided by Isabella and crafted a flawless legal strategy. With this evidence, we can deal a fatal blow to the Miller Group, Mr. Vance said, adjusting his glasses. But we must choose the right moment for maximum impact. How about the day before the bidding for the urban project? I suggested. Let them sink all their funds, and then we cut off the tap. A glint of approval appeared in Vance's eyes. That's a good idea. But first, we must freeze Jay's personal assets to prevent him from moving them. We'll file the injunction tomorrow morning. I stood up. Oh, the hidden folder on the flash drive was decrypted. I just got the news. Yes, Vance said, handing me the flash drive. The content is quite shocking. It's related to some dark secrets of the Millers from 20 years ago. My heart skipped a beat. Is it related to my father? Nobler to the origins of the Miller Group, Vance whispered. It could be related to a murder. I held my breath. I carefully put the flash drive away. I'll examine it in detail. Oh, we've also taken steps to ensure Isabella Turner's safety. She's flying to London tonight. She'll return when everything cools down. When I left the office, it was already dark. I drove to my father's house. On the way, I received a call from the estate's property manager. John had shown up with a group of people to make a scene and security had detained them. He insists he is the owner and wants to force his way in, the manager said, his voice tense. We showed him the restraining order, but he started insulting. You threatens to sue. Call the NYPD, I instructed calmly. The estate is already sold. If he continues causing trouble, it's trespassing and disturbing the peace. After hanging up, a smile formed on my lips. It seemed John was finally realizing the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. The dinner at my father's house was as sumptuous as always, but I had no appetite. My mind was absorbed by the contents of the flash drive. After dinner, my father took me to his study and closed the door. Did you see it? He asked in a low voice. I nodded and opened my laptop. According to this file, it's highly probable the Millers were involved in a murder 20 years ago when they acquired Mr. Xley Roth's company. My father looked at the screen with a serious face. Roth's plane crash. I always suspected it wasn't an accident. The file detailed how my father-in-law had planned the crash, bribed the crash investigator, and even recorded the wire transfers to the hitman. With this proof, we can put your father-in-law in prison. Sophia, this is much more dangerous than we thought. My father closed the laptop. The Millers will do anything to cover up this secret. Exactly why we must reveal it, I said firmly. Not just for me, but for all the Millers' victims. My father sighed and pulled a handgun from the safe. Take this with you, just in case. I looked at him, surprised. Dad, I don't need that. Take it. He placed it firmly in my hand. The Millers are not people to play games with. Starting tomorrow, I'm assigning you a bodyguard. I accepted the gun reluctantly, but a sense of unease washed over me. This fight was escalating to a level I hadn't anticipated. The next morning, I had just arrived at the office when I received a call from Mr. Vance. The judge approved the injunction to freeze all of John's personal assets and those of the Miller Group. They can't move a single cent. Fantastic, I exclaimed. How did they react? John just received the notification and is losing his mind, Vance said with a contained laugh. He's threatening to sue us, but he has no evidence on his side. After hanging up, I immediately sent an encrypted message to Isabella. Faison, success. Watch your safety. Less than 10 minutes later, my phone rang. It was John. I took a deep breath and answered, Sophia. His voice was distorted by rage. You dared to freeze my assets? It's a legal procedure approved by the court, I replied calmly. If you have objections, file an appeal. You think you can sink me with this? He roared. I'm warning you, drop the lawsuit right now. Or else. Or else what? I said sarcastically. You're going to kill me like your father did to Mr. Roth. There was dead silence on the other line. A few seconds later, John's voice turned ice cold. Do you know what you are messing with? I know perfectly well, I said, emphasizing every word. John, the game has just begun. After hanging up, my hands trembled slightly, but my mind was strangely calm. The flash drive secret, the urban project scandal, the financial fraud, and the tax evasion. The sins of the Millers were stacking up in my hands, one by one. I walked over to the window and gazed at the city. Once I was the woman who supported John silently in the shadows. Now I was going to push his corporate empire and his families into the abyss with my own two hands. The estate was sold. The asset freeze was in effect. Now all that was left was to wait for the bidding on the urban project. That would be the perfect moment to launch my total counterattack. My phone buzzed. A message from Mr. Perry. Wire transfer for the full purchase amount received. Total $5 million. I replied, perfect. Proceed with the title transfer immediately, seeing the new figures in my bank account. A faint smile appeared on my lips. John, you underestimated the old hag you despised. Now it's your turn to taste despair. The glass doors of the IRS regional office reflected my slightly pale face. I took a deep breath and walked in. The lobby was busy, but I headed straight to the whistleblower division. I pulled a thick envelope from my bag. Good morning. I am here to report a severe case of corporate tax evasion. The agent looked at me and took the envelope. Name and contact information, please. Sophia Sterling. I handed him my ID. This is my attorney's card. You can contact him directly. Inside the envelope were the real accounting ledgers of the Miller Group and their tax returns which Isabella had provided. Every discrepancy was detailed. Over the last 3 years, the Miller Group had hidden over $80 million in revenue and evaded nearly $30 million in taxes. Leaving the IRS, I headed to the SEC. There, I presented the evidence of the Miller Group's financial fraud, the fraudulent loans, and Jay's insider trading operations. Lastly, I went to the district attorney's office and submitted the proof of bribery regarding the urban project. When I walked out of the DA's office, it was noon and the sun was blinding. I stopped on the steps and looked at the flash drive I held in my hand. It contained the most lethal evidence, my father-in-law's implication in the murder of Mr. Roth. I hesitated for a moment and finally put it back in my bag. It wasn't the right time yet. That card had to be played at the decisive moment. My phone buzzed. It was Mr. Vance, Miss Sterling. The court has admitted the complaint for John's misappropriation of marital assets. Furthermore, we've frozen all his domestic bank accounts. Perfect. I hailed a cab. I just submitted all the documentation. The Millers probably won't take long to find out. Prepare yourself. You've cornered them. There's no telling what they're capable of, Vance warned me. It would be best if you didn't travel alone for a while. After hanging up, I told the driver to take me to Helen's boutique. On the way, I texted my father. All documentation submitted. Everything is going according to plan. Helen's boutique was located in a luxury shopping center in Soho. She sold mainly high-end designer clothing. When I walked in, she was helping a client with a new dress. Seeing me, her eyes lit up. She quickly finished with the client and pulled me into the back room. So she asked impatiently as soon as she closed the door. All done. I collapsed onto the sofa. I suddenly felt exhausted. IRS at the DA. The Millers are going to be busy. Helen poured me a glass of water and clapped excitedly. Brilliant. I'd love to see Jay's face right now. I don't think it's very pleasant, I said with a bitter smile. Oh, Laura Brooks contacted me again. Yes, yesterday she texted me for tea, Helen said, pouting. Definitely to pump me for information. Ignored her. I thoughtfully spun the cup in my hands. Keep ignoring her. When the Millers sink, she'll be the first to run. As we spoke, the new news came on the TV in the store. Suddenly, a breaking news ticker at the bottom of the screen caught my attention. Breaking. Miller Group investigated by SEC for alleged financial fraud. Helen and I stared at the TV, mouths agape, so fast. I had filed the report this morning, and by the afternoon it was already news. The feed cut to the Miller Group headquarters. A reporter spoke into the camera. Shares of the Miller Group have plummeted this afternoon, hitting their circuit breaker. Rumors indicate that the company's CEO, John Miller, is implicated in illegal activities, including embezzlement and insider trading. My phone started vibrating nonstop, flooded with messages my father, Mr. Vance, even college friends I barely spoke to. The most striking was a message from an unknown number. Nega Nganga 7 Nega Nega Nga. You'll see, John. I deleted the message. A mix of emotions washed over me. It wasn't the euphoria of victory. It was a strange sense of liberation. 10 years of marriage, 2 years of patience. Finally, in this moment, everything was being settled. We had dinner at a quiet Japanese restaurant. Just as Helen and I ordered, Mr. Vance called again. Miss Sterling, huge news. The City Planning Commission just announced the temporary suspension of the Hudson Yards urban project bidding. All participating companies must undergo a new audit. I almost choked on my water, so fast. It's a direct order from Commissioner Vance. Mr. Vance said with contained emotion, the hundreds of millions the Millers invested initially have gone down the drain. After hanging up, I couldn't help but laugh. More good news? Helen asked curiously. The Millers' urban project was cancelled. They lost all the money they invested. I poured her a cup of sake. This deserves a toast. Just as we were about to clink glasses, my phone rang again. This time it was my father. Sophia, where are you? Something terrible has happened with the Millers. I'm having dinner with Helen. What happened? Your father-in-law suffered a massive heart attack and was rushed to Mount Si. He is in critical condition. My father's voice was unusually grave. The press is already surrounding the hospital. The Miller Group stock has collapsed, and several banks are calling in their loans. I gripped my phone for a moment. I didn't know what to say. Everything was happening too fast, far exceeding my expectations. Sophia, are you listening to? My father's voice brought me back to reality. Yes, Dad. Don't you think I went too far? I asked quietly. Don't speak nonsense. The business world is a battlefield. My father sighed. The Millers have done many wicked things over the years. Today is their comeuppance. You only revealed the truth. You have no reason to feel guilty. After hanging up, I fell deep in thought. Helen looked at me with concern. What's wrong? My father-in-law is in the hospital in critical condition. The press is there. Helen took my hand. It's not your fault. It's the consequence of their own actions. Sooner or later, they had to pay. I knew she was right, but the news of my father-in-law's hospitalization weighed heavily on me. No matter how evil the Millers were, it was an old man's life. My original intention was to take back what was mine and make John pay for his betrayal, not to destroy the entire family. After dinner, Helen insisted on driving me home. My new penthouse was in a luxury residential complex in Midtown with top-tier security. A place my father had prepared, especially to protect me from the cornered Millers. I had just walked in when my phone rang again. It was Isabella. Since moving to London, we communicated via an encrypted messaging app. Sophia, I saw the news from New York. Her voice came through slightly distorted by the network. Are you okay? I'm fine. I dropped onto the sofa. I just didn't expect everything to happen so fast. The financial situation of the Millers was much worse than you imagine, Isabella sighed. They spent years plugging holes. Your report just lit the fuse of a bomb that was already there. We talked for a while. Isabella was safe in London and had even found a new job. Before hanging up, she said suddenly, "Oh, Laura Brooks contacted me." I sat up straight. What? How did she find you? Through LinkedIn, Isabella said, perplexed. She asked me if I knew anything about the Miller Group's financial problems and said she had something that could be useful to you. I frowned. What is she up to? I'm not sure, but I think she's looking for a way out, Isabella analyzed. The Millers are sinking and she doesn't want to drown with them. After hanging up, I stood by the window and looked out at the countless city lights. Once I was part of the Millers, living in a luxury estate, leading an apparently glamorous life. Now that house was gone and I was standing on its ruins, my phone screen lit up. A message from Mr. Vance. Breaking. John Miller has been subpoenaed by the SEC. He has been banned from leaving the country. Additionally, the bank VP, Lara's father, has also been detained for questioning. I replied with received and turned off my phone. I needed a good night's sleep, but in bed, I couldn't stop tossing and turning. My mind kept flashing images of my father-in-law's severe face, John's sister's furious voice, and the cherry blossoms from the afternoon John proposed to me. The taste of revenge wasn't as sweet as I had imagined. The next morning, I was woken by the doorbell. Through the camera, I saw my father's serious face. "Dad, what are you doing here so early?" I opened the door. My father went straight to the living room and turned on the TV. The morning news was reporting breaking updates on the Miller Group. Shares of the Miller Group have hit the circuit breaker again at today's open. Several banks have declared early maturity on their loans. The CEO, John Miller, is under investigation by federal authorities. There's worse news. My father turned up the volume. The feed cut to the entrance of a hospital. A reporter spoke. The founder of the Miller Group, Richard Miller, father of John Miller, was transferred to this hospital last night due to a heart attack. This morning, the hospital issued a statement confirming that despite medical efforts, Mr. Miller passed away at 3:17 a.m. My legs gave out and I collapsed onto the sofa. My father-in-law had died, Sophia. My father looked at me with concern. "I didn't want this," I muttered. "I just wanted to get back what was mine. Not for it to go this far. It's not your fault," my father said firmly. "Richard Miller's cause of death was a heart attack. It has nothing to do with you. The Millers' failure is the result of their own actions." I knew my father was right, but my heart was still full of complex emotions. My phone wouldn't stop vibrating. The news poured in endlessly. The Miller Group announced a trading halt. John was formally indicted and Laura Brooks had disappeared. The last message was from Helen. Laura Brooks fled. "A friend just told me she flew to the Cayman Islands last night and my 3-star Michelin dinner." I smiled bitterly and didn't reply. The price of this revenge seemed to be much higher than I had imagined. Standing by the window, I watched the morning sunlight flood the city. The Millers' corporate empire was crumbling, and I was preparing to start a new life. Except in this moment, the joy of victory wasting with an indescribable bitterness. The death of my father-in-law, like a heavy counterweight, had suddenly dropped onto the other side of the scale. The morning light filtered through the curtains. I opened my eyes. My phone screen already had dozens of unread messages. The first was from Mr. Vance. "John Miller formally indicted, travel ban in place. Miller Group stock suspended, banks initiate debt collection." The second was a link from my father. Clicking it took me to a headline in the Wall Street Journal. The collapse of the Miller empire, financial fraud, bribery, embezzlement, the fall of a giant overnight. The article detailed the Miller Group's various illegal activities, specifically mentioning that the evidence had been provided by an internal whistleblower. I put my phone down and went to the bathroom. The woman in the mirror had slight dark circles, but her gaze was surprisingly clear. I let the hot water wash over my face, trying to scrub away that strange feeling of emptiness. The news of my father-in-law's death weighed like a stone on my heart. Rationally, I knew it wasn't my fault. But emotionally, it was hard to overcome. The doorbell rang. I dried my face and through the camera saw Helen. She brought 2 coffees and a paper bag with breakfast. I knew you'd be awake. As soon as I opened the door, she hugged me. Did you see the news? The Millers are finished. I took the coffee. The warmth was comforting. It went much faster than I thought. Karma is fast, Helen said, pulling a warm croissant out of the bag. From your favorite bakery. I went out of my way to get it. We sat at the table to eat breakfast. Helen didn't stop dishing the late Thigh society gossip, who had already cut ties with the Millers, which brands had pulled their sponsorships, and even that John's membership at the country club had been suspended. Oh, and there's news about Lara Brooks. Helen sipped her straw with a mysterious air. She fled to the Cayman Islands, right? Well, last night she texted me again. I raised an eyebrow. What did she want to ask for your contact info? Helen said, rolling her eyes. She said she had something important to tell you. Ignore her, I thought for a moment. Actually, the next time she texts you, give her my work email. Are you crazy? Helen's eyes widened. Why do you want to talk to that woman? Don't forget her father was the bank VP and is now under investigation. Helen pouted, and just as she was about to say something, my phone rang. An unknown number. I hesitated for a moment and answered, Sophia. The voice was hoarse. It took me 2 seconds to recognize John. We need to talk. I signaled Helen to keep quiet. About what? Face to face. His voice sounded exhausted. I'm at the Starbucks across from your building right now. I almost laughed. And you think I'm going to see you, Sophia? His tone suddenly shifted, becoming pleading for the first time in years. Please, the Millers are finished. My dad died, the company is going bankrupt, and I might go to prison. Sophia, please, have mercy. Mercy? How? I raised an eyebrow. Drop the charges or say the evidence was a misunderstanding, he said hurriedly. If you help me, I'll do whatever you ask. I finally let out a cold laugh. John, do you think this is a child's game? Do you think a proven felony can be dropped just because I say so? But you're the whistleblower. If you say you manipulated the evidence out of revenge, shut up, I exclaimed in a low voice. Are you asking me to commit perjury for you? John's face, even through the phone, I could imagine it turned grayer. Sophia, for the 10 years we were married. The 10 years we were married? I interrupted. Why didn't you think about that when you were sleeping with Laura Brooks? When you called me a hag? John cowered, lowering his voice even more. I made a mistake. I really messed up, Sophia. I've always loved you enough. I stopped him. You only love yourself and the wealth and power of the Millers. Now that you've lost everything, you come begging to me. Sophia, I admit I was selfish, a bastard. But the company is my father's life's work. Thousands of employees depend on it. Even if you hate me, don't let innocent people pay for it. I was a bit surprised. It was a new approach, using the employee's livelihood to attack me morally. John, I said calmly, that the company is in this situation is the fault of your management decisions and your families, not my whistleblowing. If you truly cared about the employees, you wouldn't have run the company illegally. So, there's nothing to talk about. I stood up. As a final piece of advice, you reap what you sow. Face the consequences. After hanging up, I looked at Helen. She jumped up, furious. What trash. He's still trying to trick you, the employee's livelihood. Since when does he care about that? Didn't he say it was survival of the fittest when he laid off 500 people last year? I smiled bitterly. I know he's putting on an act, it's just that. Helen caught my hesitation instantly. Sophia, don't tell me you're softening. I walked over to the window and looked at the city skyline in the distance. Helen, we've known each other since college. Do you remember the John from back then? Helen remained silent for a moment, then approached and took my hand. I remember. Student body president, good basketball player, chased you for 2 years, waiting outside your dorm every day. Do you think he was sincere then? I asked quietly. Or was it all calculated from the start? Helen sighed. Sophia, people change. Maybe he truly loved you once. But then power and money changed him. It's not your fault. I knew she was right, but a doubt persisted in my mind. Had I gone too far? My father-in-law's death, the Millers' bankruptcy, the layoff of thousands of employees. Was I really the sole person responsible for all of this? The vibration of my phone interrupted my thoughts. It was an encrypted message from Isabella. Laura Brooks contacted me. She says she has direct proof of John's money laundering and bribes. Wants to make a deal with you. I replied immediately. What are her conditions? $5 million, and that you get her and her father a reduced sentence. I smiled coldly. Typical Laura Brooks. In times of crisis, every man for himself trying to profit off the disaster. Tell her there is no deal, but if the evidence is valuable, I might consider paying her for the information. Isabella's reply came quickly. She says she'll think about it, and that John has been moving valuables lately. Thinks he's preparing to flee. I frowned. John already had a travel ban. Where could he flee? Unless I immediately called Mr. Vance. Is it possible John might try to leave the country illegally? Theoretically possible, but very risky. Vance replied, Why is there news? I told him about Laura Brooks. Mr. Vance went on high alert instantly. I'll inform the FBI so they can step up surveillance. Oh, and tomorrow is the hearing for the division of marital assets for your divorce. Don't forget, I wouldn't miss it. The lobby of the Plaza Hotel was quiet and elegant. Soft piano music played in the background. I chose a table by the window where I could see both the entrance and the emergency exit. Mr. Vance sat at another table not far away, pretending to read a newspaper, ready for any eventuality. At 10 sharp, Laura Brooks appeared in the lobby. She was thinner than in the photos, wearing large sunglasses and a face mask, clearly worried about being recognized. As she approached, I noticed a bruise on the corner of her eye, poorly concealed by makeup. Miss Sterling, she said in a low voice, sitting across from me. I nodded, observing her calmly. The arrogant and defiant mistress from before was gone. The woman in front of me was nervous and dejected, constantly twisting the strap of her designer bag. You're hurt. I pointed to the corner of her eye. Lara unconsciously touched the wound and smiled bitterly. It was John. I was a bit surprised. John had been cold and insensitive to me, but he had never laid a hand on me. I suppose people show their true colors when cornered. The evidence. I got straight to the point. Lara pulled a flash drive from her bag and pushed it toward me. Here are the recordings of Jay's bribes and the offshore wire transfer records. With this alone, you could put him away for 10 years. I took the drive immediately. What do you want in return? Money and protection, she said, biting her lip, for me and my dad. He's already been suspended from his job and they're investigating him. I don't have the power to get your father a reduced sentence, I interrupted. How much money can you give me? She leaned forward, anxious. 3 million. It depends on the value of the evidence, I said calmly. And I need to know what John is planning lately. I heard he plans to flee. Lara hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice. He has a secret account in Switzerland with at least $20 million. Last week, he contacted a smuggler to cross the border into Mexico, and from there catch a flight to Europe. I raised an eyebrow. John was truly desperate to resort to illegal smuggling, exact time and route. Lara shook her head. He doesn't trust me anymore. He put Michael Stone in charge of all that. She paused. But I know tomorrow he's going to the company's safety deposit box to get something. Probably cash or passports, I thought for a moment. Then I pulled out my checkbook. 5000 in for this flash drive and the information. No more. Lara's eyes widened. 500. That's not enough. You either take it or you don't. I'm leaving. I made a move to stand up. Go ask John for money if he even has any left to give you. Wait. She quickly grabbed my wrist. I accept. I signed the check and handed it to her, pulling my hand away at the same time. Her touch disgusted me. The money will clear in an hour. When you get it, you'd better leave this city. John doesn't forgive those who betray him. Laura pocketed the check and suddenly smiled bitterly. You know, he never loved me. I was just a tool to piss you off and to get close to my dad. I was a fool. I didn't say anything. In a way, we were both victims of John, just to different degrees. Laura stood up to leave but hesitated and turned around. Miss Sterling, I'm sorry. I was too young and naive. Then leave, I interrupted before my patience ran out. As I watched her hurry away, I let out a long sigh. Mr. Vance approached immediately. How did it go? I handed him the flash drive. Verify the contents. If it's authentic, inform the FBI immediately also about John's escape plan. Vance nodded and pocketed the drive. The divorce hearing is at 3. Don't forget. I could never forget, I said with sarcasm. It's the final battle. At 2:40 p.m., I walked into the courthouse lobby, followed by Mr. Vance and his legal team. The journalists, already tipped off, swarmed around, their flashes going off like strobe lights. I wore a simple black suit with sophisticated but Crete makeup, perfectly projecting the image of a betrayed, strong woman. John had arrived before me. He stood next to his lawyer on the defendant's side. He looked even more beaten down than yesterday. His suit was wrinkled and he wasn't wearing a tie. When he saw me walk in, a mix of emotions crossed his eyes. He quickly looked away. The judge entered and the hearing began. Mr. Vance presented our demands, confirming the validity of the divorce settlement, recovering the marital assets John had hidden, and requesting additional compensatory damages. Jay's lawyer argued that the agreement had been signed under duress, requesting its annulment modification. He also demanded that I compensate John for the renovations and maintenance of the estate, and absurdly accused me of causing the Miller Group's crisis with my malicious whistleblowing. Mr. After Vance was prepared. He systematically dismantled every one of his arguments, presenting proof of Jay's infidelity, the offshore wire transfers, and the video recording of him signing the agreement. In the video, John was lucid and even displayed an impatient arrogance. There wasn't a single trace of coercion. When it was John's turn to speak, he said in a hoarse voice, "Your Honor, I admit my mistakes, but Sophia's revenge was disproportionate. She destroyed my business, my family, and even indirectly caused my father's death." Objection. Mr. Vance stood up immediately. The defendant's statement is irrelevant to the case, and there is no evidence demonstrating a causal link. The judge sustained the objection and warned John's lawyer to control his client's outbursts. John sat down, defeated, despair painted across his face. The trial lasted 3 hours. Finally, the judge issued the ruling that same day. The divorce settlement was valid. The Greenwich estate and its contents were my sole property. John had to return the $3 million he had diverted and pay an additional $2 million in damages. The rest of the marital assets would be split 50-50 as per the agreement. Hearing the verdict, John collapsed into his chair. His lawyer hastily announced they would appeal, but the judge noted that given the overwhelming evidence, an appeal had little chance of success. Leaving the courthouse, journalists surrounded us like a swarm of bees. John, pale-faced, shoved the reporters aside and ran out. I stopped, looked at the cameras, and said calmly, "Today, the law has done me justice. I want to thank of everyone who supported me, especially my father and Mr. Vance's team. Now, I want to start a new chapter in my life." Those words had been prepped by Mr. Vance. They projected an image of dignity and grace, a victim who hadn't lost her honor. Back at the penthouse, I collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. My phone kept buzzing with congratulatory messages. I replied to each with a thank you and turned off the phone. I just wanted a moment of peace. The doorbell rang through the camera. I saw my father. He was holding a bottle of Dom Perignon. "Congratulations, sweetheart." He hugged me as soon as I opened the door. "You were magnificent today." I took the champagne and smiled bitterly. I won the trial, but I feel strange. My father patted my shoulder understandingly. "That's the taste of revenge. Bittersweet. But the important thing is that you took back what was yours, and the Millers paid for their mistakes." We sat on the balcony drinking champagne while watching the sunset. My father told me that Commissioner Vance had revoked the urban project contract from the Millers and decided to call for a new bidding process. Are we going to participate? I asked. My father shook his head. No, that project is too complex. I plan to focus on rebuilding our old textile factory. The factory? I was a bit surprised. Didn't the Millers ruin it? Yes. They ran it into the ground, my father said sarcastically. But the time has come to rebuild it. He looked at me intently. And I want you to take charge of it. My heart raced. My father's business. The place where I grew up. The business that was once crushed by the Millers' dirty tactics. Now I was going to raise it back up. I'll do it, I said without hesitation. My father smiled, satisfied. I knew you'd say yes. The factory land is still in our name, and the machinery can be bought brand new, and for the initial capital, he winked at me. How about we use the $5 million you made today? We both laughed. Perfect. That night, Mr. Vance called. His voice was buzzing with excitement. Miss Sterling. The content on Laura Brooks's flash drive was pure dynamite. Not just the bribery recordings, but also emails where John explicitly ordered the finance department to cook the books. The FBI, using the tips we provided, intercepted Michael Stone at the Miller Group offices and placed John under arrest. What are the charges? Federal financial crimes, wire fraud, and attempting to flee the jurisdiction. Vance said the U.S. Attorney's Office is already filing the indictment. Given the severity, he could face over 10 years in federal prison. After hanging up, I stood by the window and looked out at the countless city lights. The news of Jay's arrest should have made me ecstatic, but my heart was strangely calm. Neither euphoria nor compassion, just a sense of release that finally it was all over. The next day, John's sister Anna called. Her voice was broken by sobbing. Sophia, please leave my brother alone. Our family is already destroyed. What more do you want? I didn't arrest him, I said calmly. It's his own actions that led him to this. But you started the whistleblowing, she screamed hysterically. You won't stop until you see him dead. I remained silent for a moment. What is it you want? For me to drop the civil lawsuits? Yes, she said bluntly. If you promise not to push further, we'll accept the divorce settlement and won't file any appeals. And her voice faded. The Miller Group is finished, but we still have some personal assets, properties, shares. Please leave us a way out, I thought for a moment. I have to consult with my lawyer. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. After hanging up, I immediately called Mr. Vance and my father. After discussing it, we reached a compromise. We could make peace, but with conditions. The next day, Anna and I met at the lawyer's office. She looked much older than the last time I saw her. She had deep wrinkles around her eyes and gray hairs. We sat across from each other. Once we had been sisters-in-law, now we were strangers. Our conditions are simple. Mr. Vance slid a document toward her. First, the Miller family waives all rights to appeal the divorce settlement. Second, John must plead guilty and confess to his crimes to expedite the federal case. Third, the Millers surrender all their remaining shares in the textile factory lands back to the Sterling Group. Anna flipped through the document, her face darkened. This leaves us with nothing. No, I corrected her calmly. You will keep the house you live in and some savings, enough to maintain a decent life. The factory lands, you rip those away from my father through dirty means. And if we don't accept, Mr. Vance adjusted his glasses. Then we will fully cooperate with the U.S. Attorney to thoroughly investigate illegal activities of John and the Miller Group. Given the amounts and circumstances, the prison sentence could exceed 15 years and all related assets would be seized by the federal government. Anna's face turned gray. With a trembling hand, she signed the document. As she left the office, she suddenly called out to me, Sophia, you know, John truly loved you once. During the first 2 years of our marriage, he never stopped talking about you. I shook my head, interrupting her. People change, Anna. I wish you the best. A month later, thanks to his confession and cooperation, John was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison. The Miller Group filed for bankruptcy, and its assets were auctioned off to pay its massive debts. My mother-in-law, with what little she had left, moved into a small apartment near a church in Queens. Anna took her children and moved back to her husband's hometown upstate, and I dedicated myself body and soul to rebuilding the textile factory. As my father said, it was our roots. The business the Millers tried to destroy but couldn't. With the money from the sale of the Greenwich estate, I bought state-of-the-art machinery and preserved some of the old facto's emblematic brick buildings as historical heritage. On the day of the grand reopening, my father said in his speech, "This is not just a reopening, it is proof that justice prevails and perseverance triumphs." Below the stage, the applause was thunderous. Standing next to him, I felt my eyes water. At the same time, I established a legal aid foundation for women to help those who, like me, faced high-stakes divorces or domestic abuse. Helen jokingly called it my revenge fund. But I knew it was the best way to transform a painful experience into positive energy. Time flew by. A year later, the factory was operating at full capacity, and the foundation had helped dozens of women. My life was full and peaceful. Sometimes I had dinner with my father, went shopping with Helen, or discussed investments with Isabella, who upon returning from London became my personal financial advisor. One early summer day, Helen called me excitedly. "Sophia, next Saturday is our college reunion. You have to come." I tried to decline, but she insisted. "John got out on parole early. They say he's going to. You have to show him how amazing you're doing now." I finally accepted. On the day of the reunion, I chose a simple but elegant red dress, light makeup, and let my hair fall loose over my shoulders. The woman in the mirror was confident and serene, with no trace of the confusion and pain from the past. Their reunion was at the upscale restaurant near our old university campus we used to frequent. I arrived half an hour late on purpose. When I walked in, the buzz of the room silenced for a second, then exploded into greetings. "Sophia, you look more beautiful every day. I heard you're a CEO now. Incredible. Your foundation does amazing work. My cousin got help from there." I smiled and greeted my old classmates. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw John in a corner. He was painfully thin. His once handsome face now had overly sharp, sunken features, giving him a defeated look. He wore an outdated suit and looked 10 years older. Throughout the dinner, I deliberately avoided him, laughing and chatting with the others. Near the end of the night, I stepped out onto the terrace to get some fresh air. He followed me. "Sophia," his voice, was the wine in his glass, trembled slightly. "Can we talk?" I turned and looked at him, maintaining a polite but distant smile. "About what?" "I've thought a lot over this past year and a half," he said, lowering his head, unable to look me in the eyes. "I really messed up. Only when I lost everything did I realize what was most important." "Oh really?" I asked calmly. "And what is the most important, you?" He looked up. His eyes shone with tears. "Sophia, I always loved you. Lara was just a momentary lapse. Now I have nothing, just regret and the fact that I miss you." I looked at him and suddenly felt a mix of amusement and sadness. The arrogant John Miller, now begging for my pity. "John," I said in a low voice, "you don't love me. You just realize what you had when you lost it. If the Millers hadn't gone bankrupt, if Lara hadn't betrayed you, would you have even thought of me?" He opened his mouth to apologize, but I raised a hand to stop him. "You don't need to answer. We ended a long time ago. I wish you the best." I turned to leave. Suddenly, he grabbed my wrist. "Sophia, give me a chance. We can start over." I pulled my hand away gently but firmly. "It's impossible. I've already started a new life. I hope you can look forward to." When I walked back inside, Helen approached immediately. "What did that garbage tell you? To start over?" I nodded. She rolled her eyes exaggeratedly. "What nerve." After the reunion ended, Helen insisted on driving me home. On the way, she asked curiously, "Sophia, if you could go back in time, would you marry John again?" I looked at the neon lights passing by the window and thought for a moment. "Yes." "What?" Helen almost slammed on the brakes. "Are you crazy? Because those experiences made me who I am today," I said with a smile. "Pain taught me to grow, and betrayal taught me to see human nature. Without all that, I would probably still be the naive, weak Sophia from before." Helen nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. But now you're a legend in our graduating class. The Iron Woman who dumped John Miller and put him in federal prison." I laughed, shaking my head. "I'm not a legend. I'm just living the way I want. Independent, confident, and without depending on anyone." Back at my penthouse, I stood in front of the window and gazed out at the New York night. The storm from a year ago was now history, and the road ahead was still long. But in this moment, my heart was full of peace and strength. Self-worth and self-love are the foundation of true happiness. That was the most valuable Zeuslan I had learned from that marriage and the creed I would follow for the rest of my life. My phone screen lit up a reminder from the factory manager for tomorrow's board meeting. I replied with confirmed and turned off the lights. The city skyline became my only companion. Tomorrow would be a new day.